That sucks about getting a fucking copyright strike. I wonder, that thing has been for fucking days. I wonder what triggered it. Anyway, are you done? Are you done? Well, you know what my thing is? Ball gowns. I love ball gowns. They never about ball gown porn. I want ball gown porn. Like, super classy ladies getting fucking ball gowns. Really? That to me, like, getting fucked in prom dresses and fucked in Oscar dresses and ball gowns, that to me, that's super hot. That's like the hottest thing ever. Fucked in ball gown. Evening gown, right? Right. It's when a woman looks like the nicest they're supposed to. And I don't know, I've gone to a bunch of shit with girls and you always want to fuck them afterwards. So it's kind of a thing. Gown weird, usually. Gown weird. Really? Yeah. What do the university have more than anything, you think, on Earth? Any other school, they eat more pizza than why? They eat they eat pizza at every single event, and it's always available at all the time malls. And people still get it delivered later that night. Really? It's if you're having anything there, it's like a thing in college. But like if you're having something somewhere, it's like, oh, you're not having pizza, no one's gonna come. I'm not saying it's like that, but it's like just standard is to have pizza at everything. If you're having like a little, even like little dorm events, like little meetings, they have pizza at it. Why? It gets people to come. It gets people to do whatever the fuck you're doing. Oh, kids are always hungry in college, so it's like, oh, dude, they got pizza. Oh, dude, I'll sign up for that fucking club. It's just getting people in the door. Really? Yeah. And if you have pizza, literally kids are like, especially in college, they'll be like, oh yeah, I had no idea, and that's how I joined XYZ club. Did you join any clubs? Oh, I was a member. I was the class representative for the alumni association. Anything else? I didn't have time for that shit. I partied too fucking hard.
No, we just have to take the information that we were given and come to our own conclusion, whatever that might be.
On the wild card line, Karen's with us in Los Angeles. Hey, Karen, go ahead.
Oh, hello, thank you for taking my call. It's a pleasure to talk to Phil. I've been looking for someone that might know something about this. I'm originally from Wisconsin, and back before 1985, we had something called a downburst storm, and it produced damage like a tornado, but over a wide swath of land, like big trees being uprooted and pulling up the soil with them. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. And up in northern Wisconsin, what there also was this thing called Project ELF. The ELF stood for extremely low frequencies, and the Navy kept on changing its name to Project
Maybe
Training,
a thing, so
Seafarer,
they
and
can.
I don't know what else, like 8 different names. And this was to send this extremely low frequency into the earth so that it could communicate with submarines. The purpose was to tell them to come up to get a message. Anyway, many people thought that this had something to do with that downburst storm, and I wondered if Cheryl knew anything about this downburst storm in Project Elf, or whatever it was called, and what's going on now with the chemtrails. I can't believe the people that don't see this and just or see it and say, "Oh, that's normal. We've always had that."
Cheryl, you familiar at all with that project?
Somewhat, yes. That is very interesting. There's so many anomalies with the downburst and storms. There's been a lot of strange situations happening with that, and or even downdrafts as well, downdrafts and updrafts. But as far as it's like the news to communicate with the submarines to come up. Um, I don't know all that much about that. That's your stuff.
That is true. I mean, and I think there is a system that is still in operation to communicate with our subs for two reasons. One, our subs have been nuclear deterrents for a lot of years, and two, they can launch if need be, but they need communication instantly that cannot break down because if it does, a lot of subs are ordered to fire their nukes, but they can't get a hold of them because they are anticipating something horrible happening. That's a tough situation, but it's still going. They probably have perfected it even better than they did 20, 30 years ago.
Well, you're the perfect person to ask about that because of your Navy experience.
If I'm allowed to say it.
Yeah,
You never know.
I know.
I'm going to continue taking calls with Cheryl Jones, open lines here on Coast to Coast. Let's go to Mary in New Jersey. Welcome to the show. Hey, Mary.
Oh, you're so sad.
Hi, Mary.
What a world. I just want to comment on the climate and the shock, the so-called vaccination. Not everybody wants it, and you have to go teach it into the little children that are school. Not everyone how far back did it go? To infancy? And another thing, they said when they tested everything, they totally animals that were tested. So now, what really is the routine is kind of the veterinarians, they're going to take that in. You know, you take your animals to have stuff, you're going to take that in. So, and then I heard, like, on the news one time that if you're not a person that has that, it leaches out of us, and you're actually getting a dose of it, sitting next to them. So you can have an animal in your house, you know, little children go to school with that. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know.
I think the cutoff age right now for kids, if we see those ahead with the plan, is 6 years old. 6 years old.
That's incredible that all of these mandates are coming down. And I think what you're talking about is the spike protein and also the shedding. The shedding has been, you know, it's gone on with flu shots as well and some other vaccines. And that is something that they really didn't tell people much about until it came out in other ways. And then they had to kind of admit it. So, yes, that is a concern.
Well, I think another good story for the day
goes by, these things will continue to, stories will continue to come out as long as they're about stuff.
So what drives you? What keeps pushing you?
Also, there's strong immune system.
Well, good, it's so calm.
Right. Yes, there's always problem. But I don't know, George. I've just always been a pretty driven person. I guess I grew up in an environment, a situation where there was no question. There was nothing like entitlement. It's just you pull your own weight, and if you were ever going to do anything and get anything accomplished, you were really going to have to practice it yourself. So I grew up with independent parents, and they kind of instilled that in me, I would say. So I just never knew there was another way to live other than driving yourself to do what you wanted to do.
We're going to come back in a moment and take final open line calls with Cheryl Jones right here on Coast to Coast AM. Don't touch your dime.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Allegedly. Why? Could have been a deep fake, kids. Why? It's my arm, like Sean. I said, Rudy. That the beginning comes from the wheelchair, jail, the finger out there, and after this, I can act really special. When here, no. Go for me, this, no.
There have been 3 unsuccessful attempts to recall Bailey Oak. 2 people were stabbed to death in the parking lot of a Kohl's department store in Palmdale, and the suspect was taken into custody. Officers believe the van led from nearby homeless encampment. A mountain lion was running loose through Brentwood, and it came very close to several people. The creature was tranquilized by wildlife officials so it could be released back into the Angeles National Forest. Nobody was hurt. Southside weather from KFI. Overnight lows in the 50s and mostly sunny for your Friday. Inland highs in the upper 70s, the low 80s, low 70s to the coast. It'll stay that way all the way through Halloween on Monday. Right now it's 59 in Tustin, San Clemente 57, Culver City is 58, and in Reseda it is currently 59 degrees. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Phil Hewitt. In Huntington Beach, there is a new freeway closure. All 5 northbound from East Boulevard to Golden West. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Irwindale, we have good things. Earlier crash on the 605 southbound going lower as Cecil Road has been cleared from lanes. Your route is recovering in that area. Long Beach, there is a work zone down the northbound from Long Beach Boulevard to 91. Two-way lanes are shut down for road work until 5. Expect delays in that area. KFI is the guy who's going to do their best. I'm Brian.
That's good. Have it.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp.
Yeah, like, she'd separate them, and part of the nail would go away, and she'd also separate them and have hair going on. Why? It's for it's an oral fixation, but the feeling of the breath on your hand was innate to what we do in vitro, and essentially when the infants and they're sucking right time, we like that feeling of that warmth. It reminds us of our mothers, so that's what we go for. Or smoke cigarettes, or put hands in their mouth, or hands by their mouth. But yeah, they want to feel comfortable with that. Or put dicks in them. Really good. Anyway. Sorry, you'd be like, I'll make your parents become a chick. Sounds good, man. But teachers say don't do that.
There's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi,
No,
you
they
can
kind
have
of
a
just,
person starting at just $99 per month.
were they nice about it?
This is real.
Yeah, actually, I think they were nice about it. Why she came as a first grader? Or she was
Work environment terminations. That was my problem.
Really?
People complaining about other employees.
Yeah, what was cool about her?
With Bambi
I
and
don't
access
know. All these girls went to Marion. I had a lot of girlfriends, friends who were my girls who were in my class when I was a little boy, and then they all went away and they went to another school, and I never talked to them. Who would be like that? Well, I said Maggie King. That's how we got mixed patio. She did not. We went to school for a little bit after that, but then where she go? I think Marion. Then what? Or no, she went to Adams. Really? Yeah. What did you think of that movie? I thought it was a mistake. Really? I know her parents are going through some difficult times, but I thought it was a major mistake. She had a lot of talent, and I'm not saying University of Wisconsin is not an excellent school, and it is, but she could have gone to an Ivy League school, perhaps University of Chicago, University, sure. Well, yeah, she's very smart. But what happened? She became kind of hippie. Not saying that's a bad thing, but I just know when that girl's firing on all cylinders. Oh, she had done something. She did something. I forget what it was, but when she's firing on all cylinders, she's something. And she had done something. What the hell did she do? She did something. She published something or something, and it would be really big. She was on some paper or something. Really? Some research paper or something. I think it was a research paper. She's on this. Really? Yeah. And whatever it was, it would become big. She had such a cute laugh. But yeah. She had these little canine teeth. Really? Yeah. And I don't know. She was just nice. She had hairy arms. I think just like really, yeah. Hairy, like hairy the head is like a tube of hair that goes to the south. No, but like little girl hair. Really, yeah. But it was dark. My mom had like light hair, so it was like blonde, and at least they're like she had like facial hair. She had, it was like blonde. Like, she didn't have like facial hair. Like, girls have that fluff or whatever, and wax it, and but hers is blonde. This girl had dark hair. There's just some other girls in my class. But it was. Let's see. Remember about her arms? No. Do you remember she had hairy arms? Really? I mean, not really. I was like, it was just a thing. It was like, if you had darker hair, that would be a thing. But what? I don't know. She got rid of it eventually. So, yeah. But what?
We're going to be talking about this
I don't know.
horror films and hauntings in Hollywood.
I guess we're still there. She never, truthfully, she never, we never broke. I've never been broken. Really? Huh? Ever? Mm-mm. Really? Never once. You sure? I've had girls who were in another relationship and didn't date me. If I wanted, they were in another relationship and they didn't break up with their boyfriends. I was trying to pull some kind of crazy ass move, but no, I never had a girlfriend. Is that true? The most serious relationship I ever had. She was older. She was older. She was twice my age. And she's a grandma. Holy shit, that's right, my grandma. She was like 39. So
high blood pressure,
She had
high
had
cholesterol,
a
kidney
child
disease, various types of
20,
cancer, depression,
and she had a son
Alzheimer's
who had a
disease,
child
autoimmune disorders,
19, something like that.
even fatty liver are
And
chronic signs of inflammation, and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to
I like that.
protect those cells that are
What is
needed.
that?
And that is the purpose
Oh,
of a
Jesus
meeting
Christ.
standard and adaptive
Really?
together, supporting the
Yeah.
body's
Why? She really loved me, and she would always say like it's gonna be so hard for me to break away. I don't know how to do it. She tried everything to try to break herself from me, and she would like lie to me, not in a hard way, like. And that's the thing. She's an actor. We just call it the actor. Why? The truth is, she lied to me. I knew her for 3 years, and I didn't know what her real name was. Like, she had kept this secret life from me, and then she came clean one day, and I still love her for it. Why? I saw through all that. I mean, like, I cared about her for who she was, and not. It didn't really. It didn't bother me. I met her parents, and I'm not saying we were going to get married, but why? And she would say, "I'm not. You deserve to be with someone who you want." And she would say, "I'm not saying that wasn't her, but she knew that I was a lot of potential." But I learned a lot about relationships with her. I learned a lot about parenting with her. Really? Yeah. She's just like raising children.
So we upgraded our popular Element mattress with its air-skate breathable foam, responsive comfort, and long-lasting support, all for just $9.95 per queen. Discover the Casper difference now at Casper.com.
Why the fuck
Use
is
code
how did that?
FOLLOWY100 for $100 off select mattresses. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com.
We knew it was going to have to come to an end. Why? Oh, it was getting really, really hard. Well, why? Because we'd see each other every day, and we were like kind of living together, coming close to. We were playing houses, I called it, up in this attic, this house, and I was like, I don't know. This one time, I did this really fucking perfect. She came over. It was pouring down, and like I met her at the car. She had a Chrysler. It was a really cool car at the time. And so making out with her. I take her in the back door, not in the back of the house, and what? We go downstairs, and she's not blindfolded during this, but I was like, I have a surprise, and I didn't want to do anything like this. And we go downstairs, and go in the bathroom, and we shower together. And then we went upstairs, and my room is in an attic, and it had like a sky like painted as the ceiling, kind of, and it was like hardwood floors and like this like banister kind of thing. Oh my god, they needed to put. They had. It was a weird thing with the stairs. The stairs weren't standard stairs; they were attic stairs, and you could very easily fall down the stairs. Anyway, and I remember telling him, like, dude, you need to put a fucking banister in this place. So I actually put the banister in, and I like ended up like putting it in the wall and like gluing it, and like, oh my god, it's a mess. Anyway, but it worked enough so that the banister never came down, and I never fell, and neither did anyone else. But other people, I remember, Jesus Christ, you need to put a banister on. It was so fucking stupid. Anyway, we go up the stairs, and I had my room, like it's got cool lights like now, but it was like way cooler lights then. And it had this fucking disco ball going all over the place, and it had this like light ball that was going all over the place, and it looked like it was underwater. And I remember her being like, I feel like I'm in space. It was like, it was wild. It was spectacular. And how did it end up? We knew things were gonna. I don't want to, because I don't want to get into all her business, but
First, let me get to the 50
she
points. Michelle, I
had to
told you
change
as a child,
positions,
and you're right, the polio vaccine was
job
set for kids,
positions,
so there can't be good things
and
from that. But I sure don't like this thing shedding, and I knew that the design of the shed
because of
was trying to avoid everybody I
her
can't
own,
have.
had nothing to do.
Because,
That part of it had nothing to
we're gonna, it's
do.
gonna be hard to
She
stay
had to
away
change
from it.
job positions, and
Secondly, if you look at hurricanes, they have momentum. It comes across the south of Florida. Go back 100 years. All the hurricanes in before 1950, 60 that came by Florida just never came back like that.
she was at a point in her life
8 or
where
10 years or whatever, Charlie, I think it was.
she was changing careers, perhaps, and her kids were going to a different part of their lives, and it was like, we've been playing house for long enough. It's time for her to move on, and
that's the indication of control right there.
she would say, "You're in lovely California, go to California." She would just say that. Why don't you just do it? If you love California so much, why don't you just do it? And I'd be like, I can't afford to do it. And she'd be like, that's a very honest answer. Would you sit there and just talk about California? Sometimes. I don't think these girls talked about it a lot. They could tell I was in love with something else. Not someone, but someone, yeah. But something. And so I could never let them in on that. And I was very honest with them. Before then, it was the university. It was like, I never dated anyone because I couldn't let anyone get in between the university and because if it did, I never go there. So, what happened? Well, I ended up calling her when I moved out and thanking her. And I think the other girls too. But yeah, it's hard to continue having friendships with everyone with whom you date because a lot of times they date someone else, and then it looks like they're cheating. And I would not want to have those relationships. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So it was like, but I still cared about it. Cared about all this. Like, who's the worst breakup?
It's scary time, Cheryl, isn't it?
For sure.
This really is a scary time. Yes, we did say 2026.
Why? It was just a long story.
And
Did you ever
thanks for your
have
call. And it's so good to hear from our listeners
easy
who are
breakup?
always so well informed.
Actually, yeah, I had a bunch of like what?
So much good information. So it is.
Well, here's the thing. I would set ground rules with people and be like, hey, why are we doing this? Is it just physical? Is it a relationship? What do you want? And if you understood that going into it, you could be fair with each other. I had this one friend. We were friends, and we were just, it was basically just a physical thing. No, it was mental too, and we were doing it. It was like in private though. Really, no one knew about it. It was secretive. And I don't know. I'm trying. Okay, so like, I'm trying to think of girls. Like, oh my god, there were so many girls my freshman year. If you were one of the girls my freshman year, it was a privilege to be in that group my freshman year. Really? Yeah. But it was like I was putting out numbers no one had ever seen before. I just didn't know it. No one ever tells you, hey, you know, you've got more blowjobs than any man on earth who's not a porn star. Oh, dude, they didn't tell me a number. I was just like, anyway. Any other stories you have? Yeah.
I studied the environment and ecology for
This
40 years.
was what did she like, she was so suffering. Her dad was John Hopkins, a doctor. And so got her the doctor. And
I've been studying these subjects very heavily, and I'm telling you, agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. In fact, the United Nations
she was so sweet. What?
Report 51% of all global warming gases are attributed to life.
Okay, so I met these girls like freshman.
91%
Uh,
of all rainforest destruction
they're from San
is
Francisco.
linked to animal agriculture.
Like this one.
To feed
And
to animals.
I'm not saying I would get a kick out of stealing his girl.
As an example, Brazil
No.
grows more soybeans than China.
Because that's a
Brazil
dick
grows
move.
more soybeans than any other country in the world, and it's all cabbage food. And Brazil also has more cabbage than any other country in the world, and that is leading to the most significant.
Well, if you're going to discuss that, you have to discuss that a long time ago.
That we have experienced. What's the name of your new
No.
book, by the way?
In this case, I like this girl too. And we were just both going for the same girl. I guess is what I'd say. Is it the only time that ever happened in your life? I think so. Yeah, basically. Well, hold on. With a close friend. With a close friend. Really? Yeah.
47% of all the water allocated to
What was it? I guess it wasn't dick move. It just he had pulled dick moves too. So this is
according to the Truth is
yeah.
Out
If I remember correctly. So what was it?
And according to those organizations, only 4% of the water is used by residential use. The citizens of California, out of 40 million people, we're only using 4% of the water.
We were.
All the water is going to animal agriculture, and this, when you're sucking all the water out of the environment, then you're inhibiting the creation of condensation, which
Well, okay, so I had a friend who really liked this girl in high school, and I didn't like her. Though, you know, I asked her out in 8th grade, and it's so weird. It's like I didn't even mean to ask her out, but it would be very funny. I asked her out in 8th grade. I walked across the locker room, and I introduced myself, and I said, I asked her what she was doing that weekend. Why? Because I was going to have my mom drive us in. Yeah. And she said, I have instrument practice in, so I have music lessons in Chicago on the weekend. And she said, I'm going to Chicago this weekend. And I said, and she's like, is there any reason why you asked? And I said, but I said, yeah, yeah. So wouldn't you know? This was before Phil even knew who she was, right? So I had a history with this girl, long before. Was she the first girl you ever asked out? Crazy enough, like that. It was the ballsiest thing I've ever done in my entire fucking life, and I still don't remember. I still can't believe I did it. But it shocked her. It shocked me too. And I would tell her it was like on a wavelength to do it. Why? Because I never talked to her. I'd never talked to her before then, really. And I never talked to her for another 2 or 3 years. And then we became very good friends. And then in college, we became like brother and sister. And to the point where I could easily date her at points. And it was like, no big. To the point where she would kiss me, and I feel like, we're friends. It's not, it's like better. Anyway, my friend liked her, and he liked her all of high school, but he didn't know that I had actually asked her out long before he did, and so he always interpreted my hanging out with her as me spiting him. But it was like, no, man, I've known this girl 2 years longer than you have, and you're pretty new to this school still, even though they were neighbors. So they became very, very close. nevertheless, it was like I knew better. And did you date her? No, I never wanted to. My friend did, but our other friend dated her, and they were great together. Really, absolutely. He was a really, really nice guy. My friend Klein was a top shelf kind of guy. I put him in the top 100 guys. Really, yeah, he'd appreciate that. Is he the best guy ever? No, but I mean, he's a good person, and he helped me when I needed him. One time I called him. These are the kind of kids that I had in high school. Good-hearted kids. I hadn't talked to this kid in 4 years, and called him my senior year and said, "Hey, is there any way I could stay with you to visit law school?" And absolutely. He's like, "I don't have much," and they didn't, but it was so much fun staying there. They had this weird place, not weird, just cool, in Charleston, South Carolina. Most beautiful, one of my favorite cities. It just LA gets like that. It's like pink and like super pink, but like pastel. It's painted. Places get painted like Georgetown, Washington D.C. It's just a weird like antebellum colors. It's very pastel. It looks like fucking. Anyway, what were you doing, Rabbi? I was doing something. This girl. What girl? I don't know what girl I was talking. Really? Oh. Oh yeah. Wait, that was a different one. Okay, so my friend. So then what happened in high school? So I was really good friends with my friend in high school, and then we went to college, and I got really good friends, even better, to the point where we're like, I would say there were no two better boy and girl friends in school that didn't hook up that in any of the campuses. Really? Yeah. Why? And my friend Sarah gets a close second, but she and I did more than really. But even still, I spent more time with Lori that year than I did Sarah. Why? Lori had me over. I mean, I could only go over there when girls let me come over, but she would always let me come over. There wasn't a single night ever that she said I couldn't come over. This is what she would say: I have work to. I have work to do. If you let me study, uh, feel free to come over and watch Sex and the City. And that was kind of her telling herself she had to study. Really bad. If she did have a test, she wouldn't. She'd study for it, but I would. I knew her whole floor, so I would just hang out with one of her other friends. But they weren't her friends; they became my friends. I had to introduce them so that they become her friends. Really, yeah. Um, Shout out to all those girls. Like there are so many girls I have in my head. Like, damn it, I don't remember your name. And if I had Facebook, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's your name. I one time met everybody's Facebook. But like, oh yeah, that's your name. But I just, or your name had changed or something. So you got named but there were so many. Like I'm going through my head, like, how many really great people there were. I mean, they're all girls. From there, they're just really, really amazing women. Not to say the university doesn't have that, but it was really unique. The university uh, could not offer that. Even if you were like, no, it's like girl dorms don't adopt guys, let alone a whole school. So it's like, it was just really, really good fun. What was I saying? Some girl. Oh, so my friend, we're uh, so like I didn't go to school there yet, and I was picking up girls from there, or not necessarily from them, but from several girls. Right? I waited on girls from the university, except for a couple. I mean, I actually, I had a few. We didn't talk. date or anything, but we did go to. We went on dates, but they'd be like group dates. And what would that be? Like me with like 4 girls and do stuff. But the so I did have definitely girlfriends from university, and multiple groups, but I had like a whole group across the street, and we're talking like I don't know, tens of girls to hundreds of girls, and so it's just way different amounts of people. And I'm not saying like 200 girls, but I'm like right now I could almost name off 100 fucking friends that I have at just one school, and they're all girls. And almost. I mean, here's the thing. I don't remember everybody's name, but I remember, like, alone, I know like 10 Sarahs. Really? Yeah. I know 2 Sarahs live together. I mean, it's like a lot. Megan, 10 Megan. Really? Are you done? I mean, there are other ones too. I just think of like girls, Rachel's. Yeah, I think of a Rachel right now. I don't remember her last name. With whom was she friends? I think this girl actually. Really, yeah, Rachel's. There's Rachel. There are other girls there. They're like, okay, so just name as many girls. I know what you were. Wait, hold on. Let me see this. This is like, I haven't seen people in 15 years. I hadn't seen names in a long time. But and I just do it top. They live together now. Santa County with Tuesday night Martyrstrock. I'd always say Masterstruck, and she said Martyrstruck, or something like that. It's whatever the fuck it is. Really, she was actually my first kiss in. Was he my first kiss in college, or was the other one? Really? I don't remember. Really? In college, when I was actually in college. I remember she had a tongue thing. Not tongue thing, a tongue thing. But yeah. But then what? So you hooked up with her? And I think Teresa was Teresa was first, really? Yeah, and then Anna was second. Really? I could be wrong, but I think it was. Is that even possible? The other one was no. I thought it was like first weekend. That was the first fucking weekend. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was the second. It was the Michigan State. It was like second or third weekend actually. Yeah, 3 and 4. Really, yeah. It went at somebody Michigan State or something like that. Anyway, so I think Teresa. But okay, so anybody else? And I'm not doing it in order of people I like or anything like that. I'm doing it who I knew furthest down the hallway. And Sarah lived there with Teresa. But why'd you say Sarah and Amy? Because Sarah and Amy, I hung out with them when I was at the university more. Like they were in the condo, they were in the dorm. And were they living together then? They might have been like anybody else. Well, I'm sure I'm gonna miss them. because I'm already at 20. But then Hannah, Chavez, and that was the
biggest murder trial in the state of Ohio history.
I think like Kimmy lived on this. No, she didn't. I think she did. Somebody like a girl named, not a girl named, I know this girl. Not like, I'm not saying like that's a random girl. No. I don't know if she lived on. She's there. Or who else? But I mean, she wasn't like really close with these other girls. She was, but she was there and she was cool. And I'd see her out partying. And then who? And if she had a roommate or something, I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm so sorry. And if I saw these girls, like, oh yeah, I know you. I know you. I know. Okay, then my friend Mary had a single at the dental hall. Really? Yeah. Oh my god, I can fall last year. Yeah. My friend was like, she told me in law school, she said they had one of the older guys in law school tell the younger guys what did he wanted, like in law school, like things for like hygiene. And he said, especially you Middle Eastern guys. He was Middle Eastern, or he's from Persia. Especially you Persian guys who have hair that grows up from. And whenever I have a hair, I was really, yeah. Sometimes I get this random ass hair. People would Margaret DeSalle, who pulled this hair? I had some girls, Margaret, Lori, Sarah, over the course of my life, who got really close with me, who would be like, "You have a random hair here," and they just yank it out of my fucking head. I have a random hair that randomly grows out of my forehead, like randomly right here, and you can never see it until it gets long. I mean, I'm probably sure you get it now, but it gets so long, it'll get like this long, and you're actually able to like fucking. It's hilarious. Really? Yeah, I have normal hair, no other hairs on my forehead. One fucking random ass hair. And since it's not on my head, it's not cut during the haircut, and then it just grows like super fun. Really, yeah. Anyway, just one random forehead, yeah. But a bunch of people would be like, "Oh yeah, I pulled that fucking hair off his fucking head." Why? Because they'd be like, "It's so fucking long." Oh, you got it here? I feel it. It's like right here or something. Is that the end of your fucking story? No, I was hoping it was some other stuff. Oh no, I was talking about that. So then my friend married. Then what? I'm not saying I didn't know those girls around the corner there. I just was never in their room, like I was in these other girls' rooms, and I was in these other girls' rooms all the time. So then on the other side, they didn't live together. Hold on. There's this one girl, I can't think of her name, but she's fucking escaped. I think her name's Megan or something, or Sarah or something. Oh wait, then there's a Megan. Hold on. I had two friends over there, two specifically on this other side of the park. Who were they? Brooke Marie Trudeau and Amanda Fish. Oh no, Amanda was next door to her. Really? Yeah. And Amanda and Kimmy. Amanda would just be like, "He's the best guy ever, girls." But no, why? I can't believe I remember Kimmy. Why? Because Kimmy didn't go out with all these other girls like everybody else, but like I still remember this girl's name. I'm really happy about that. Why? Well, if I remember that girl's name, I remember a lot. I mean, I don't remember. That was Amanda's roommate. Really? Yeah. And Amanda, you and I were friends. And anybody else on that floor? Brooke's roommate. I can't remember her name. It was like I do though. I do remember it. It was like an Irish name, and I think it started with a C. And it wasn't. It might have been Keelan, but I don't know. I had another friend, Keelan, who was like that. There might have been a Keelan there. But there was another girl, Brooke's roommate. was I think a brunette girl. Really? Yeah, meaning like I would see her at a party and be, oh yeah, I know who she is or whatever, but and she knew who I was, but it wasn't. She was like these were like more poor girls than we were. But Brooke, and it's Brooke Marie. I think it's Brooke hyphenated Marie, but she's an amazing Irish dancer. Amazing Irish dancers. Really, I know a lot of Irish dancers. Really, of that, it's Brooke Irish dance, and Sarah Irish dance. I think Teresa Irish dance. I think Kimmy might have. Amanda, I think could. I don't think she did. That wasn't her thing. Really, yeah. Kimmy, I don't think Irish did. Could. That's a different thing. They didn't while they were in school. Brooke did though, and she was really good at it. But I had some other girl friends who were really good at it too. My friend Tara. I think Brooke and Tara would probably be two of the best. And then this girl Siobhan was on the dance team. I knew some girls on the dance. I think my friend Mum Dog. What's her name? Lauren. Did she Irish dance? Not like she might have. But, they had to be more like nimble. That was a different kind of dance. That's Irish dancing, and they were the dance team. But Siobhan did both, something like that. Really, yeah. Anyway, I was so rude to this girl, not really a lot of people, but I'd be like, I would see her name. I'd be like, "What's your name?" And she'd be like, "Siobhan," and I'd be like, "Oh, that's such a pretty name. How do you spell that?" And she'd be like, "It's complicated." I was like, SIOBAN with like it.
800,000 people to be locked down in their homes. So which country is making the most?
And I was like, "Oh, Sibian." She's like, "No, Siobhan." It's like, oh, okay. No, it's not chiffon. Chiffon is like, well, chiffon is like lemon chiffon. Like, that's one word. Chiffon is like CHAFON. No, she was. Isn't it chiffon? Maybe it's another way to spell chiffon. Hold on. How the fuck do you say this name?
It may be wise to remember the boosters we line up for once or twice a year only offer temporary help, and that help lasts for 6 months. When more and more studies profess having a strong immune system may be our best protection, and literally hundreds of studies online suggest behavioral spice.
Oh, it is Siobhan. So it's the Gaelic form of Joan. Really? So that girl fucking was a really good Irish dancer. But it wasn't like lemon chiffon, but like yellow chiffon. Anyway. So there are a bunch of girls like that. I just didn't know where they lived. Like Siobhan. I don't know where she lived. Why? I didn't fucking walk into every single girl's room there. Oh, I think she lived in Holy Cross, though. Really? Yeah. Why? If I didn't know you, I'm not Holy Cross, Lamont. I think she lived in Lamont. If I didn't know you, that well, you'd probably live in that. Why? I mean, I could just say, like, I think I remember seeing her there. And it's not like she was anything great. I would be like to her, "You're a pretty girl," but it's not like there are a ton of girls there, and she would know that. But she's just, I'm trying to use her as an example of like a person I don't exactly where they live. But anyway, anybody else on that floor? Yeah, my friend Lori's RA. I don't know her, I don't remember her name. Was she cool? So what happened? Hold on, we got in trouble. But what happened? How the fuck did that happen? Was she cool? No, she was a fucking bitch, and everyone hated her. Wait, she was fine. She had some of the most high profile partiers that fucking place had ever seen on her floor. And my friend Lori was not one of them. She was not like that in high school. And when I say partiers, the slutty girls I knew were at the university. These girls were not. These girls were classy girls. Really, yeah. Cum Dumpster went to the university. You can get into some really, no, but perhaps in the future. It's like that. Really? Yeah. And with one girl I knew who set the trend more than. It's like the most beautiful story of any story. So, yeah, but anyway, she did her own fucking movie. It was. You could tell that story. That's a beautiful story. All of stuff over here is what's in here. They don't give a shit. It's like. It's the most. It's not. I'm not right. It was done. But it was like, well, all I wanted to do my entire life was go to university. I don't remember a time about it. And I knew the day it was going to happen. I knew the year. It was on a vanity plate. Everyone knew it. And then to not get in was just heartbreaking. And I dated this girl who was brilliant my freshman year. And she knew how badly I wanted to get in. And it's like all I talked about. And it was like, I never talked to her about a future of like, if I go there, do you want to continue to date? It wasn't like that. It was like, we were friends, and I mean, we took things really slowly, or I made sure we did. It was like my first relationship, and in life, and where I was like dating a girl and seeing her more often. And I think if you had to take any girl from college, who I saw most consistently, not most consistent, dated and but she wouldn't have been the girl who I would have married first. That would have been a different girl. This girl though was the girl who I did date the longest. Why? This is how interesting it was. At least with her, she's such a cool person, strong, brilliant. She's a math major. She's an Ivy League doctor a doctor at an Ivy institution now. She and I would just rent Casablanca and we would watch it in her dorm room. Now, that was a different dorm. That was in and we would just sit there like this, like never touch each other, really, and just watch. And I remember, I always say this.
And welcome back to Coast Sports Story. We'll introduce our guest here at Curiosity Doctor, psychiatrist, and director of the program in bioethics and American.
Because if there was like anything you had, if it was nice, I was just show on it.
And also the director of the Health and Human Flourishing program at the Suffer Institute in Followforfollow. He taught psychiatry previously at the UCLA School of Medicine, where he was the director of the medical ethics program at UCLA Health.
All I want to do
is the ethics committee at the California Department of State Hospitals. Dr. Giuliani's work has appeared in the Wall Street Journal.
I don't want to say on and off, because that makes it sound bad.
Our digital public discourse.
No, it was
First Things. His book is called The New Abnormal. And I got to tell you, Aaron, it is one scary book, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Hey, very good to be with you. Give us the definition.
We were getting closer and closer.
So, biomedical security,
the point would have started like or nothing's going to happen. And it was like, well, it all depended on whether I was going to get to the university.
public health has become militarized. And I can talk a little bit more about what I mean by that.
I studied to have feelings for roommate.
And then the second element is digital
And the honest
technology
way
and data and control. And the third element is the police
and
power.
spending a lot of time for
So one concrete example of this that people would be familiar with is the vaccine passports that were rolled out during COVID.
and I don't think it's right
Practice having to show a QR code to your phone to get on the train, get on the plane, go to a restaurant, go to a public event.
You haven't said it before. I understand. Maggie's an amazing person. That's why I live
And
with her.
what this QR code demonstrated is
I understand. I appreciate you telling me the
health
truth.
authorities
And
had mandated you to do. So
I said, "Well, I'm back to
if you think about it,
She said, "Of course."
did
you? Yeah, I mean, like the next year, she would come over to my dorm, and I don't want to say we didn't pre-date, but we were like friends. We would hang out, and then we were going to go on spring break together as friends, like, and continue our friendship. Really, yeah. And we would go, we would hang out my junior year. We hung out my senior year because they were all these girls like, why don't you come out to the bars? Why don't you come out to the bars? Yeah, they're too expensive. And then, and my friend could be really, yeah, and we did most of the things together. So, and what you
the pandemic is being mostly behind, but a lot of these policies, whether it's
something.
society like lockdowns,
Oh, yeah,
or
this is
school closures, or vaccine mandates,
no one ever
or
did that.
vaccine passports, a lot of these
I'm not
have been
saying she
rolled back in recent months.
But she never talked about the anniversary.
And so
She only talked about
people, I
something
think,
new.
mistakenly believe
And
that
all I did was
put
talk
all
about
of
the
this
cancer
in the
here,
rear
like,
view
and
mirror.
both in positive
But what
manners.
I show in the book is that the infrastructure that was put in place during the pandemic is still in place and ready to be used for the
You know,
next
as I say this, we were on a
public
date
health
my junior
emergency
year
or the next
in
declared
school
crisis.
when she told me who my roommate was.
The
Really?
rural powers
Yeah.
right now are
So I
very
mean,
motivated
we
to
dated
find the
on
next
and off,
declared public health emergency or the next declared crisis. We've seen
but it
efforts
wasn't like,
already.
I shouldn't say that. We would go on dates, but she was my friend. Really, yeah. We were friends. And she would say, he explained it as best as we could, because it was really, really innocent, but we were really friends. And he was very honest with me and said he was getting feelings from my roommate, and I understood that because she's a great roommate. And these two roommates were the two closest roommates of anyone I met at Central Near. They were these two. They were like soulmates from best friends, in such a beautiful way. And the sad thing was, I mean, not sad. They had another friend, Sarah. There's another Sarah. Oh my God, I forgot.
And the next step will be
She was always the third wheel with these two because they were so close. You had to feel sorry for her, and she's an amazing person too. Really, yeah. Why? She's from Mississippi. And she's sweetest little Southern California. How y'all? No, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Everything is y'all. Everything is y'all. Really? Where was going? How long was Mississippi? She'd be like, tell your story about it.
So anyone who cares about human flourishing, for anyone who cares about basic freedoms and constitutional rights.
And what?
Story of lockdown in Wuhan, 800,000 people. Would you say at this point, Aaron, that China is the worst offender of the biomedical security states?
Without a doubt, I mean, the lockdown
This is all I do here is
are
fucking school.
nothing short of horrifying for anyone who's familiar with the details of what the state has done in that region, and it's very clear that
I never knew the whole time.
the outbreak in China
This girl
is a way of the Chinese Communist Party exercising unprecedented levels of control over the movements of its citizens, over mechanisms to gather data on its citizens' financial transactions, on its citizens' behavior,
she would be
And
the first
so
person.
that's a very extreme example of where all of this can
And
take
fuck
us.
that chat.
And I think
There's always a one way.
there's a tendency on the part of Americans to
Sure.
think that
Everything goes
whatever's
to the
going
university.
on in China,
She changed the flow
that is,
where
that's something that's happening
people would transfer from the
far more
universities.
repressive, authoritarian regime than what we have here.
Why?
So while we can sympathize
It would
with the
become
folks
back
that are suffering under that regime, or suffering under this extreme
That's what I'm
there, we don't have to worry about that. Because we're still living in a free and open society. And I think it's important for us to realize that many of our pandemic policies, starting with the lockdowns and school closures, took a cue from the Chinese Communist Party, and in fact, what can always be characterized as propaganda that was put out by the Chinese Communist Party in the earliest days of the pandemic. So people may forget that lockdowns originated in Wuhan. The first lockdown was done where the virus originated. The Chinese Communist Party announced to the world that it had stamped out the virus by engaging in these extreme measures that had never been done before. Now, that turned out to be propaganda. That turned out not to be true. If that was true, we would still be seeing a couple of years later these extreme lockdowns in China, still trying to stamp out the virus, which is an impossible proposal. But the rest of the world actually believes the Chinese Communist Party, the World Health Organization, or its leadership, promulgated this idea. The public health officials starting in Italy, some of whom had connections to the Chinese Communist Party, initiated lockdowns. Then in Italy, that was the first Western nation to institute lockdowns. The United States followed suit. In February of 2020, Drs. Fauci and Birx, who were working for the White House coronavirus task force, basically decided that lockdowns were the way to go. It was announced in late February in the New York Times that civil rights would have to be suspended in order for us to manage the coronavirus that was headed our way. And in March, we locked down, and shortly thereafter, the entire rest of the world, more or less, most countries across the globe, locked down, in response to what the United States had decided to do. So all of us ultimately took our cues from China, which is a very, very concerning fact that shaped the entire response to the pandemic around the world.
By coming out the way you have, do you open yourself up to any scrutiny from any agencies?
Oh, I certainly imagine so. I believe that I have probably been on the NSA's radar screen really since the truckers' convoy that occurred earlier in the early months of this year. So folks may remember the convoy that occurred in Canada, where miles and miles, or I guess kilometers and kilometers up there of truckers made their way to Ottawa and parked their trucks in the city for an extended stay. This is a really sort of novel, a new form of grassroots advocacy and a grassroots movement where people were pushing back against authoritarian and repressive COVID measures, particularly the vaccine passport system at the U.S.-Canada border that Justin Trudeau's government had initiated. Well, in the wake of that, the truckers in the United States wanted to start a similar convoy, and in fact, I was on Zoom calls with the leadership of the People's Convoy in the United States, helping to organize a convoy that started in California, in my home state, and made its way all the way to Washington, D.C., where they circled the Beltway around the nation's capital for several days. And very interestingly, only a day or two after that Zoom call where we were organizing the American Truckers Convoy, the Department of Homeland Security issued a bulletin. And the bulletin was basically an announcement about the attackers were not, domestic terrorists that were threatening to blow up the building or instigate a mass shooting in a public area. No, these were people that were publicly criticized the nation's response, the nation's pandemic response to COVID. The people that were peacefully protesting lockdowns, were advocating online or in the media for policies that contradicted the preferred policies of our federal government, were characterized by the Department of Homeland Security literally in its bulletin as domestic terrorists or domestic threats. That bulletin and the timing of that bulletin coinciding with the organization of the Truckers Convoy, I think was not an accident. And the fact that I cooperated with those brave men and women who organized that and exercised their right of both free speech and free association, guaranteed by the First Amendment, that probably, if I was not already on the radar screen of our national security agencies, that probably landed me there.
Yeah, good job. We're going to take a quick break here and come back and talk more about your book, The New Rescue. Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. I'm Phil Hewitt from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has said he's not leaving unless he's recalled. Now a group has organized an effort to do just that. Prior to the City Hall racism scandal, there have been 3 unsuccessful attempts to recall De Leon. 2 people were stabbed to death in the parking lot of a Kohl's department store in Palmdale, and police have arrested the suspect. Officers say the man lives in a nearby homeless encampment. A dead man was found in an underground electrical vault in San Bernardino. Security footage shows the man walking around outside the Carousel Mall early Wednesday morning.
I should be like 1 o'clock in the corner. 4 o'clock in front of like finding out, watching Ellie.
High overnight lows in the 50s, then mostly sunny for your Friday, and then highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. Low 70s to go. And it's going to stay that way all the way through Halloween Monday. Right now in Santa Ana, 59, Mission Diego 56, Santa Monica 55, and in Glendale it's currently 57 degrees. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Phil Hewitt. This is the 60. There is a full freeway closure northbound from East Boulevard to Golden West. All lanes are going to be shut down to road work at Jail 5. And in Claremont, we have good news. Earlier past 7 o'clock on the 210 westbound after Down Avenue has been cleared for lanes. The drive is recovering in that area. Long Beach, there is a westbound 7 northbound from Long Beach Boulevard to the bank of 1. 2 right lanes going to be shut down to road work at Jail 5. Expect delays in that area. KFI is the sky.
If you were ever gonna hook up with any of your friends' little sisters,
People at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe Uline is a hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supply.
She was so smart. Really, yeah. But that one was a pipe dream. Why? This is Steve. She's a freshman. And it was already like I did see her once though, when I was in college. And I got some not vindication at all. Pride out of I got in university. Really, yeah. You got the magazine. And the man. Well, she had Jen. Did you ever see it? Yeah, I think a little. But she never like came in. Stay. Well, she could. But like, actually, I don't think that's that. I think I know. But sure, they what else did they think about? That fucking scripts. Really, yeah. And yeah, questions. Alright, are you done? No, what was I saying? Oh, somebody's voice is yeah. Why? I would have been. I mean, that thought went through my mind for like 10 seconds, and my friend Mark, I was like, it went down like this. It went down like this. We're in. Well, I knew this kid since I was like in 4th grade or something, but we didn't really know it because we just played golf together, and but maybe even earlier than that. But I never saw his sister, and then I was in like 7th grade, and I think I saw her, and she's just like a girl with glasses, little girl with glasses. Okay, cool. Then we're like in 8th grade, so a little girl with glasses, girl. 9th grade, little girl with glasses, girl. 10th grade, little girl with glasses, girl. 11th. 12th grade comes out. This girl's a freshman, and she's smoking hot. And now, when you know, I some messed that story. Why? Because I said in 8th grade, when I saw that this girl was kind of cute, I said to Barency, I'm gonna ask your sister out to prom. And he said, go for it. When we're in 8th grade. Really, yeah. And why? Because he's like, there's no way you're going to take my sister to prom. There's no way she's going to say yes to you. That's what he said. There's no way you're going to take my sister to prom. There's no way she's going to say yes to you. Go for it. And that's exactly what he said. I will never forget. I go, I'm going to take your sister to prom. Go for it. I was like, oh, okay, big dog. So then what? So freshman year comes around and I won't shut the fuck up about haha the sisters. Is that true? No, it isn't. It isn't. No. Why? Because she was in like in 6th grade or something. It was not. I was not saying that. What did I say? I think when I was in 8th grade, I said it as a joke to Fancy, just because I was giving him shit. But when he said go for it, I was like, all right, well, I'll keep that in the back of my mind. If this girl turns out to be pretty cute, maybe. So then what? Freshman year comes around. Well, 8th grade. Freshman year comes around. Well, the senior year came around. I remember seeing her in like, I would see her in study hall. And what? She's very, very pretty. She's the prettiest girl. I can't tell you that she's the prettiest girl in Pawnee because that doesn't exist. Really? No. Why? I knew like the prettiest girl in the city limits. Who was the prettiest girl in the city limits? I don't know. Her house was not in the city limits. It was like, I don't know, a quarter mile outside the city limits or something. So I could say she was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen in that, whatever. Not just there, within the city. She was the prettiest girl I chose. However, when I was in college, there was a girl from a different county, and she was like a different kind of pretty. Why? How would I describe it? One of them was like, how would I describe it?
Hey, business owners, I've got some great news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A2B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A2B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa, and you can use your A2B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A2B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious activity. But A2B is about more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation-related costs and help quickly prep your taxes and are always there to help you with 24/7 support that answers concerns. You work hard for your business. Get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you.
Then there was this girl from,
A2B, there's no credit check
I kind of tutored her in college, and I never made any moves on her. She's so hot, though. I could just say that. My friends would be like, oh my god, you're so hot. Why didn't anything ever happen? She had a boyfriend. Before I even knew her, she had a long-term boyfriend. And I think she married the guy, and I think he was a really cool guy. Really, yeah. But, and she was like a really, really good-hearted person. So I could tell she was a very good-hearted person who needed help in English. And I remember the first day of class, we had English, and the teacher read my paper, and she's like, there's nothing for me here. And so she had me sit next to this girl and help her. But yeah. And what was that like? That lady really wanted Hillary Clinton to be president. And I could say that would not happen. But Chelsea would be Clinton someday, and so she would be happy to hear that. She was a really good teacher, professor. Really, yeah. But I did not need to take this class. It was like a prerequisite. I had actually tested into it, so it was like the highest I could take. And I'm not saying I'm that great of a writer, but when you're there to teach people how to write, and somebody already knows how to write, there's not much more that you can do. I mean, she'd be, well, what's your major? I'm political science. Okay. Well, there's already a lot of writing in that, so you're probably going to want to write things in that. And I'm just teaching basic English here. It wasn't that complicated. Though there were some grammar rules and things that could probably have learned a lot better, but I just tutored this girl, and she was so spectacularly hot. She was like Britney Spears. And then this one other girl was like the hottest girl from Southwest Florida, Michigan. And oh my god, she was so much more in person. She was just really great hearted and talked a lot about the environment and different kind of partying. I'm into that, but I'm really a socialist, probably libertarian socialist. I could be. Whatever the fuck they are in Israel, it's a pro CBD libertarian. Pardon. I should look that one up.
Knowledge that that laboratory was working on gain of function.
I don't know. I like not knowing who they are, and I want them to find me. Really? Yeah. That kind of fucked up. So, but truthfully, my political leanings can be anything because I knew politics very well, so I could shapeshift or whatever. I could sit here and debate Roe v. Wade and be so pro-life with you all day long. I could sit here and say that I will fuck you. Let's have an abortion just to have an abortion to celebrate the right to have an abortion as well. I'll do both. I can do anything you want. You want to talk about socialism? Great. You want to talk about how great capitalism is? Wonderful. Why do you choose socialism? At the end of the day, you have nothing, and capitalism provides for nothing. Like, at the end of the day, somebody's got to have something. Capitalism is great in that spot. But if you don't have something and there's no safety net, you die. At least socialism, there's no safety net. Really? Yeah. Well, people, you hear these fucking Russians come from Russia say how terrible things are there. And how bad communism was. And how great things were here. Things were great. And even those Russians would say the country that they moved, they left Russia to move here, it changed. This country changed. It got very in debt. It lost its morality. It lost a lot of customs and traditions. It became very corporate. And so it became really a fascist state. And so they would say,
do you think the plan
they,
after COVID started hitting, and that was shutting
with
down
those flat fascist things, like fucking,
do you think that was a
you know what fascists are?
plan, or did they stumble
What
into
is it? It's a symbol of
You know, there was something about the idea of
shit.
society like
It's a symbol of
which had never
fascism.
been done before. People compared this to the quarantine.
Not exactly corporate.
And apples and
It's like
right? At earlier times in the ancient medieval world, they sometimes locked gates of their cities, sometimes closed borders, but they never forced people to stay
That's
homes. They never prevented people from working, from applying their trade. They never forced people.
So they would say this country is that great. Really, yeah. They'd say it's better than a country I left, but what changed? What was the big thing that changed things?
A couple of years after 9/11, around 2004, 2005, there was discussion among some sort of military and intelligence experts who were worried about biological weapons that had this idea of society-wide lockdown. So
There were other things,
but it was just never really
it's a
great
small
public health of COVID. So it's a really good question. Okay, why did we do we stumble into this?
Well, what's up?
Yes and no. We took our views
9/11
and Wuhan, as I mentioned before. Some of that was done under a sort of panic atmosphere. But we also have to recognize that there were.
So 9/11 made it so that this country wasn't any fun to live in, basically. Yeah, it became too much of a secret state.
For example,
And it became too much based around corporate powers.
the corporation Amazon lobbied
A lot of
West Coast states to accept lockdown and government on the West Coast to accept lockdown. Now, why
those
does
are
the
things
corporation
they did not come for what they did. They became American citizens. We take that test, and I bet I missed a whole bunch of shit on it. I go, oh my god, who's someone I never remember? Thomas Paine?
Exactly, and that happened
Really?
with
Yeah.
all the big tech giants, from Amazon to Google to
I don't know a lot about Thomas
Facebook and
Paine.
other social media companies. When people are all
About
about
Nathan.
all their commerce online, when businesses are closed, Amazon's competitors are basically going out of business. That's very good for them financially. So their profit soars. The net worth of their CEO, Jeff Bezos.
Oh, who's else is
So, we would be naive to say
Then there was this other girl
there weren't people that
who was like,
profited from the
okay,
pandemic.
I know she's out of
The
it.
pandemic and the lockdown.
That's the thing.
I shouldn't say the
They have
pandemic.
that shit on
All of
this
this
girl
response
is fucking.
to the
She's so hot. And
basically
what?
ended up.
Oh my God! I had an opportunity to catch her on 50-yard line, and I fucked it up, but I did it again. That I would tell her that's like my big fucking regret. Why I did this. But yeah. But what? Not at the stadium either. A different stadium. She took me to a football stadium. I fucked it up. Like, yeah, I was just like, oh my God, girl. Of anybody who's ever fucked anything up, I fucked it up. But I would tell her, no, I didn't. Why? I didn't want to commit. I couldn't commit. I had nothing, and she would understand. I had absolutely nothing. I was not in that position to date, and I didn't want to get committed. But yeah. But anyway, it's not like I only dated five girls. I only dated people who interest
was kind of on the early notion that COVID would spread like rock, like what comes out of your nose when you sneeze or you cough. We learned pretty quickly that COVID was spread by aerosol, basically by the air in the room. So you don't get COVID because you sit 4 feet from someone. Your risk of getting COVID has to do with how long you spend in a room where there's another person, other people with COVID. And so, is there a way, the way to deal with it is not through plexiglass, but through opening the windows and improving ventilation?
That's a tough question. Why? Like I'd say, yeah, they're all very attractive. But then you get into like Hollywood-looking hot girls, and these girls are they could work it with me. We're not trying to say. It's a different look. It's very more girl next door versus.
What is next? So we've gone through the COVID situation. The flu basically is non-existent.
Which I had both. Absolutely. My best girlfriend in college as a senior.
As I said earlier, climate change has been reframed as a public
but it wasn't too. She did
I anticipate as well that we may be seeing major cyber attacks in the future that could be a threat to repair, a threat to our infrastructure.
The other one is the first mother-daughter cheerleader in the history.
If you look at international,
and there's another one, the third one, and she's the Ruby of it. And where did she live? Because I knew her very well. My friend before. Yeah, she's the female equivalent of your father. She's got a mouth on her like a motherfucker. Oh, yeah, her father is the CFO of Harlem Davidson. She's fucking right. Oh my God. But yeah, her husband was great. It's really nice to see you. Well, man, how you doing? I would be like, to them, I'm very glad, or truthfully, I'm very glad they got it. Why? Because I like them both, and I really liked her because she was like the female, she's the girl that I've ever been the most like me that I've ever met, like looking in the mirror, not looking in the mirror, but like her personality and things. She was just very outgoing, like funny, wow, just hilarious. Yeah. And when I met her, it was like there was like a connection.
And one of the ones that they did, I believe it was last year, not last year.
Greg was my friend, and I saw them. I don't want to say they didn't know each other, but like they didn't know each other that well, and I saw them start to date.
So
I was really happy.
there's going to be another declared state of emergency. And that state of emergency could be dealing with something like the energy crisis or the climate crisis, but it could also deal with a computer virus, which is characterized along with, even though a computer virus has nothing to do with it, it's nothing like an actual biological virus. A lot of the same language that was adopted during the COVID pandemic could be redeployed to help us manage the threat of a computer virus. You may hear people talking about flattening the curve on this cyber attack.
she's another person.
So it's not clear
Perhaps
what will come next. Other
could have
biological
transferred,
have
but she cheered up
clear
the team.
attempts
She
in
was
the
a
last
captain
few
of
months
the
to
team.
characterize other
I don't like
biological
that.
threats, like the monkeypox,
She
as
really
though they're a
that
threat to the
motherfucker.
entire
Like, I
population.
know what I
You know, so far those
worked
things
that one. Actually, she was
haven't caught on or
she worked
haven't
very hard
caught
on it.
much
And who's
traction.
someone who worked very hard on it.
But
And
the
she was
state that on the government
let's just say she got
during the
hurt.
pandemic
And
relies
my friend
on
Grace,
crises
I had a friend Grace,
and relies legally on
and
state emergency,
never
then
was able
there
to
will be another public health or public emergency, either
why
real or manufactured, I anticipate, within the next few years.
That's too close. What's the end game?
so
What do they want?
Yeah. So I think the end game is, control of large
alright.
populations.
Good Yoshi,
So,
good job. Yoshi,
if,
did he know?
in the short term, the next
Did he know?
aspect of the
Yeah, but
biomedical
interestingly,
security
like,
that we're going to
I knew
roll
her
out are, I think, two things
long before she
that
did.
are already being
And
introduced. The first is digital IDs that are tied to biometric
and
data,
she knew me
tied
before.
to
Like we knew each other before.
facial scans.
Really? Isn't that true? I think it might not be.
Eventually, the next step after that becomes normalized and widely adopted is something under the skin that can monitor things like blood pressure and heart rate and vital
Oh,
signs.
what I
Which
was
actually
gonna
can give you
but this one night I had
information
my
on
friend's
person's emotional
eight.
response.
Can't remember what it was.
Those biometric
You
IDs,
took the
I
Lord
anticipate, will
maybe
be
we should
tied
be
into
doing that.
financial
No, never did. Never wanted to.
ability
Or
of
would
the
happen.
government or big
But-
tech of
But
to monitor all of our financial behavior. The mechanism for that is probably going to be
I was at
central bank issued digital currency.
This sounds like end-time prophecy, doesn't it?
Well, look, and I don't want to characterize either
I
of
would
these
go
as
to
sort of
college
dystopian
when
science
I was in
fiction
high
because
school,
actually
and
all
I
of these
bring my
technologies,
friends
including
sometimes.
the skin
But we had to kind of lie to their parents
devices
as to
for
where we
biometric monitoring. These are technologies that
And
are already
so the
available.
plan was I was going to go pick up my friend Lori. We were going to go to campus and go to parties.
No,
And
so
I was going to
this
drop
is
her off
rolled out
at
there,
her house later that night.
and it's going to be
And
proposed
what?
under the guise of convenience, right?
It was really snowy,
Got to be able to
and
left
she
your,
was having to come back from.
your
She
phone.
had she had a
We'll
boyfriend.
just do a fingerprint or a facial scan, and you can, jump to the security line. So it will be sold without
I mean, she had a boyfriend.
on the basis of convenience.
But
The frictionless cashless society that
not where she was.
doesn't require any inconveniences for you.
Why? Because when they were dating, she and I did not hang out.
Every one of these transactions is being monitored, and the characteristics will start
It would have been inappropriate.
in one direction
I would have been like,
but it really was being introduced.
he was my
the
friend.
ability of an
It would have
algorithm
been cool for him to drop her off at her
to
house
push a button
and then me go off to college party somewhere. If anything, it would have been I'm going to go there too. So it had to be after they broke
behavior that we're trying to encourage.
and
Like, so concerning thing about this whole infrastructure that's being rolled out, and sort of describe this in the later chapters of my book, particularly in the epilogue. The epilogue is called Seattle 2030, and it's the sort of thought experiment
I think
where this is
she
not
was
going to
coming
be
from somewhere
years.
far away.
Instead of imagining
Chicago?
futuristic
No,
technology,
not that
I basically said,
But it was like,
all the technology
I want to say a
that are
basketball
currently
game or
available,
something.
it's just not in widespread use yet. They haven't been accepted.
And but I don't want to say that either. 'Cause if it was a basketball game, I would have been that. I would have done school stuff.
What would your life look
That like
Hold on, Aaron. We're at the top of the
She
hour. We'll come back, finish up
we're
that
doing girls'
statement,
basketball to those
find out
games.
where we can buy your book, and then open up the phone lines so people can ask you a question.
Join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page with thousands of members. It's great for
She
show
was
updates and connecting with other fans. Go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
There was a big snow, and I went over to her house and I was waiting for her. And she called and she was like, "Yeah, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be another like 2 hours before I'm able to get out of here." for some reason, I forget what it was. And so I was at her house with her mom and I'd been to her house like her mom and dad was always very nice.
Your home is an ecosystem. Solar power, battery storage, and efficient air conditioning all work together to ensure your house is comfortable, protected, and self-sustaining. Save today and prepare for tomorrow with separate 360 and all-in-one home energy solution.
Oh yeah, that was funny. But so I had Pico, fucking these cargo pants that were size 40, and I was like, oh, they were 44. Really? That's what they were. They were 44. They were so big. To the point where I had the fucking, okay, I could put both hands in them. Ask Lori, ask Jenny Higginbotham. She knows I put both hands in them and stick it out of my fly. We were at an opera at the Kennedy Center when I did this, and I was fucking hitting her with it in a fun way, like not in a disrespect. I mean, was it disrespectful? Is your dick coming out of your fly? She's like my sister. We carpool together. We live in the same neighborhood. I mean, I knew her family very well. She doesn't need to do that. It was making her laugh. If she would have said at any point it's stopped, I would have stopped. It made her uncomfortable. But it made her laugh to the point where she was like pissing herself during the opera. Really? I don't know if I've ever made anybody laugh that hard. But I mean, she had to like get up in the middle of fucking the opera at the Kennedy Center. And she and Rachel Coy, I mean, both laughed very hard, but Jenny especially, because it was coming out of my fucking fly. It had these really big fucking pants. Why? I got them on sale at fucking Old Navy. They were on clearance. They weren't even on sale. Really? Yeah. When I bought this pea coat, it was like pea coats. It was like I don't know. It was very affordable. I remember I bought this pea coat. It was like I remember being at Old Navy and I was like, I cannot believe how cheap shit is. Really? Yeah. It's so cheap. Some of their stuff, like I don't know, like girls go crazy over the dollar flip flops. Really? Yeah. Well, that's cool. I went crazy over their clearance shit. One time they had like a pea coat that I remember it was like maybe like $140 for $35. And then what? They had these pants that were so fucking big, but they were really cool looking pants. I mean, they were just casual pants. They weren't really cool. They were just tight. So then I got those. So what? So these pants were so fucking big that I would have to take the flap and kind of put it like this and put the belt over it, and it had like this little gap of like fucking cloth in between my like it was a fucking puzzle. But why? Because there's like 6 inches of extra pant that I did not need. Anyway, was that the end of your story? Are we talking about that? Oh, yeah. Oh, so I was at her mom and dad's house. And what? Well, her dad died, and I feel really bad about that. And I was. There were 2 funerals in the children. My friend's dad died. Both white people. I had to they don't understand. I mean, I don't but we get her dad back and then forever's a thing. And we gotta come up with projects, and then why not? If people back from the dead somehow we'll figure it out. She goes, how do you figure it out? Like when we got pictures of her, somehow there'd be like a computer software that you'd be able to take a picture and see what's in somebody's head from like just a picture, just like be able to see what is in their cells, and then we'd be able to get some of this DNA, somehow put it in a machine and somehow try to bring them out as best as possible, or make it so that she could put on like an Oculus Rift or something and like still interact with them, because like we had his voice and stuff in like video, and knew what he looked like, so it'd be like a 3-dimensional picture. So she would never even know the difference until we can bring him back, so she could like virtually that. Those things would be really cool. Right. Anyway, I was there with her mom and her dad and my dad. Her dad was her dad, she's nice. And so was her mom. Very nice lady, but very, very what she would say, she was always trying to figure me out. Really? I would be like, this is Parker. I was trying to figure me out. She was like, does she dislike Lori? No. Kind of, but not maybe. They're just friends, it seems like. But she was always like, a guy's not just like into my daughter like that. What else is there? Is he gay? No. But it was always like she was trying to figure me out. Really? Absolutely. And then what? So this one night, I'm gonna go to campus, and so we're gonna have to lie to her mom as to where we're going, and dad. What were we saying? I don't know if we were lying to him. I think we said. He went to know it. What did you say? I think you were saying we were going to Steak and Shake. So what would you do? We'd go to campus, and then they'd make sure to go to Steak and Shake at the end, and then we didn't lie. Really? Yeah. It's like how I would justify things. It's like, well, we didn't lie. It's like a lawyer trick. But anyway, this one time, Lori was really, really late or something, and so I was just at her parents' house, and it was like I would spend a lot of time with her parents. I got but my family was always kind of an outsider family. We weren't in all these other families where they had all these communities. So what you do? But I got to know them, and I don't want to say they did, they trusted me, but was it a good move to trust me? Yeah, it was, but it was a risk. Why? Because it's like no matter what, if you're like gonna have your daughter with somebody, this person fucking over so bad. How? Drunk driving, rape, sexual assault, all kinds of things. But like they knew me really pretty well, and we went to good schools. And they knew I generally pretty good on my shoulders. What'd you do? They were nice enough to say, look, Lori's going to be a couple hours. Have you ever seen, or they said, Mrs. Bartlett said, you always say that you've never seen Finding Nemo. And I'm like, you're right. Why? Because I was proud. Like, I like to not see, I like to be the last motherfucking to see a lot of movies. And everybody had seen that fucking movie. I was like, yeah, you're right. And she's like, well, why don't you stay and watch Finding Nemo with us? So who watched it? Well, it was fun. I was watching with Mr. and Mrs. Bartlett. Like, because they were just my friend's parents, and we were just watching the movie. And then their daughter came in, Amy, and she watched it. And it wasn't like it was like weird because it was like a girl and her parents, and I'm watching a movie with them, and I knew her very well too. But so were Andy. But I don't know. I decided I don't. Amy's very pretty,
Research
um,
shows that the sleep
but nothing ever happened to me. I'm almost proud it didn't. And I would say to Lori, I mean, like here I was, I had the opportunity. I'm saying the opportunity was there, where I was very close with her parents, to the point where Amy and I were pretty close, and we would hang out outside of Lori. But we never ever would hook up, and I never wanted it to happen. And I mean, I think all these people, it was like it would have been weird because it would have ruined my relationship with their relationship. Would have ruined their relationship, their sibling, ruined my relationship with their sibling, which would have ruined the little community we built. And anybody else's siblings. Oh yeah. But I just remember it was very.
I'm your man, Steve Harvey, and I got some great news. Listen to me, for real. There's just one day left to enter to win $7,000 a week for life.
Well, it was very much
You
like
gotta be in it to win it. Enter now.
that night. It felt like I was dating her little sister, and it was probably the closest that I ever came to dating her little sister, but, or anybody's little sister. I'd say would be that. Really? Yeah. So what would it be? Just watching a movie with their parents, but that's pretty close. It was, so then what happened? So Lori came. That's so funny. She came and she's like, "What are you guys doing?" And we're like, I'm like, "Oh, I saw Finding Nemo. It's really good. I know about what everybody's talking about, and I know about what everybody's talking." And she's like, "That's great. What in the hell are you doing, Mom and Dad?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, we just spent time with Michael, and we watched a movie." And she's like, "Amy, what are you doing?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, my friends didn't want to hang out tonight, so I just stayed in and we watched Finding Nemo." And she's like, she had to be like, she's like, "This is wild." What? She's like, "My friend is here with my family, and here I am walking into my house, and they've just watched a movie, and it's like they're a whole little unit over here, and I'm the outside person." It was very weird to her, to the point where like her dog's on the couch and stuff. Like I really but she had a really cute dog. Really, what was her dog's name? I think Princess. Really, or she called it Princess, but really, this dog was cute, mean as fuck. Never did I ever touch the dog, or pet the dog. Um, no. I had friends who would tell me, "Don't pet my dog," and I never did. And people that did get bitten, and it'd be like, "Well, they warned you," but it would be like, "Yeah." Would her dog bite you? Um, I shouldn't say I never. No, I did. This is how I'd have to pet her dog. She'd say, "Come here," and she'd say, "Give me your hand," and she'd like put my hand on the dog, and the dog had to see that it was okay. Really, yeah. As opposed to me sticking my hand out there. So I mean, some dogs are really they're very. Um, Territory. Anyway, so that was the closest you ever did to anybody's sister. Um, Anybody else? Never came close to dating ViralRabbi. Never wanted to. Would have been weird. And I was too close with their family. She's too much like my sister. Um, Anna Jendel. Well, Laura Bradley would come over. Like, there were a bunch of little sisters I would hang out with in college, but I never hooked up with them. Kayla Poinsett Jones's little sister, Kelsey Poinsett Jones. She'd come over a lot. She and I spent some time in an elevator once, and of anybody, I would think, or I would say Kayla would have killed me. And I really respected Kayla so much that I know she would have killed me. And I just made sure I walked her sister back to her room, and she got back exactly where she needed to be. And unharmed and safe. But her sister would have fucking killed me. Really? Yeah, definitely. Oh, her sister would have fucking killed me. Like, not in a funny manner. Really? Yeah, because I used to joke about, oh yeah, I'm gonna hook up with your sister, and she's like, do it and I'll kill you. And I'd be like, oh, now it's kind of a challenge. But then it was like, oh no, I actually had the opportunity to. But no, your sister would kill me. But I remember we were in the elevator together, and it was like, I had walked her back to her room from my room or something, and it was Pascagoula West of PW with Pascagoula West, and I think she was on the fourth floor. Anyway, I definitely had time, and I remember looking at her and smiling, and she's smiling. The whole thing was like, Kayla will fucking kill me. It would be disrespectful of me to do. Not really, she's her own person, but I'm not. I just felt it would be disrespectful. I had a friendship with the older sibling, and like we knew each other for, at that time, like 9 years, almost 10 years. And for me to risk that, even though you and Kayla weren't close anymore, and we weren't ever really super close, but even though you weren't close anymore, you wouldn't know why. I don't know. I put myself in that position. If I were in their position and they hooked up with my sibling, if I'm a guy, I'm gonna beat your ass. And if I'm a girl, I'm gonna be like, it's gonna make it awkward, or perhaps it could make it awkward. Do you think your friends would have beat your ass? No. Like, if I would have hooked up with Anna Jendel, would Phil have been mad? No. Would he would be like, that's awkward and weird, but no. Why? I would say, like, he knew we would hang out, but nothing would happen. Or like Lord Bradley, Danny would have fucking. It would have been weird. He would have been like, that's awkward as fuck. But he would have. I would be asses. I don't care if we've known each other forever. Fuck you. Get off my fucking sister. Yeah. But they were older, and they had dealt with being a brother. This would be my first day of being a brother. I'd be like, motherfucker, I would have strangled you like Undertaker.
It's very hard, as hard as I understand, to launch a nuclear weapon accidentally.
Ever see Homer Simpson strangle Bart? Alright, are you done? Hey, Homer Simpson. You should be like, what's your biggest regret? Not kissing that girl at 50 yards. Oh, wait, I had to finish telling this one story. So let's go, Peggy. What? So I had a friend, Mike Phil. He's still my friend. So what? So he really liked Lori. Actually, the girl whose house I was at. He really liked her. They lived down the street from each other. And what happened? Why didn't she like him? It wasn't so much. He came to school late. I hate to say it. The school started in 7th grade. and he came to school in ninth grade, so he was the new kid. That doesn't mean that you couldn't make up for it if you were a new kid. We had a new girl, Gina. She joined. Even she was new, and it was kind of weird. But I'm not saying. Really? Yeah, I mean, why was it weird? It was just like we didn't have every fucking memory together growing up, so it was just hard to relate to them as much because all these other kids you've just been so close with your whole life, or seemingly. So anyway, so Lori had like friendships long before Phil, and Phil gets to school, and he's brand new, and he falls in love with her. Why? She's very attractive. She looks like Kate Beckinsale, and she's like the girl next door. She lives down the street. So I don't know if they carpooled, but sometimes they carpool, and sometimes like he gave her a ride, or she gave him a ride, things like that. So, or their parents or something like that. So it was like that. And then what?
That's exactly right. So I think I worry that too many people would be implicated by the truth of the origin of this violence. So right now we're just not seeing the political will to really sort of force the question of a robust investigation into the origin of this virus. Let's go to calls for the rest of the
I mean, there's nothing wrong with him. He's a really nice kid. He's my one of my best friends. Basically. But well, I know she was dating our other friend, and were you okay with that? Absolutely. Yeah. Even though you had asked her out in 8th grade, yeah. Why? I really didn't like her. It was like this random ass thing I did. I still couldn't like explain it. It was like I was on a wavelength to do it, and she didn't say no. She's just going to Chicago. But what? Well, then what? Why'd you ask her out? It was a thing. Like guys were talking about who they like, and so if you found out another guy liked the girl, they call us that girl out. Just to spike that motherfucker. Really? Yeah. Is that what it was? I think so, kind of. I mean, it was like, okay, I just randomly did it. Really? Yeah. But that was the most impressive thing about it, is I never, ever, 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 ever went on the girl's side of the locker room, ever talked to them, ever. It was such a big deal if you ever just even talked to a girl on the other side. But this one time I just went up, walked up to her, said that, and then really, yeah, and I was just in shock that I did. I still, and the funny thing is, neither of us really remembered me doing it. We do. We were very close in college, and we would talk about it. And people would ask, "Why haven't you two ever dated?" And I would joke about it. I'd be like, "I asked her out in 8th grade, and she was going to Chicago." And it was just like, I would say, I'm her straight Will, and she's my Grace, which was like, was that true? Yeah, that became another girl just because she looked much more like Grace, but or like Deborah Messing, but why? Because this girl like came back and said they can't look like them all, but really, yeah, but the other girl looked like Deborah Messing a lot. This girl, yeah. And are you done? Oh shit, that one went down. Yoshi. Santoshi. Yo, can I have your story? What was that? Is that the end of your shirt? You actually like, oh, my US one story is, and then this person, I was gonna go with this guy's uncle, and this guy's uncle, and this guy's older brother, and then he's gonna hook up with his friend's name. His friend's dad, so he's gonna hook up with somebody's uncle, and then he, oh dude, it feels so good right here. Why? Oh my God, I love this vibe. What? It's like, it's super cool. I love sweet really? Nitrogen in the air. Fuck you. I'm just getting off the nitrogen. Lady, what are you doing? She's got empty bags just going out on the dew on her fucking lawn. It's like, lady, what are you doing? Taking in the nitrogen, like smelling the night crawlers. Can't touch that. Wait, you gotta tell the story about Peggy. Well, because Phil was fucking you. Yeah, so what? Anyway, one time I really wanted to go fishing, and we had a pond in our backyard when I was little. And so I would go fishing like every day in the summer a lot of times. But I'd always try to get up really early, like and try to beat the fish, like to be awake. And I'd wake up at like that was really 7 or something like that. No, actually probably pretty early, like 6 get all ready. Oh, but this one night I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. So it was like 4 in the morning. And was I allowed to just go outside at 4 in the morning? Yeah, it wasn't like we lived in a super nice, super safe neighborhood. It was nice as well. So it wasn't like I don't want to say like I was my parents were worried about it. They would say so. I remember I went outside and I took. Somehow I read in a book, I think, because they didn't have the internet, how to get night crawlers. How to get night crawlers. I didn't know how. So how do you do it? You take like a paper towel, I think, if I remember correctly, it's something like this. You take like a paper towel, like get it wet, and get the ground wet as well. Is that how you do it? Night crawlers. Anyway, it's something like that. And then they're attracted to the moisture. And if you go at like early in the morning, they'll come up. And why do you put a paper towel over it? Something about that keeps the moisture in or something. I don't know. It's something like that. Or that's what I read when I was like 9. Or that's what the rumor was or something like that. I don't know. I would ask like, how to get it. Why? Because we've never had any buy worms. You had to like, worms are in the ground. So you go fucking dig up with this spade, this little, my mom had this fucking, what is it? Like a little garden set. This little like thing on which you'd sit to garden. It's like a little thing. You put all your tools in it, and they have like this fucking thing like this. There's like a little hoe, a little fucking claw thing, little spade, and you can plant like carrots and seeds and shit. Anyway, so I took the spade and I went and I got out a bunch of fucking night crawlers and went fishing. I don't know why the fuck I was talking about this. I gotta talk about this girl. So my friend, he was trying to fuck me. And shout out to this girl. She's really good. He was trying to fuck me. So what? He and I both like this girl. Not Lori. This is, well, if I say this was a different girl, but I never liked Lori, so what do you mean? Like, it was a different girl. Like, no, we've only ever both liked one girl. Yeah, it was this one girl. And what? What about that? I mean, you you know anything about it? Yeah, I mean, I know her dad went to Johns Hopkins and was a doctor. So I knew she was from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, or in and around that area. Really? Yeah, if it's not Harrisburg, she's from Pennsylvania. Really? Yeah. For sure. If not Harrisburg, it's in and around. Anything else? Is she a Phillies fan or Pirates fan? Honestly, I think on all that shit, she went both ways. I think I asked her Phillies or Steelers. Why? Because like if I meet a girl from like a city, I'll be like, okay, are you fucking Mets or Yankees? Whatever. Like if we have nothing about which to speak. Like I met this one girl at this fucking arcade once, and all we did was talk about the Red Sox. Then I got her number in fucking Chicago. Yeah, basically. Anyway, but it doesn't have to be. It can be anything. Really, yeah. But you guys be able to talk stuff. And if they don't like sports, then whatever. But, and did she like sports? No. What did she like? Tell me something she liked, Rabbi. I could. She really impressed me with what she liked. Did you ever go on a date with her? Yeah, I think so. But it might be. I would just be like, I went on a date. I went on one, like, there wasn't a whole lot to do in our town. What was it? There's this East Race Walk date, which is basically, we'd go to like, the Vine, which is downtown, Pawnee, which is a really cool restaurant they have there. Really. And shout out to the owner of that. She was, number. That restaurant I come back, but yeah, good one. Park, we go to eat. There was always Hannah King, Maggie Kate King's sister. It was always our fucking hostess. She must have seen it at least a dozen girls in that place. Really, yeah. Then we do this little walk by the East Race. Now, I didn't always go there. One time I went to Emporium with my friend Eric. Really, yeah. And that was really fun. Why? She and I were like a political couple. Really, yeah. She wore like pearl necklaces, and who did she look like? She's prettier than this person. But who else wore these? This is what actually connected. That Huckabee, that whatever Huckabee, would always wear those, and they reminded me of it. Really, yeah. They're cool love from that. Yeah. Anyway, but there's this walk, and then what did you do? Then we drive by my high school, and then what? And usually back to campus. Really? Yeah, but sometimes we'd go get a shake or something, or like ice cream or something. Right? Yeah. All right, are you done? Is that the end of your story? You should be like, oh, yeah, that's really great story. Yeah, and then you tell the story, and you're like, and then you got a shake, and shake, and shake. Everybody was like, yay. Okay, so this is okay. My friend and I, we both enrolled for this book. And why? Well, I think I met her in his dorm. And I said to him, oh my God, that girl is so cute. I got dibs on her. And he says something like, oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. You cannot call that. And I was like, oh, dude, that girl is so pretty. Dude, dibs. And he's like, no, you can't do that. He's like, dude, you don't even live in this dorm. How are you going to call dibs? You don't even go to school here. I was like, dude, dibs on that girl. So what happens? We're with some of her other friends. I forget who they are. But somehow, some way, he's like, it's like the end of the night or whatever, and he's like, he somehow got his hands on his car from high school, and he's like, it was something like this. I'll drive you guys home. And it was like, oh, okay, well, that's nice. And what? Um, and he did us the fuck you absolutely without a doubt. But it did. I won in the end, so I could give a shit. And I had a higher GPA at our university. So fuck off. What? By a lot. I mean, significant amount. What? I did something. What did I do? Oh, this girl. She and I. What was it? So Phil's like, I'm gonna drive us home. I'm gonna drive everybody home. I was like, okay, fine. And he does something like this. Well, I'll drive you first. I'll drive you home first, Michael. It's like, wait, that's not. I don't. I live furthest than all these people because I lived at home at that time. What do you mean you're gonna drive me home first? He's like, I'll drive you home first. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, why? Is that exactly what happened? No, that probably is not what happened. What happened? I think it's something like that. Why? Because all these girls were in this car, and this girl that he really liked, and this girl that I really liked, we're both in the car together. And it was something like this. He went a real roundabout way so that he did not drop these girls off first, which he should have. It would have only made sense in the way that we were taking the drive, but he took me home first. Why? He wanted this girl to see that my house is at your best, and that because we had just moved from a very big house to a small house. And she did. I was so pissed at him. Not really, though. I mean, I understand. He was trying to make a move, and he was like, hey, if I can get rid of my competition this way, fucking do it. What did you do? Well,
From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Story. Next hour, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us as we talk about
I ended up being the one who got this girl, like by 42 minutes ago. What is this?
It's a great deal at 15 cents a day. To the Gary from Carolyn, Texas.
Loyal listeners since 1996.
Oh, I said cool? Oh, that's when I said cool. And then somebody wrote something. Who's this girl? Damn, girl. Oh, it's some fucking naked chick. Found different beauties all ready for one-on-one nudes. Fuck, it's a fucking bot. Anyway, so that wasn't cool of him. Really? Yeah, I mean, he was kind of trying to fuck me. So what happened? Well, I really like this girl. Like, I was giddy. I was giddy about this girl. Really, yeah. And I thought he had fucked it up. But no. What happened?
down to profiles and subscriptions, and you can sign up that way.
Did you date her?
Canada,
I didn't try to.
it is available
Really,
as
no.
well for you to become a co-insider.
What
So
happened?
take advantage of that. We'll be back in a moment with more calls, but first, new structures.
If stress gets you down, and maybe you're fatigued or moody, and would like to start the day with more energy, then you would like to
Well, I remember there were a lot of girls back then, that year. And if I really liked them, I would have said line them up for my sophomore year. If it sounds bad of me to say, it shouldn't. It just meant I wanted to spend more time with you when I had like the ability to have you on campus and stuff. And so what? So I continued making contact with this girl and friendship. She was very quiet, really. Yeah, not extremely, but pretty quiet. Was that a quick thing you said? Anyway, so what'd you do? So I'm like, I finally got this girl. So it was my, so you fill every year, no. And he's your sophomore. Yeah. And I had this lines, like girl after girl after girl, where I was like, okay, I gotta have this girl over this night, and this girl over this night. And I had friends, and it would be like, yeah, I'm having a girl over tonight, so we can't hang out. Like, oh, fuck, man, are you sure? Another one? Yeah. So anyway, finally I get this girl down on the list. And when you know it, I'm like,
they call it the big lie. Repeat a false claim over and over, and soon it becomes believable. It's accepted. All this week, there's
well, I didn't just tell you this. I was like,
big media lies, as he calls them, how they're destroying America. Find out the big networks, what they're pushing. Eric names names, and even exposes how the big media polls will be connected as well. Watch Eric Bowling, the balance on his vaccine.
I had this aquarium. She would remember this, really, yeah. A lot of people would. But it was like this thing I could hook up from my computer to my television. And I could show my television. I could show my computer on my television. And nobody could do that back then. Really, no one. Not in college. No one could do that little setup. So the fact that I could show it on there meant I could put screensaver up on my television, which meant I could put, and I wanted to put this aquarium, like fish, so it looked like my television was an aquarium. And she saw that. I don't want to say she thought it was separate, but it was very cool. So imagine that was the only thing lighting the room, and
for good reasons. Research shows that sleep benefits retention of memory and energy, while poor sleep quality can even be associated.
So I get this girl over. And I was like, you were like, oh, I know what I really liked about her. What kicked it off with her, really, was I asked her what kind of music she liked. She said, no. Really, it was something like that. Yeah. And I was like, Temptations, The Supreme, Four Times. Oh my God. And so then I get this girl over in my room, like the next year or something. And I was like, well, let's get the party started.
And welcome back to Coast, our final segment with Dr. Aaron Tibiopti. His book, The New Abnormal. Aaron, I'll let you finish up on the vaccine part that you were talking about with the mix of the old and the new and whether it's going to work or not.
Yeah, so the bivalent vaccines, unfortunately, are not going to have a better safety profile than the old ones, because the old ones are something new, and the newer thing is basically updating the vaccine so that it aims more directly going to work. It's already proven not to work. And these new vaccines, they're simply an attempt to continue, melting the population
And making money.
and making money without actually advancing public health goals in any meaningful way.
Now they're talking about giving vaccines to kids in school at 6 years old.
Yeah, the vaccination of children is completely unconscionable. Healthy children are not at any risk of mortality from COVID. Healthy children have not died of COVID. Thank goodness they're spared from the ill effects of this virus, and we need to recognize that and recognize that introducing any risk, and we can argue about how significant, how large are the risks of these vaccines, but nobody can deny that there's some risk associated with these vaccines. So anything more than zero in risk is completely unacceptable in a population that is not at risk of COVID. So the idea that we would vaccinate children against this illness is totally reckless and will only result in net harm to children.
Let's go to Richard, North Carolina, to get this segment started. Go ahead, Richard.
Hi, George. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you, sir.
I don't get through very much, and I'm glad to get through. I always enjoy your questions. They're going to follow you when you class and get your brain, because you definitely get those million-dollar questions, as Dr. Aaron said. The thing I wanted to ask, Doc, was if you guys had heard what the Prime Minister, and now have a comment, of course, in Poland has put forth legislation to do exactly what Dr. Aaron was talking about as far as forced testing, forced lockdowns, forced treatment over there pertaining to whether we was the infection. And Dr. Aaron is exactly right pertaining to the militarized part of the whole thing. And we continually get a comment from our government pertaining to a matter of national security. What I wanted to ask also is, well, when are we going to get to where we're sick and tired of having all these million-dollar questions and no answers? Because I have some answers. I am a person that has experience. A friend of mine says information is not knowledge. Experience is knowledge, and that would be Albert Einstein.
Yeah. At what point do people say enough is enough?
Yeah, I keep asking myself the same question. And there's a lot of people, I think, waking up from their sleepwalking, they're hypnotic.
I remember.
Induced
I got the list of fucking can't stop playing.
more rational questions about everything that has happened to us over the last few years. So that's a good sign. But we certainly need people also to realize that.
So what happened? I got to put this thing down. So I got fucking bad. So I'm playing through. It hits.
Unprecedented levels of power and control over other people. They're not going to want to relinquish their power.
I'm just like an old man. I need some loving. Baby, I can't stand it no longer. It's getting stronger and stronger. And when I get this feeling, I need sexual healing. Sexual healing. Oh, baby. It's movie. So
Political or public health authority. You may not be an expert in epidemiology or virology. You may not be an expert in the science of vaccines or on the science of viruses.
for me.
Your
Never use
irrational
fear
person
just
is
for
a
me.
common sense
And
and the
emotional
ability to spot
ability,
contradiction, right? If some talking head on
there's
TV
nothing
was saying
I
one thing
can do.
a month ago and you
I
didn't
can
react,
get on
it
the
got out to
telephone
2
and
weeks later,
call you a
you're
baby,
capable of making a
and
judgment on
honey,
that
I'll be
person's
there.
reliability and
You this
trustworthiness.
me,
You can spot when
give
someone's
to me,
conclusions are follow logically from their
if you don't
beliefs.
know the
So
way
I
I
think
feel.
it's very important for people
Oh, I can
to
tell you
begin
know
trusting their
that
own
feel
judgment, trusting their
sexual
own common
healing.
sense, trusting their own instincts.
Get up,
Again,
get up. Let's make love tonight.
and when you start doing that, I think we'll be able
Would
to
you do it right?
collectively start pushing back against some of these irrational policies and make sure
This
we stand by and
morning,
secure our
I
freedom.
saw it inside of me. Baby, I could run inside you. The waves are rising and rising. And when I get that feeling, I need sexual healing. Sexual healing, it's good for me. It makes me feel so fine. It's such a rush. Helps me be my mind. It's good for us. Sexual healing, baby. Good for me. Sexual healing is something that's good for me. Oh, it's so good for me. And again, oh, nothing to go. Just grab a hold. I'm running open up the net again. Oh, you're so great. I can't wait for you. I promise.
Psychologists who do autopsies and also from embalmers, people who basically prepare corpses for funerals and for burial of widespread clots throughout the body and people who have died very and unexpectedly. These reports have become quite widespread and they strike me as coming and they lead to credible sources. Not only are we seeing massive clotting, which we know to be an effect of these vaccines, the spike protein that these vaccines create is what doctors call thrombogenics, which is a fancy way of
Are you
saying
done?
it is something that promotes blood clotting. And
No.
these clots seem to be of
So what?
unusual consistency, not like the usual types of blood clots that we see.
So, like, I think I'm just king shit right now because I got this girl in my room and I'm like playing Renegade and we are making out. Cows come home. And I say to her, any requests? And she says,
your first question is, did they pre-make the vaccine? Did they pre-make the vaccine? Yes, it's kind of missing though. The technology that was used for the mRNA vaccine has been in the works for at least a decade. The problem is that all the attempts to use this technology in the past was tested on animals. It didn't work, or it caused harm. So
I'll try to do it without it. Really, yeah. Okay.
technology that was not yet ready for prime time. And then suddenly, we had products made from this technology. This technology was repurposed
So I just do it without this, but she's like,
to pose to something that is part of the
and I'm like, damn, little bit more of a D track of a fucking Marvin Gaye hit. Really? Yeah, Marvin Gaye.
prematurely rushed to market. It wasn't yet ready for prime time, but we decided we needed something fast. We decided that vaccines were going to be the good solution to the pandemic, come what may. And again, I think there were broader economic, scientific, political interests that were keen interested in using this particular technology rather than traditional vaccines. And what we're seeing as a result of that is probably a product that was rushed to market prematurely, and at this point, may be doing more harm than good.
Next up, let's go to Linda in Spokane, Washington. What's for the record? Hi, Linda.
Hi, Jerry. Thank you for taking my call and for your beautiful government. I want to make a point about the vaccines and also about the COVID. First of all,
together.
and I want to ask Dr. Aaron if he knows about this, but in 2016, I was on the computer and I saw a headline that said the government has lifted the ban on the viral companies has lifted the ban on them from creating killer viruses. That was in 2016. And then in 2017, Donald Trump sent out a tweet that it was 2 o'clock in the morning and he said, code FE2 is the mineral component of iron, and that iron is what's affecting people because it's breaking away from the red blood cells.
Well, you may be right about that one, but the iron does affect blood cells, does it not, Aaron? It's the cells. I haven't seen research looking
I
at
got interrupted on that.
the effects of this virus on iron, but what I can say regarding your first question is that there have been a series of changes in federal law and in our federal regulatory agencies that have permitted the kind of research that may have led to the creation of this virus.
So, you had this song? I'm so fortunate I had this song. Really? Can you imagine being like, play anything, and then she names a song you don't fucking have it? That was the thing. I had the last girl with whom I was, at least I'm funny, she said, one of the things she said was, I love your taste in music. She's like, that's one of like a benefit of you. And I never like considered people's taste in music like a benefit of them, but it's like we just, whatever it is, it's like a movie soundtrack. Like whatever we're doing, it's like whatever you put the music on. Anyway, I love this song.
And the potential benefit of finding remedies for whatever it is that we develop. So I think all the arguments in favor of this are weak, but for one reason or another.
So what's gonna happen? I think I fucking sleep really late tomorrow or today, and then like sleep all night and sing all night. Really, yeah.
Really too close, Aaron. They're in the clock status, but thank you for a wonderful 2 hours. The name of the book, The New Abnormal. His website is his name, linked up at picoftheday.com. Up next, investigative reporter.
That wasn't even my favorite Marvin Gaye song. Really? This might be, but this is a whole nother level. 1073, 2084, 2093. Light years ahead, you and me gonna be getting down on a space bed. We gonna get married in June. We gonna be getting down on the moon. It is the planetary phone. Then you get down. Star Wars in the planetary phone. Still skin down. Music will have no race. On the space, place to space. It's time for the trip. It's inside my mothership. I can tell by your way that you really wanna stay. Space, funky space, peaceful space, every place. Me till I get cool. Hey baby, let's get cool. No, a long time ago, I never knew who you were. Gosh, yeah, come on, baby, let's go peace, love, and check out this new smoke. Oh, this thing I got, it ain't classified as the smoke I got from penis. That's all week. It's getting old. Come on and try this new thing with me, baby. Come on now, baby. Let's get off clean. In this here machine. Rock it. Rock it. Rock it. Rock it. Baby, little baby. That's magnetized. Magnets makes it up rise, baby. Ooh, sugar. Let's get some more. Do I feel like I've been with you before? Shoot me through with the create gun. Shoot you before. And lots of fun. Everybody kicking, having lots of fun. Let's live the party. Oh, but you stop one. All everybody, you know, come on in for the landing field and Pluto. Now, all you aren't groovy. 10-year-olds with Aaron, with clean ties. I don't think that. As a group B, I know y'all gonna have about, hey, little Miss Bird song. Come here, you, on me, come on, baby, come on down, come on, baby, come on down. Put on ourselves into the station and feel each other's ass. Raspberry dance, all that jazz. Me, for the house into a real machine that saves that and then that let's eat each other's ass. Raspberry dance, all that jazz. That's raspberry dance. I like it. Yeah. Let's touch each other. Let's feel each other. The Al-Qaeda.
Season 3 of the horror fiction podcast presented in immersive 3D starring Carter Rockwood.
Okay, for the countdown, baby. For the countdown, Zach. Yeah, here we go, man. Here we go. Ready? 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no jive, 6, no tricks, 7, being head, 8, everything is straight, 9, 5, hey, ready. We do it again. Really? Yeah. Are you done? Sorry. You're just gonna sing every fucking Marvin Gaye song until sunrise? I wanted to do Very White too, but I probably the turns, everybody. Right? Oh yeah, yeah, I should be like my grandma's in Torrance, and we're gonna get his grandma back, right? Yeah. Chapter 7. We went to my friend Matt's father's funeral. Yeah. He's the only person in my class who went. You know, for all the fuck he did for this fucking country, we did not treat him very well. Really, from it as a class, it was like, you know, he was fucking fun and all that shit. And we were like, all right, we were all just doing our own shit. And like, yo, that's an accomplishment. Really? I'm gonna come back alive? See, like, all we did there was fucking fuck around. Yeah, let's go talking. That's really good story. Oh, the Torrance. Really? Yeah, I got my cameo gassed up. You need to go to Tulsa? Okay, I can get there. Really? I'm like, Josh, you can't get there in a fucking cameo. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Josh should be like, oh, yeah. Oh. For sure, dude. For sure. Why? Oh, you should be like, the Camry? The Camry? Oh, man, we got it. Why? You should be like, it's very efficient, right? It's very aerodynamic. Like, yo, you can't get a Tulsa on one tank of gas. He'd be like, I know we're going to Torrance, man, but when the road's down, it's so much fun.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Regardless of what side of the fence you're on with climate change, it's happening. Something's going on, whether it's an earth cycle, a solar issue, or a man-made
I
creation.
can't
Bill Jones joins us in a moment with a special interview on this, and the next hour we'll take your
bought
phone calls in an open line format
I bought
to just about any go.
I already have
Bill
it.
Jones, and I'll be there soon.
I was very proud to not have a computer. I mean, not really. I had one at work, but it was like I was off the grid, man. I was just off the grid running a technology company. Which, Yosh, what happened, man? Yoshi. I'd be like, Yosh. Hey, Yosh. What the fuck?
The nonfiction Discovery
Did you
Hero
reset
series
it?
of books to accompany the curriculum. And there's a
Hey,
speaker hero
curriculum.
with access to 9/11 first responders, survivors, and more.
Everyone's like, hey, now I'm
Also,
going live.
travels all over the country. A high-tech 80
Yeah.
track the trip
Yeah, you bet.
transforms into
Oh,
a
yeah.
100 square foot
Right?
interactive
Yours?
museum with 9/11 artifacts. Tunnel Towers is also granting Russell and Scylla Memorial Scholarships, financial scholarships to the children of their program recipients who are exemplary high school students preparing for college this spring. So never forget, we must educate future generations.
Yeah, she's like, put a clock in the corner.
That's the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Do you sleep well? I didn't until I started using 100% drug-free Relief Factor sleep. I know you often listen to this show until wee hours in the morning, but no matter what time your head hits the pillow, good sleep is important. I'm George Dory here for Relief Factor Sleep. The same company that helps tens of thousands of people every month relieve their pain has designed a 100% drug-free, non-addictive sleep supplement that leaves you feeling rested and restored after a good night's sleep. I wake up ready to go without the sluggish feeling from taking other sleep aids. Try Relief Factor Sleep with a low introductory price of $19.95 for the first month. Try it out for yourself and experience the sleep our bodies are meant to get and need. Get the rest that will have you start saying, let's go, instead of you need a nap. Start living the life you love again. I am. Go to relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. Be the difference with Relief Factor Sleep. And welcome back to Coast. George Dory with you, our special guest and our investigative reporter with us.
Let's just go in live, you bullshit. Yoshi, 411, fuck your way. How about me do it?
Keen interest in science, the unusual, the paranormal as well. Viral's latest is right now on Coast to Coast. Cheryl, welcome back.
Well, thank you, George. It's so good to be back.
I can't believe we're getting close to Thanksgiving where you will be on the air with me Thanksgiving night.
Yes, I will. I have to get the big turkey ready.
Actually, I'm going over my son's house this year. I'm not cooking, so they're taking care of me. They're doing the whole family thing, so I can just sit and relax before.
They're gonna poison you.
How nice. How nice. It's wonderful.
So what's new with you?
Oh, well, I've been working on this story that you won't believe. Wait until you hear what my guest tonight has to say.
Well, we'll get into that in just a moment, to be sure. And I got to tell you, the weather has been strange. This has been a strange year for everything, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It is very strange and very odd. Just about everything you look at, or everything that happens, it's kind of like, well, that's really weird. So a lot of things seem to be at play, according to what my guest said.
You know, I'm not a man-made climate change. You know, first of all, I think a lot of people confuse pollution with climate change. And nobody wants pollution on this planet. You don't, I don't, nobody wants that. But I think a lot of people, when we talk about climate change, think of pollution and two different things, don't you?
Yes, and also there's been so much hysteria with the eco activists that want to throw ketchup or whatever on a Van Gogh or spray paint buildings and do all kinds of silly, insane, destructive things, which do nothing good at all, but get them in the headlines. So there's a lot of misdirection, and unfortunately, the activism kind of leads you astray. So the climate change and climate geoengineering intervention, which is what we're talking about tonight, is two completely different things.
As a meteorologist, what's your gut feeling?
Well, I don't know if you recall John Coleman, who was the founder of the...
Oh, yeah, sure enough. I used to talk to him all the time.
Yes, such a nice guy, and he had a very dramatic presentation once upon a time, and then that ended up introduced to the various headlines, and many of them you can find online, and he made a lot of sense. It was just a down-home, common sense approach. And his feeling was that it's not what the hysteria is all about. One point is that so many of the top elite promoters of climate change that come out with all the pressure and all the excitement and all of that, they in their personal lives don't seem to be adhering to those same guidelines, and they were trying to practice this and doing everything else that makes a big footprint. So you have to look at who puts in what and what really are they all about. So I think it's a good thing for people to go online and search John Coleman's presentation and get a little bit of a balance there on the climate change. Again, that's a little different from what we're talking about now.
Absolutely. Speaking of tonight, let's get right into it. Go ahead.
Well, George, it's not a Halloween story, but it's so scary, diabolical, and thought-provoking weather manipulation and climate intervention operations. One thought was the recent Hurricane Ian in Florida and its very strange anomalies of random acts of nature or not. Well, Danny Wigginton is lead investigator for geoengineering watch, and for 30 years he's researched geoengineering and intervention operations of our weather and climate, and especially effects on people and the planet. But oddly, heavy aerosol spray, also known as chemtrails, were in the skies and reported to be both before and after Hurricane Ian by residents. Now, we've seen signs that it's actually filled with those fuzzy white streaks crisscrossing into a successful grid pattern, then fade and merge into each other in what should have been otherwise clear blue skies. But then Witness said manipulation of natural and climate laws has been going on for decades and can be proven. So now, to our conversation. Hello, Dean. Welcome back to Coast. Glad you could join us tonight.
Thank you, and an honor. Thank you very much for your willingness to try to educate people on the incredibly dire death posed by the ongoing climate engineering operations in the sky.
You come up with some pretty startling conclusions on weather modification and climate geoengineering. Tell us what's going on.
We have governments around the world that are verifiably working together on climate intervention operations. You can't just engineer the climate over your own country that affect the entire world. We have most of the genes in Watch.org. We have many government Senate documents, some as long as 800 pages, that outline the global cooperation with these programs, that outline the total blanket legal immunity for anyone and everyone involved in these programs for obvious reasons, because the populations around the globe knew that their governments, the same way of closing interests at the surface, like we have China, Russia, U.S., but all of them including cooperating in climate engineering operations for their own specific reasons. The populations around the globe, we would argue, they knew this was going on. They knew they were part of the grand and lethal, highly toxic experiments. It's destroying the planet's life support systems, and they knew this was being conducted without their knowledge, without their concern, without any concern for the environment, or the toxic matter that we're breathing that's coming down from the air column. We would think and hope that populations would react very negatively, and we would do everything they could to put an end to this insanity. If it continues, statistically, mathematically, we don't have very long, unless those statistics looking back up at years and want somewhere.
And tell us a little bit about your research team before we go on to your analysis of Hurricane Ian and other weather and climate events. How do you verify your data that you say that you can document everything that you're getting ready to tell us tonight? You say that you also have and use a flying lab for air samples as well.
We have access to that lab with 2 flights. That's a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration flying lab with the top scientists in it. It's great effort and expense to acquire that aircraft. We took it to altitude, sampled the heavy aircraft we're getting in our skies. We processed those samples at one of the world's most renowned testing facilities, found exactly what we knew we would find, climate engineering elements. And piece of the puzzle to this equation in regards to the condensation trail narrative. I'm going to put a link to that one right now. And by the way, all that content for the testing we did available in the groundbreaking geoengineeringwatch.org documentary beginning, which we posted for free the moment it was done. Our only goal is to educate the public. And in regard to the condensation trail narrative, perhaps one of the greatest lies ever perpetrated on populations around the globe. We have many segments of film footage on the homepage of geoengineeringwatch.org in the jet stream section, taking its aircraft at altitude, nozzles visible, turning dispersions on and off. End of debate, end of speculation, drifting the hypothesis. This is spread dispersions. And the materials that are listed on climate engineering patents are exactly what's showing up in our precipitation samples and our atmospheric testing. So, again, we ask people to believe what they can see with their own eyes. If they don't believe it, they see with their eyes. There's nothing you can tell them. There's nothing you can show them. If they don't believe it, don't put it through that. But again, these aircraft with altitude turning dispersions on and off, nozzles visible. If they don't accept what they see with their own eyes, sure, there's nothing they can do to convince them that this is going on.
Now, in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian and the horrific destruction that is passing Florida, can you detail for us the anomalies that you saw that just were not normal, that were significant with Hurricane Ian, and your analysis of that information?
Anything we can say with absolute certainty, more ambiguity whatsoever. These storms are being manipulated, and we can see that when the monitoring data links we have access to that show the ground-based radio frequency micro transmissions and the interaction with the storms that are used to skew those storms. And this is patented technologies. We do have an air mass saturated with electrically conductive particles, and they are receiving those in from above. And then the energized transmitters that transmit extraordinarily powerful signals that has a repelling effect on those particles. The air mass is stuck there with the particles that repels the air mass, thus repels the storm. And all of this is recorded on posts that we have at geoengineeringwatch.org. If you listen to search geoengineeringwatch.org, controlling Hurricane Ian.
A lot of people in the aftermath of Ian in Florida said they witnessed intense, heavy spraying in the skies before and after the storm hit. What's your knowledge of that?
It certainly is correct. We can see in our satellite imagery what we saw in the case of Harvey and Ian as these storms made landfall. The ground-based radio frequency transmitters energized. We have all of this captured on our reports. You can see it. You can see them energized. You can see the interaction of the storm. That holds the storm in place. And when they see them from above, they're using. You might have heard some people talk about this show, but it got really clear as Ian passed through. And we've seen the same, for example, with Hurricane Sandy. Remember Hurricane Sandy that made that anomalous 90-degree unprecedented westerly turn into New Jersey and Florida? Same scenario there. There were snowflakes falling for that hurricane, and back to the city, back to the spring. They're using what's called chemical ice nucleation for weather modification elements. What is that? That's an endothermic reacting element, an energy absorbing element. What does that do? It creates a very cool dense layer there, makes a toxic surface cool down, makes the illusion that the planet is cooler than it actually is, and this is, in a sense, engineering winter. I would encourage your listeners to search Chinese scientists create artificial snowstorms, and this was openly covered. They're trying to hide it now, but Popular Science, MSNBC, we have Fox News covered that. Chinese scientists weather modification operations to $1 billion in the damage to Beijing from recreating what should have been a rainstorm into a snowstorm. And this process is unusual. So if you remember the huge flash freeze in Dallas, in Texas, a while back now, but most people remember that when it was 0 degrees in Dallas. That's how that happens. So you can't have a condition like that with record warm moisture up to record warm day from Mexico alone at the same time with the same approximate latitude in Florida that's 85 degrees, now it's 33 degrees warmer than the North Pole. How could it and it got really cold, I got the certificate came through. That's called a using water. What else would you do? It's a moisture pump. The time is use the moisture, put it in neutral and cool down certain regions very soft. If you look at the water that you feel, it was pumping a river of moisture straight up the eastern Atlantic, that's the western Atlantic, around the U.S. East Coast, all the way to New Zealand and across Brazil. And so by diverting that atmospheric river using helium as a moisture pump, they were able to cool off other regions. So the point being that you have many functions being carried out at the same time, and it's not just this or that. And that's the mistake people make. They think if they're manipulating hurricanes, there must be one specific reason. There are many reasons for what they're doing and what the agendas and objectives are. So it's important to know that this is a complex scenario, very complex, many years in play, and we can speculate on those various agendas and objectives. But the fact that these storms are being manipulated, absolutely inarguable.
So you are saying, without a doubt, that you believe that Hurricane Ian was manipulated and controlled?
No, I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying I know that. Absolutely know that. We live in a court of law that has any objectivity to it. There's absolutely no question. These are patented processes. We can see it happening on satellite imagery. We can see it happening on the transmission monitoring links that we have. There's positively no question that this is happening. And encourage your listeners to consider when we look. U.S. military quantities for hurricanes goes back to at least 1947, 75 years ago. And they were quite successful there with what little they knew how to manipulate hurricanes. In fact, there was litigation from that. The damage was caused from their very first experiment. And so they basically needed to go on the ground with this, and they did. So you remember Hurricane Harvey, which sat in place for days? So let's look at that one and ask ourselves, how could the so-called weather forecasters know, just the same as they knew with me, they knew with Harvey, exactly where it would go, where it would end up, where it would sit? They knew that a week in advance. How can they know that? Because they're literally reading a script given to them by the weather manipulators. How do they know that? Because there is an illegal federal gag order, also posted in the beginning documentary, and thus they do all the modeling because the script has to match the event. And that's how they control the system. But again, this is all completely documented. We're getting copies of the gag order. Before encourage people to actually investigate the data presented to you and watch that order, they will be shocked.
The pathway of Ian was very erratic across Florida. Why do they, if they're controlling it, why would they choose that kind of a pathway? How do they come up with this?
That's a question I can't answer because that would be to answer the behind the curtain motives and agendas. But again, go back to, do we know they are manipulating it? Absolutely. I encourage you listeners to search and view the report on Eastern controlling Hurricane Ian. They can watch the energizing of the transformers, and again, keep in mind the hurricane moves away those energized transmission sites. They will tell the storm, they will tell the air mass that they will tell the storm. It doesn't matter, again, they're not going to just show one of the cards they have. They're going to play them. But they have a lot better cards than anything they played. I assure you.
Pretty deal then about manipulation, isn't it, Cheryl?
It sure is, and he did make a very important point that everything he says, George, he and his scientific research team can back up, and that includes documents, and it's all displayed on his website, the social media platforms, and YouTube channel as well. And all of this weather modification that's happening, it's really extreme, but he shows the details too in a video on how those transmitters work that he mentioned that manipulates the weather. All pieced together, the weather control, the climate geoengineering and intervention with the most sophisticated technology in the world is causing havoc on nature and steering humanity toward chaos.
You're a meteorologist, Cheryl. You think this is all possible?
It's very scary when you look at what he has shown and with the aerosol spraying, with the streaks and the crisscross patterns and all of that. So there's a lot going on that I think we've fallen into a false sense of security in a lot of ways, and I think it is a good idea to pay attention to what he's saying. The good news is he offers an open opportunity to check out everything that he says and to make your decision for yourself.
We're coming up with part 2 of Cheryl's interview with Dave Wiggington in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
To find out where George Norrie is speaking, go to the coasttocoastam.com website. Scroll down to the bottom and click George's calendar.
I'm Phil Hewitt from the KFI 24-hour news group. LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has said he's not leaving unless he's recalled. Has organized an effort to do just that. Prior to the City Hall racism scandal, there have been 3 unsuccessful attempts to recall De Leon. 2 people were stabbed to death in the parking lot of the Kohl's department store in Palmdale, and police have arrested the suspect. Officers say the man lives at a nearby homeless encampment. A dead man was found in an underground electrical vault in San Bernardino. Security footage shows the man walking around outside Carousel Mall early Wednesday morning. Police believe he was electrocuted while trying to break into an abandoned building. Southland weather from KFI. Overnight lows in the 50s. Then mostly sunny for your Friday, and the highs will be upper 70s and low 80s. Still 70s on the coast, and it's going to stay that way all the way through Halloween Monday. Right now in Santa Ana, 59. This will be 56, Santa Monica 55, and Glendale is currently 57 degrees. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Phil Hewitt. In hundreds of feet, there is a old freeway closure, 405 northbound from East Boulevard to Golden West. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Downey, this is on the 5 northbound and 402 have a crash involving an overturned car, taking up the 2 left lanes. These did stop and go from Pioneer Boulevard. Lakeview Terrace, there is a what's-on. This is on the 210 westbound from Woodland to the 118. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI in the sky. Don't forget your gas house here. I'm Brian Van. If you run a business, you might feel that advertising is more confusing than ever, but it doesn't have to be. At iHeart, we're built to help your business. With 9 out of 10 Americans listening to us, just like you are now, we can give you access to your next customers and the tools, strategies, data, and creative to reach them. We're America's #1 audio company, and it all starts from a conversation. So let us help you adjust your plans to improve your business and costs. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got related. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer. Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI into the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. KFI, AM 640. There's a movement rebelling against the extinction of our species that is far less than ever. There's too many people. Oh my God, the traffic USA today, I was got an extinction out my window. We can use a good extinction on the channel. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. Right here on KFI, I'm here. I know you do. I know you because you love yourself. The thing is, I've always said there's 2 kinds of people in this world. People who have 0 or very low self-esteem and liars. Bill Handle. And that's it. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. There's a lid for every topic.
for every single person there is a person. Really? There's only 7 billion of us. You can't pair off with somebody, or you can find a polyamorous thing. Maybe you get 4 or 5 other people in the whole field.
Sometimes there's 2 in.
Jerry and Shannon Pot. Weekdays at 10 a.m. KFI. KFI Live. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Kiss me each morning for a million years. Hold me dreaming at your side. Tell me you love me for a million years. If it don't work out, if it don't work out, then you can tell me goodbye. You are hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
We'll be back in a moment with part 2 of Cheryl's interview with Dana Wigington. And next hour, we will have open lines with Cheryl. I'll be there too. But remember, we've got open lines with me tomorrow night, and we've got Coast to Coast on Monday night. So you can address most of your questions to Cheryl about the strange and unusual. It doesn't have to just be the weather-related story that we're talking about. ParanormalDay.com, 282 people shy of 142,000 signed-up members at ParanormalDay.com. And also, we've got ConspiracyDay.com, and that's where you meet like-minded people that share your thoughts and theories. So check it out and have some fun. We have ParanormalDay.com, and we have ConspiracyDay.com. At ParanormalDay.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm good to see you here.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of you understand.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But you can't find anyone.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
Can't be anyone of an hour. Really can't find a website for my unique interest. I was wondering too.
Have you thought about ParanormalDay.com?
Oh, what now? What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDay.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember?
It's just, I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Aha, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDay.com looks very interesting. So you really thought you were involved?
Well, yeah, it was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDay.com thing really works.
Maybe ParanormalDay.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's channel find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special something with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDay.com. You are not alone.
We've got a great feeling story. Carnivore in your house. One of those botanicals that is so absolutely so amazing. David, you're a guy that has overcome severe issues. The light bulb went on, and I started to research about that and say, wow, it was like, yeah, it's a wonderful thing that is bringing me back, and it's been almost 8 years now. How did you react? Did you take a liquid? Did you take a capsule? I was going through the capsules like, I couldn't get off. It made me feel so much better. Soon after you began taking the capsules, you kind of felt this was going to be a good thing. 6 months, 8 months, I can only tell you one thing: the product works. And it not only works in one way, it works in a whole bunch of different ways because it gives me energy, it gives me vitality, it gives me my health. Did you have tests to validate it? And if so, did you validate it? Afterwards, the doctors gave you a clean bill. I am pretty. It's just a better way. Carnivore has built everything back into my body. taken a while, but you know what? It's back there and I feel it. I can't say enough.
George here, you heard it here first, folks. Many more to come. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. That's carnivora.com. Call now. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached. Like being harassed or constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Public service message from HUD, in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you, along with Cyril Jones. Cyril, when you put together your stories for the future, what do you look for? Strange, unusual, paranormal, science, or big mix?
The big thing, whatever Tom wants. Yes, it's a combination of things. It's whatever we've covered in a while. What is there that we could come up with that's most interesting and our listeners would like to know, and that would fit into a category of preliminary research sometimes.
You find Tom easy to work with? Does he give you some pretty good marching orders?
Oh, he's just horrible, George. I'm glad you asked that. It was just awful. He's really, really great. He's terrific. I'm really very lucky to work with such a wonderful, wonderful person.
That's great. Well, our next segment with Dane is coming up in just a moment, but I want to ask you before we get into that, how has this year been for you personally, with the COVID kind of waning down and everything else?
It's been fine. It's been fine. I don't fly as much as I used to because of all the hassles there, but I think everything's rather normal. You just are careful and watchful.
Do you think we're going to go back to the way it was?
You know, with the mandates and
Yes.
lockdowns?
Yeah.
I hope not. I realize that the previous guests went over that in detail. I realize that's a possibility. I realize that could be the long-term agenda when you go back and look at a lot of the early research programs and experimental playbooks that were in place, and they seem to be unfolding according to plan. It makes you wonder.
Yeah, it really does. Okay, go ahead with part two with the Dane Wiggins. Go ahead.
Well, we are talking about weather modification and climate geoengineering intervention can be very serious and even more so if it's controlled and manipulated with the intervention factor, as Dane Wiggins told us about. It protects and restores sometimes a deep nature, Mother Nature has a grounding of such things, patterns and seasons to follow, and guideposts in place for thousands of years. Our farmers have honored this ancient system and their growing of food, providing billions around the world with the ability to survive and thrive. And according to Dane, that is at risk. But what if something or someone is behind a hidden agenda to control the world population through weather modification and climate geoengineering intervention? Could something so sinister be at play? As I continue my interview with Dane Wiggins, lead investigator with Geoengineering Watch, his research shows that we are in a fight for our lives, and it's time to wake up and pay attention to what's going on in our skies. We'll hear a very revealing comment from what the U.S. President had to say in his own words 60 years ago, specifically and amazingly, about the significance of controlling the weather by the ruling power. Listen now to our conversation. I want to play a quick clip from 1962 relating to what you've been talking about from President Lyndon Johnson. Listen here.
Good leaders have tried to the foundation for the development of a weather satellite.
under world's flag. I'm proud of my man. To control the weather, and you who control the weather will control the world.
This was 1962.
Let's consider what the former U.S. President Lyndon Baines Johnson stated. And the film footage is worth looking at. The actual film footage is worth stating this because he's ranting and wailing about it like a lunatic. And what he says is this, that we have the power to control the world's cloud layer today. And quote, he who controls the weather controls the world. Let's carry that further. He who controls the weather controls food supply, thus controls populations, thus controls the world. Let's look at how these weather weapons have been used. And again, this is historical facts. Weather weapons, facts going back well over 100 years, extensive list of facts that you have to watch it over. But if we look at specific instances, for example, immediately after 9/11, when the Terminal Supreme Commander, General Wesley Clark, was given a list of Middle Eastern countries to be targeted, a list that clearly existed before 9/11 even happened. Subsequently, every one of those countries underwent a once-in-1,000-year drought, exactly like what's happening to California and the food production here, exactly like what's happening in the European countries, Portugal, Spain, food production countries, once-in-1,000-year droughts. And we have, mathematically and statistically, for every one of those countries to endure the same effect is statistically zero. It can't happen without some form of intervention. And we have the leaders of those countries on the frozen nations, in case of Iran, who's stating, and they have sophisticated atmospheric monitoring equipment stating that NATO is cutting off their rain supply. What happens here? You destabilize food production, you destabilize populations, and you make those nations easier to control and they occupy, take their resources. The data is clear that climate intervention, aka weather warfare, is the crown jewel weapon in the military-industrial complex, and that's why we have U.S. military documents like this one, titled Owning the Weather by 2025, U.S. military document. This is weather warfare going into it. And again, we're talking about completely derailing the kind of life support systems, killing food supplies, destroying the planet's protected layers, like the ozone layer. That means you can't grow food anymore, and that's already the case. In Northern California, you almost can't grow anything during direct sunlight. The sun absolutely dries it, and that's indicative of an ozone layer that's functionally collapsed. I want to stress to people that have been taught, trained, that this can't be done, you can't affect the weather. But for sure, everybody knows that there's cloud seeding operations going on all over the country and all over the world all the time. Right? Nobody does cat. They never see the little signalers there playing with the two players Marines, and everybody knows that cloud seeding, right? It's approved by the U.S. government. There's 300 operations a year going on in the West. So what's perplexing to us, the geoengineering wise, is that people believe that. They believe that little singlers in plane with two players in the wings that might disperse maybe 20 pounds of material through the atmosphere. They believe that can have that effect. But somehow they don't believe that U.S. military tankers that can make 100 tons of material in one flight. They don't believe that would be going on. This issue is going on. It's being verified. Consequences are beyond calculation. Add more to the equation. Some of the elements being dispersed. We know this from precipitation tests. We took in hundreds. Vanillin, barium, strontium, manganese, polymer fibers, and now we know graphene. For those who don't know what graphene is, it's like a vascular machete. It's a nanoparticle. It's coming down here. It's on the precipitation source in every breath we take. Graphene can also be used for biological carrier. What's that mean? It means it can be used to carry a pathogen from the clouds to the ground. The second most recognized geoengineer, Dr. Tim Calzera, is one of the Defense Department scientists. We have him on audio, his words, stating it himself, that what he did for the U.S. Department of Defense was to design ways of spraying pathogens into clouds to infect the population below. So the atmosphere of a giant toxic physics lab, and those in power do not have our best interests in mind, to put it lightly. And we will also pay the price if we look the other way and allow these operations to continue.
Why would anyone in control of such technology use it to destroy their very own planet?
Here's how I'm going to answer that question. First, we're dealing with leaders, those leaders that are not clinically sane. They're addicted to power, and that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a cancer. There's a cancer care that it will eventually kill the host by unchecked proliferation. No, cancer does what it does. The host eventually dies.
Yet it seems like everything that happens related to weather or the climate or in spirits narrative that's getting the blame for everything all over the media. Everything has gone wrong, and what you believe is different from that particular narrative. If you do, you're not a climate denier. You have a different view, and what is that view?
Super important question. Yes, we have been terrible stewards of planet Earth. There's no denying this. There are too many ways to begin to quantify. But that being said, the single most destructive human activity of all to date is the climate and events and operations. And with that in mind, I mean, the degree to which they have derailed planet's ability to respond to the damage done, that is so key to understand. Climate intervention is like putting a straitjacket on the planet's ability to respond to the damage done. They're using it for a weapon. Let's make that clear. Climate engineering, we are told, is to mitigate global warming when in fact it's further fueling that process. So there is no benevolence in these programs whatsoever. None. They are malevolent. They are a weapon of mass destruction, period. So if we derail the planet's ability to respond by destroying the protective layers of the atmosphere, by cutting off the course of moisture that goes through California towards the Gulf, Spain, before Australia got flooded, it was drowned out, the Caribbean, and incinerated, and climate engineering was for and agriculture as well, as you destroy the forest, as you destroy the plankton, which, again, because climate engineering is destroying the ozone layer, and you release this wiping plankton out all over the globe, we lose these practices, we lose the plankton, we're done. We lose the forests, we're done. We lose the insects, we're done. Insect populations down right now today, globally. Terrestrial insects, about 80 to 90%. Aquatic insects, similar figures. Plankton, about 4 weeks studied. Atlantic plankton about 6 weeks ago, 90% gone. You lose the ozone layer, again, done. All of these things happening at once. If we don't stop climate engineering, we have been, engineers fall too dignified to kill, by the way. Let's just accept the climate disruption, use the climate as a weapon, control the weather, going through. If we don't stop the degree of damage that's occurring, the speed at which it's occurring, we're not going to be here much longer. None of us. And that's not my opinion. That's a statistical mathematical fact. It's a trajectory. When I say not much longer, people think, okay, it's going to be another 2 centuries, 2 decades. No. It's going to be years at best. And that's based, again, plankton loss, forest loss, atmospheric oxygen content is plummeting because we have no plankton to source anymore. Fishes are collapsing, every breath we take is toxic. This is a fight for life. I know that's a very bitter pill to swallow, but I would argue this in regard to thousands of people in a catatonic state. If you're standing in the middle of the freeway at rush hour, should we turn without the traffic and hope for the best? Or should we face traffic and try to maneuver? And I would argue that's the wisest course. We face zero out. Statistically, there is functional wildlife population left on planet Earth. 2026. It's not a projection, it's not some sort of wild speculation, it's a statistical trajectory. We've already lost about 75% of wildlife populations, and the rate is accelerating every day. This math isn't hard to do.
How do people clarify and inform themselves better of what the truth is and what isn't, and maybe what they could be able to do to help?
You're asking them to believe what they can see with their own eyes and not to believe the official narrative because that feels better. Avoiding what's happening will not save us. Two, any notion that things are going to just go back to normal needs to be abandoned and we need to accept what is. We're at a critical crossroads. We need to focus on and try to make a difference point.
Can we save ourselves at this point?
At face value, under any scenario, the mathematical conclusion is that most won't be here for much longer. Can some survive? That's what we're playing for now. And we hope so. Life is very, very miraculously tenacious if we give it any chance at all. It's up to us. We need to evaluate why we're here. What is our purpose? Is it to go on cruises and Disneyland vacations? Or is it to try to fight for the lives and future of our children? Again, it comes down to prioritizing and connecting the dots, understanding that the power structure is done. They're trying to fill the herd as fast as they can. And I want to back that up with statement from former presidential advisors of New Brzezinski, who vice presidents from Johnson all the way up to 2017, but he stayed on the record, the U.S. presidential advisor. That with today's technology, it's much easier to kill a million people than to shoulder. That should sink in to people. If they think that those who control them are there to help, protect them, to protect their posterity, they need to think again. Now we have Air Force generals, former government scientists, former Canadian minister of defense, we have former Defense Armed Services Committee members in Washington, D.C. circulating our book that they know this is going on. We must bring this issue to light. It is the great imperative of our time.
But do you think we still have hope?
There's always hope. Life can't be explained. The tenacity of life can't be explained. Again, if you give life any chance at all, it just find a way, and we need to give it that chance. But that will take all of us prioritizing properly. Isn't that what we're fighting for? Until our last breath?
Dave, thank you so much for taking time to share all of your information and your research with us. Really appreciate it. I know our listeners love hearing you. Where can people, again, go to see all of your work, your film, the dimming, and keep up with what you're doing and your comprehensive reports that you constantly do?
Our website is geoengineeringwatch.org. That's geoengineeringwatch. It's important to put the watch in there because without that, you go to a code viewing your website trying to click these programs. So it's geoengineeringwatch.org. Again, we are non-political, we don't advertise. We're simply trying to get this issue to the light of day.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Rating of you, Cheryl.
Well, thank you. Dave was distracted information. We just touched on it, but it was a very powerful word from Vice President Lyndon Johnson. Very powerful.
Yeah, he was involved a lot in that, and NASA at the time when Kennedy was president, and tough times.
Yes, and Dave contends that all of his evidence is indisputable, that the power behind the veil is starting our way toward a course to unleash the devastation upon our planet and humanity. He's also mentioned a very important aspect in our current environment of extreme censorship when open public debate is seemingly a thing of the past. So we've seen the news reports of the anomalies and the abnormalities, the hurricanes, the freak snowstorms, the tornadoes, record-breaking speed and drought in places where the impact of weather just shouldn't happen as it did. But it is a bad forecast, George, but I believe as everybody, our listeners, has become more and more aware of what's happening with the weather and the unnatural forces behind it all, as Dave said, that we can create a different blueprint by returning a balance to Mother Nature.
Let's take some overnight calls with your show when we come back. You ready?
I am.
All right, we're going to do that. We'll have some overnight phone calls with Cheryl Jones when we come back. By the way, her website is her name. Remember now, she uses two L's in Cheryl, CHERYLL, Jones.com. Well, we've got it all linked up for you at coasttocoastdays.com. We make it really easy for you.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
There's a Secure Fence Act of 2006, and you know who voted for that at the time?
Yeah.
Everybody.
It's the democracy of politicians. It really is. It isn't one side or the other because we saw this when Obama was in office. There were Republicans who refused to go along with anything that guy did because they didn't like it. Weekdays at 10 a.m. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down,
drop-down, the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. If you run a business, you know how confusing it can be to evaluate all the different advertising options. And in iHeart, we're here to help. We're America's #1 audio company, #1 in radio, #1 in podcasting, digital radio, and much more. With all those insights and all those potential customers, we can help you find new and more efficient ways to grow your business. So reach out, let's chat, and learn more about how we can help your business find new growth. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Always stop for a school bus when the stop arm is out and the red lights are flashing. Not stopping or trying to beat the stop arm puts lives at risk and can result in large fines, points on your license, and license suspension paid for by your insurance.
What's evil lurks in the heart of politicians, begging for your soul?
Or your vote. Well, KFI election night coverage coming November 8th. KFI and KOST, HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. You are in the home stretch. Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee with your Friday morning wake-up call.
Hello, Friday. Hello, weekend. And hello to you. Oh, Fridays are better and better. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just started thinking, this is probably a big party weekend, but party in the sense of, hey, your neighbor's having a Halloween party kind of thing. Or, hey, maybe you're going to some sort of cool little fall festival kind of thing. Because it is technically Halloween weekend, Halloween being Monday. Or maybe for you, this is the weekend that you go out and buy 4 bags of candy and it costs you $100. Oh my gosh. I know we've talked about the price of candy going up, but I went to Target and you walked in the store and they had a big display of candy. Like a whole wall full of candy. And I had some returns and I thought, oh, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to return these clothes that I bought, and then I'll pick up some candy, and then I'll get some money back. No! Somehow I returned the clothes and still had to pay for the candy that I was buying. It was like, I don't know, whatever the exchange was, and say it came in at $100. My candy cost $111.27. Anyway, I better get some kids this year. Otherwise, the KFI newsroom is going to get a lot of candy, as it often does. Welcome to your weekend. Here's what's happening in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Elon Musk is now the head of Twitter. He and his base apparently will be running Twitter. So the school that was in Simi Valley, founded by Kanye West yesterday, that we found out that closed, sent the email to everybody, it has reopened. Coming up at 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Rick Klein about all the craziness that is happening in politics this week, whether it be in Pennsylvania with Dr. Oz and John Fetterman, or Herschel Walker in Georgia. And the reason that these other states' races are so big, as we've been talking about, is because it's all over control of the Senate. So it's not often that we really, whatever, Georgia, you did you, y'all have fun out there. No, this actually matters for how the country is going to be run. So that's why these races are so important. So we'll get into that with Rick in just a few minutes. And also hear about that mountain lion. Just taking a stroll through Brentwood. How pretty there. They got it. We'll get into all of that. Well, Elon Musk is now the head of Twitter. He finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Musk walked into the headquarters in San Francisco, as you know, carrying a porcelain face. He then changed his Twitter profile to Cheap Twist, if you appreciate that, and tweeted, entering Twitter HQ, let that sink in. Well, the school in Simi Valley, founded by Kanye West this year, will reopen. Donna Academy's principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes, and the school would reopen in 2023. However, TMZ reports an email from parents was sent out at midnight basketball team was recently barred from playing in the City of Palm Classic. Karen Bass got some support last night from Senator Bernie Sanders and her campaign to be the next mayor of LA. Sanders appeared with Bass at an event in Playa Vista. Sanders got a warm welcome from the crowd. Bass echoed a familiar Sanders theme about the gap between the haves and have-nots in America. She asked the crowd about how many homes would have been built in with her $90 million her opponent, Rick Caruso, spent on his campaign. LA City Attorney Mike Fewer is taking aim at 2 nightclubs in Hollywood that he says are operating illegally.
Both clubs are accused of selling liquor without a license. They can overserve people. That can have a very serious impact on jeopardizing public safety. Fewer says the clubs are close to homes. Police say unregistered security guards were working on one of the clubs. They say at the same club, cars were obstructing traffic. The owners of both buildings the clubs are in are working to kick the clubs out. Officials say they hope the charges will deter people from starting up illegal nightclubs. Like Troy, KFI News.
When we come back, we're going to talk politics, races in other states that really matter to everybody. That's all coming up in just a second with ABC's Rick Klein. Right now, though, let's take a look at that driving. You'll say good morning to, I believe it's Dave Joseph. Dave, good morning. You're in for Nick, I think, for the next probably week.
Good morning, Jennifer. That is correct. We've got troubles in Silmar this morning on the 210 Foothill Freeway, eastbound at Yarnell Street. Got a crash there across the 2 left lanes, watching slowing as you approach. Glendora, the 210 west on a Grand, a big rig fire. That's off to the right shoulder. Earlier crash cleared in Downey on the 5 north on Florence Avenue. And in downtown LA, roadwork on the 110 southbound between the 101 and the 10. The 2 left lanes are closed until 6 a.m. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
All right, we've got the midterm elections right around the corner, and they are important, especially if you look at races in other states. Let's say good morning now to ABC News Political Director Rick Klein. Rick, welcome back to Wake Up Call. And, it's funny, it's not often that, we in California really care about what's happening in the Pennsylvania Senate race or the one in Georgia, but it really matters this time around.
50-50 Senate every race now. It's because the Senate could literally be on the ballot in any of these places and all these places with the same time. So yeah, people, myself, people are dialed in. There's big numbers of early votes, maybe to be expected, but it's still surprising when it starts to roll in to see how many people are actually engaged in this. 10 million plus people voted already. Couple 3 million more. It's still done.
I think too what's interesting about this is because of the high profile people who are in these races, and a couple of them, the John Fetterman, Dr. Oz one in Pennsylvania. You got Herschel Walker, who, people have been a big fan of his entire career. He's in Georgia. So on top of the importance of the Senate, you got the celebrity factor in some of these too.
Oh yeah, I mean not just the popular and doctor and the Heisman Trophy there. You've got an actor and an astronaut and best-selling authors and billionaire tech guys. It's really striking to me how a lot of these people have become household names. So a lot of people that came to politics passion. But that's the case right now. That's why people are doing the way they are, and I think it's a good thing for democracy. People are thinking and looking and paying that kind of attention. But it isn't really constantly striking to see this many people engaged in the study different ways in elections. This is not going to be a low turnout affair. That's very clear. And that's a good thing. Good thing.
But is it because of the Senate race, or do you think it's because of the nature of some of the candidates that have made it, or is it a combination of two that people are going to get out there and vote this time?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all of those things. I think it's also the speed of an election like this. I mean, what we like to say that it's the most important election of our lifetime, but I think there's, I'm sure there's been books that have been learned with that in mind, and sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But bottom line is that, you have to be not essentially made mistakes and not realize how important this election is and what's the difference between controlling the party's names. It's a hugely important distinction to make, and people recognize that. I think that's but not a lot of people
I'm sure that the issue of abortion is one of the hot button issues in every single state, but it can't be ignored that in Georgia you've got Herschel Walker facing those allegations of hypocrisy when it comes to abortion, and that on top of it all happens to be one of the big issues that'll be on the ballot, or that legislation. It is abortion. It is crime in our state. Is there one issue that's taking the top spot for everybody when they head to the polls, or is it for everybody something different?
I think inflation is the one that's the blue line in the state. You can't live in the country without recognizing that inflation is a real issue. The price of gas, the price of milk, those are things that just hit people over and over again. But if you had to choose one, I think that'd be it. Like I said, people vote Republican again.
All right, Rick, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you again soon, I'm sure. That is ABC's Rick Klein. He is ABC's political director, and also he's the host of This Week on ABC. Hey, a lot of people have said, is my ballot going to be counted? Is there a way for you to check to see if your ballot has been counted? Yes, is the answer. The state offers a service called Where's My Ballot? So voters can sign up for text alerts, email, or voice notifications that will actually tell you where your ballot is. I haven't done this, I haven't gone through the process, but I do want to sign up this morning, and I'll let you know if I could do it maybe during one of our breaks. And let you know with the, so they tell me the text to where my ballot is, but it is where's my ballot.sos.ca.gov. Where's my ballot.sos.ca.gov. Crazy story coming out of Palmdale. Two women have been fatally stabbed in a cold store parking lot in Palmdale. The attack happened about noon yesterday. A woman seen running back and forth screaming that she's been stabbed. Then after she collapsed, an attacker came back and stabbed her again several times. A man who had been stabbed in another area of the parking lot died in the hospital. Deputies have taken one man in custody. Well, more people have traveled through LAX this year than last year already. LAX has welcomed more than 48 million travelers this year through September. That's the airport's Victoria Silabati, who says about 33 million passengers went through the airport this time last year. She says the airport welcomed more than 5.5 million passengers in September. That's up from about 4.4 million in September of 2021. That just shows you it is game on for all of us. We are flying again like crazy, and Frontier Airlines has gotten a creative way to keep flyers happy. ABC's Michelle Franson says the airline has made it all-you-can-fly pass. Frontier Airlines announced it will offer a year-long travel pass called Go Wild. Passengers can buy the pass and take as many flights that they want within a 12-month period. Okay, I'm so into that if I wasn't Frontier. Frontier says the pass will be available in 2023. I want to know how much it is, so you're going to have to do one of those cost-benefit analysis. Kind of like if you got the Disney Magic Key Pass. Is it worth it? How many times a year do I typically go to Disneyland? So I used to fly San Francisco or Oakland with the case to I would go back to visit Scott and his different army bases. And so Frontier was one that I used a lot to be in Oklahoma or something like that. And but you really have to know, am I going to go, I guess if you're a frequent flyer, you're going to know that right off the bat. That'd be an easy one to do the math on, but you need to know the price. Anyone with Dispatch Center in Fullerton will coordinate police, addiction, and mental health services across 11 cities in North Orange County.
And they're taking it to the streets. Governor Newsom says the new Health Center has mobile healthcare response units to take services to the people who need them. I'm done with outreach. It's nothing more than inreach, where you wait 9 to 5, and if someone shows up at 5:01, say, we're sorry, we're closed. Democratic State Senator Josh Newman says North OC has worked on this collaboration for years. We are making progress without having to arrest our way out of it. That is indeed a change of mindset. He says the center also uses data to track which services work and don't work for which people over time. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Police near Tulsa, Oklahoma say a family of 8, including 2 adults and 6 children, have been killed in a fire. Broken Arrow Police's Ethan Hutchins says the community is devastated.
Our hearts go out to the Broken Arrow community because this is a very safe city, and homicides don't happen very normally. This is the first homicide incident in Broken Arrow this year.
Police say they are investigating the death as homicide. Yesterday's fire was in a residential area of Broken Arrow, which is about 13 miles southeast of Tulsa. The Santa Fe Sheriff's Department has admitted its finding in the death of a cinematographer killed on the set of a Alec Baldwin movie. A Santa Fe Sheriff's Office spokesperson said that two binders of information were turned over to the Santa Fe-based DA's office. The report does not make any recommendations, however, about possible criminal charges. And kids will soon be out and about doing their trick-or-treating. Jonathan Kane with foodallergy.org says treats can be a problem for the 1 in 13 kids who have food allergies.
Your Kit Kat bars, Hershey bars, there's milk, and there's nuts, and there's wheat, and there's soy. In most Halloween candy,
Kane suggests putting a teal-colored pumpkin outside filled with non-food treats like toys next to an orange one filled with candy.
put one outside, it's indicates to your neighbors that you have your treats that are safe.
You can go to foodallergy.org to add your house to the Teal Pumpkin Project map. All right, when we come back, speaking of Halloween, we are going to talk with Best Friends Animal Society. So it's not just the kids that you have to worry about on Halloween, maybe ingesting candy that they shouldn't. It's the pets. And I noticed this in my own house. I've got a whole big thing of Halloween candy out there on my little kitchen island. And I have 2 dogs that can reach the top of the counter. Nobody needs a dog who eats chocolate. That is deadly to them. But really, nobody wants a dog who just gets sick either on your caramels that are sitting there on the counter. So what are kinds of things, not only the food portions of Halloween that you have to worry about when you have your pets, but there are plenty of other things to be thinking about. You're opening that door 80 million times that night. You don't want Fluffy or Fido to get out. So we're going to be on with Best Friends Animal Society in just a few minutes on how to keep your pet safe this Halloween. Let's say good morning again to Jay Joseph checking out our drive.
We've got trouble in San Dimas on the 57 northbound at Arrow Highway. A crash has all lanes stopped. A motorcycle involved here. Traffic is jammed from Covina Boulevard. Now in Glendora, the 210 westbound at Grand, it's a big red fire. That's off to the right shoulder. Watch this slowing as you approach. Crash in Silmar continues. The 210 eastbound at Roxford. The 2 left lanes are blocked. You're still there from Yarnell Street. And in Anaheim Hills, the 91 westbound at Lakeview, you've got a crash blocking your right lane. Traffic is slow from Imperial Highway. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Kitty Joseph.
Our windows have a story to tell. Should it yours? My name is Angie Doctor.
Sasuke Tominari,
Chris Perez, I work for American Vision Windows. The news is now on people's faces and enjoying what they're doing. That's changes everything.
Every customer caught up personal side as if I was getting my own home done.
American Vision Windows is my championship team, and I'm happy to be part of that team.
American Vision Windows continued to revolutionize the home improvement industry, one customer at a time.
They got it done in about 3 days. I would strongly suggest American Vision Windows.
My old windows heated up like a brick oven, and now it's complete with climate control.
For a limited time, buy 4 or more windows, get $750 off. Buy 7 or more windows, get $1,000 off. Or buy 10 or more windows, get $1,500 off. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. For all offers, call or see website for details. Offers expires 10/31/2022. See us at 778-326.
This report is sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. Boost your immunity. Everyone ages 5 and up can get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Hey, this is Wade Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
LeBron James at the Stillwater. The Lakers are in the Twin Cities tonight for a matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves, hoping to put a match in the win column. Star wide receiver Cooper Kupp said that all NFL games should be played on grass. He wants a growing movement of players speaking out against the artificial turf fields. And in Major League Baseball, the World Series begins tonight with the Houston Astros hosting the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 1 from Minute Maid Park. I'm Jimmy Halford. With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Center, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer. Registered investment advisor, member SIPC. Real estate owners, you know the savvy solution to a piece of property you're looking to get rid of? Donate it to Cars for Kids. They've come in here with costs at an all-time high. You'll be happy to hear that Cars for Kids Real Estate will take over all taxes, maintenance, and insurance fees. Best of all, Cars for Kids Real Estate will provide you with a tax deduction for the full appraisal quality check before you fire it up. And if you have electric heat, it's even more important, and it's only $129. GOETTL.com. Hi, this is Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. I've spent my career designing and building beautiful homes. I'm here on KFI to help you transform your house into a more beautiful home. And while we're at it, build yourself a more beautiful one. Go with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI.
More stimulating talk. I just came into the fire. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We will talk dogs and cats and all your pets. Oh my, coming up in just a few minutes, and how to keep them safe during Halloween. But also some of the stories we're watching in the KFI's 24-hour newsroom include what's going on in Hawaii. Hawaii Civil Defense Agency has held meetings across the Big Island telling people to prepare for a possible volcanic eruption. It just got breaking news from ABC7 that people on the Big Island are being warned to evacuate at any moment because I guess the world's largest active volcano is shaking. Oh, no, thank you. Which means, hey, if it's shaking, it could erupt. This is Mauna Loa. It's sending more signals that it may erupt. Frank Tuchel is a research geologist at the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory.
After recognize how quickly lava flows can arrive in your area, and then you should be preparing.
Now, a civil defense administrator says they're reminding people to register to receive alert messages and review their plans in case of disaster. Also, a notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has been filed with the city office. The notice was signed by 5 residents in the 14th district, including Pauline Atkins. Now, she made 2 prior recall attempts against De Leon. Pete Brown, De Leon's communications director, said Atkins had also previously filed but later dropped a third intent to recall. Right now, let's say good morning to Alina Houchman, who is with Best Friends Animal Society. Alina, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me on.
Absolutely. Now, if we were in Hawaii right now, we would be going over all of the things that you need to evacuate your pets. In this case, so this weekend, we're trying to keep our pets inside, which is one of the major problems that people a lot of times have on Halloween, because you're opening your door 50 million times to all the cute little trick-or-treaters that are coming around. But Fluffy and Fido would also like to meet their neighbors who are coming around.
Yes, that's very, very true. So it's really important to remember that while Halloween is a favorite holiday for kids and families, it might not be your pet's favorite holiday. So it's really important to use caution when entering the door so your cats and dogs don't shout out. You might want to keep them in a separate room, especially if the doorbell makes them, anxious, which I know you'd like to have. It certainly does. They have much better feeling than us, so it's really important to keep them in a safe, quiet area.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that the dogs are going to be able to hear the kids, pitter-pattering up to the door far before that doorbell ever even gets rung. And I think that, too, one thing that we don't think about is for us, being the kids in costume is cute and whatever, but somebody might have wings or the vampire has a big cape or something like that, but it's all things that create probably shapes that are a little, off-putting to our pets.
Yes, it's the shapes, it's the shadows that they see, it's the crowd. A lot of that can be, it's either the friendliest dog or cat acts a little unusual. So, taking them quickly trick-or-treating might be seem like a good idea, but you just have to know your individual pet and see if that's something that they would be open to. And if not, again, that's rule of paw would be to use them hugs.
That's rule of paw. I love it. Okay, so when it comes to your animals in the home, is this sort of like you should treat it kind of like the 4th of July? You try and put them in a room and maybe have, the TV on or your noise machine on or something like that to keep them away or to keep them from getting anxious as that doorbell's ringing all the time?
That's a higher room is the third option. I don't think it's going to be as scary as a 4th of July or New Year's Eve when there's going to be fireworks because that is just it's like booming sounds like they're, they can run and dart out of the house. But it is really important for any of these holidays to make sure that your pets have current up-to-date ID tags and that they're microchipped. But in case they do go missing, you can be reunited.
When it comes to microchipping, is it too late? I mean, it's a Friday, or should you be calling your vet today to see if you can get them in, or are there other places you can call to get your animal microchipped, maybe even over the weekend?
I mean, I think that as long as you have the current ID tag, you're going to be good for Halloween. I don't know if it's going to be able to happen this weekend, but you can call your vet. You can check with a lot of shelters and rescues have, low cost pop-up places that you can visit. But, as long as your ID tags are up to date and that if your pet isn't microchipped, you get it done before the holiday season. So before Thanksgiving, before the holiday, Christmas, New Year's, I think that it's a good thing to start doing right now.
Okay, so when it comes to the candy, that's always the thing that I worry about most. And I'm the worst about it. I mean, I have 4 dogs, including one that if she puts her paws on my shoulders, we could dance together. She's a huge dog, and she could totally get on the counter, and yet one right now, if you walk into my kitchen on the island right in the center, and I think, if I put it all in the center, there's no way she can reach it. Please, come on. If a dog wants candy bad enough or whatever is in the kitchen, they'll get it. What are some of the most poisonous or the things that we should keep away from them? I mean, chocolate obviously has to be probably, the top one.
Right. So chocolate is definitely a no-no for your pets, but another ingredient that not everyone knows is toxic is xylitol, and it's an artificial sweetener, and it is in most candy. It's also in other things, so you should always double check. It can appear in peanut butter, so always read that as well. The xylitol is another toxic ingredient for pets, and so, like you said, keep it on a high surface. Maybe even keep the candy bowl outside of, if you have a very tall or very sticky batter, then maybe keep the candy outside of your door, and, if you're going to get gas, keep it in kind of like a gated area, or keep your pet in a gated area so they can't get candy.
And that's a great, I'm glad you said the cat and the dog thing, because Shelby, my cat, she can jump anywhere that she wants because she likes to move. And so I can very easily see her whacking off a piece of candy that makes it onto the floor. Maybe one of the girls who can't even reach the counter, they're going to go for it just because there's something on the floor now.
Right.
When
Is your animal. Right. Or she could say, so if you want to give, pet dessert, great treats always for Halloween, so you could give it sweet potato, or poached potato treats, or pumpkin spice, or, peanut butter, as long as there's no xylitol. So maybe that's have the treats too. Just ones that are safe for them.
Okay, and peanut butter, I think, is the one that we often don't think of, because you think, that's something that I can put in a treat, I can put it in a Kong, I can use something like that. And so you're not thinking specifically that peanut butter might be a threat to the animal. So I'm glad you brought that one up. The other thing that I was thinking about was when the dog or cat gets dressed up. I love to dress my animals up, but I also know that by the end of whatever the pictures are, or maybe the parade that we've gone to, or whatever, they're eating on the little plastic lei that is around them if they're going as, a Hawaiian family for the year or something like that. Even those little, moments that you glance away for a half a second, they can be chewing on a piece of their own costume.
Right. So I agree with you. There's nothing cuter than a Delaware cat who's dressing up for Halloween. So it's just really important to make sure that the costumes that you get your dog or cat don't constrict any movement or breathing or their vision. And like you said, the small dangling pieces, that's a no-no in every costume. You have to make sure that the costume that you choose or make doesn't have any dangling pieces, because those are tricky hazards. And also make sure that the costume fits well, because if it doesn't, it can get twisted and caught in external objects and they can hurt your pet. And you want to make sure your pet is comfortable in the costume. So introduce it slowly, let them smell it, put it on for a few minutes. And if your pet isn't into the costume, don't force it on them.
she said, Heather, I think I've got this covered. Everybody's, microchipped and whatever, and I know the peanut butter one. I hadn't even thought about that one, so I appreciate it always.
Perfect. And the other thing is, if you're out there and you don't have a dog or cat right now and you're looking for one, it's the perfect time to get out there and adopt or foster. And then if you're scared of Halloween, you have someone, a little furry friend to keep you company.
I like that. That is perfect. The two of you can sort of snuggle up on the couch, turn the lights off, don't make your house a place that looks inviting. That is perfect. Alina, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Thanks so much.
All right, see you later. That is Best Friends Animal Society, Alina Houtzman. I love that. All right, we come back. It's kind of a bittersweet story. You win the lottery. Hooray! Now you have all that money. Hooray! And what do you do with all that money? Because it's not just, hey, I'm going to go out and buy a Ferrari and a fancy mansion, and I'm going to buy the best clothes that I know of, and I'm going to pay off all my bills, and, well, that's when sort of things start to go down. How many bills do you have? How much debt are you in? Oh, don't forget the taxes. Oh, don't forget all those people who are going to start coming to you. Can I please have, $1,000? Actually, can I have $2,000? Actually, can I have $10,000? And you're doling this out like candy, right? But in a CPA way, winning the lottery can actually be quite daunting. And so we're going to get into that in just a little bit. So, do I buy lottery tickets? Yes. Do I think about the consequences? Heck no. I just think, oh, look, I can finally go buy that compound in the middle of nowhere and have loud dogs on it, become my own dog shelter. That's what I would do, Dave Francis. If I won the lottery, that would be my big plan. I know, it's a crazy plan, but it's one that I just think would be so much fun until I actually try to get some sleep. Then it would be
I
awesome.
think I might actually have to join you for that plan because that's been a dream of mine as well.
Okay, if we win, I'm making a pledge to you in front of all the millions of people listening to Wake Up Call this morning. If one of us wins, I will either be your partner or you will be my partner, whichever way. How's that?
100% agree.
Bam!
100% agree. I'm totally in with you on that.
I love it. What's going on in traffic?
We've got trouble in Anaheim Hills now. The 91 westbound at Lakeview Avenue, you've got crash blocking the right lane. Traffic is stopped to go through Imperial Highway. Artesia, the 91 eastbound at Pioneer, a crash there blocks the carpool lane. Traffic stopped to go from the 605. San Dimas, still a big problem on the 57 northbound at Arrow Highway. Crash involving a motorcycle blocks the left lane. You're still from Covina Boulevard. In Azusa, the 210 westbound at Citrus, it's the car fire blocking the right lane. You're slow there from the 57. And in Stillmont, had a crash on the 210 eastbound at Roxford. That's been cleared, but you're still slow from Yarnell Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Hey, all the Team Sharky, let's talk about your windows. I know a couple of things about your sad, sorry windows. I know there's a whole slew of reasons why you want new ones. Lower energy bills, more peace and quiet, better curb appeal, and how about just windows that actually open and close? I also know you can talk all you want, but if they're not affordable, it's just not going to help. I hear it. I have an answer for you. Call Jim and Aaron at Window World. I love Window World exactly because they specialize in windows perfectly positioned at that intersection of quality, beauty, and affordability. And Window World offers zero down, interest-free financing for up to 60 bucks. 6 windows and install for as little as $86 a month. 5 windows and a patio door for as little as $119 a month. Your dream of new windows can become a reality because Window World makes new windows affordable. To learn more, just dial 877-75-WORLD, 877-75-WORLD, or go to windowsworldsocal.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Partly cloudy starts in the morning with more sunshine in the afternoon, so this pattern we've had for most of the week will continue. Highs will just be in the 70s, right at 80 today for the valleys in the IE. Looks like we're going to stay that way into about Halloween. I'm looking at the forecast for Halloween night. Looks like just partly cloudy, becoming mostly cloudy with lows around 60. It's going to be a perfect KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee.
Boost your immunity. Everyone ages 5 and up can get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Get those slow green money clean with a $58 green special from Nextgen. Call 8333 Nextgen.
This holiday, whether you're making a Ralph's simple truth turkey for 40 or a Murray big free for 2, Ralph's has fast, fresh delivery and free pickup, so you can make holiday meals that bring you all together to create memories that last. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. Free pickup on orders of $35 and more. Restrictions are defined.
Get more ways to save if you buy 5 or more. Save $1 each day. Just buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each on card. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. This is Jacob and Ryan. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. This Halloween, go as the world. That's scary. AMR, AM640.
More stimulating talk.
So great. So come on, let's move this way. Happy months.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call as we start Halloween weekend. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, and the chief twink is in charge. Elon Musk, that's his self-proclaimed name, by the way, is now the head of Twitter. Musk finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Musk walked into the headquarters in San Francisco, as you know, in the middle of this week carrying a porcelain suit, changed his Twitter profile to Chief Twink, and then tweeted, entering Twitter HQ, let that sink in. And the school in Simi Valley that was founded by Kanye West this year, that was open and then closed, has reopened, according to TMZ. So Donda Academy principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes and the school would reopen in 2023. But then TMZ reports it got its hand on an email from parents that were sent out, I guess, about midnight last night to other kids at Donda Academy that said the school would reopen, quote, with a vengeance. Now, the school has been impacted by Kanye West's founder's recent anti-Semitic comments. All right, one story that has been in the news is the lottery, Powerball, up over $800 million. And I admit I got caught up in the lottery theory. Yes, I love to dream. I love to think, if I won $800 million, what would I do with it? Here's the problem. It is, yeah, you get to do all those fun things, but you kind of forget about the other side of winning the lottery. And that's where Nicholas Greenbauer comes in. He's a CPA and spokesperson for the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. Nicholas, good morning. Welcome to Wake Up Call.
Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday.
So let's talk about, hey, have you bought lottery tickets first off? I need to know if you're caught up in the frenzy like the rest of us.
You must have made excited.
Yay! Okay, so Nicholas, you know the good and the bad side of winning 800 million bucks. On the good side, you can finally go out and buy whatever fancy car you've been thinking about and whatever fancy mansion that you want to go get. But what is the flip side? It's that winning the lottery sounds like it's a little bit bittersweet.
Here is that. Do you want to get the best news out of all of it?
Yeah.
California has no active lottery winning. We always hear in the state of California that you pay a lot of tax, but if you win the California lottery, you will not have to pay California state income tax on it. However, that's a different ball of wax.
Okay, so that is good news because California, you always think, oh my gosh, you know, we're going to pay the most of anybody. How shocking that we're probably going to at least pay the least when it comes to the state stuff. When it comes to the federal side, how much do you actually pay? Say you win, let's just make it a round number, $800 million. How much are you looking at paying in taxes to the Fed?
So the compensatory rate should always depend. So the biggest question that you have to determine, do you want to take a lump sum payout or do you want to take an annuity? Because that will put you into a tax bracket. Either way, whichever you choose at the $5 million level, you will be the highest tax bracket, which is currently 37% throughout this whole time period. So the question you have to answer, do you want to pay everything all at once and then that you will have to eventually pay out. So get ready to pay more.
Okay, so you're going to bump yourself into a tax bracket, but at $800 million, I'm sure a lot of people are thinking, you know what, I'm going to have somebody like Niklaus doing all of my finances for me. So he's going to take my money and, at least when it comes to just the facts and figures of, all right, the state's going to keep that 25%, that sort of thing. He's going to handle all of that. And at $800 million, who cares? I got plenty of money to pay that. But I think that the one thing we've heard from lottery winners over time is how many people come knocking on your door, how many things that you buy that you don't think of the consequences of, the properties, the cars, and even the licensing and things that go along with it. You think, well, $800 million, who cares? I don't have to think about that. But you do, because I'm sure all that adds up.
Yes, exactly. We've heard all these stories about big lottery winners, and very few years later they lose all that money or they spend all that money because of people coming out and saying, if you have another mark, they are letting them the door out to you for some money. So one of the most important things if you win the lottery, and hopefully one of your listeners will be the lottery winner, or you, Jennifer.
I was just going to say, I'm sorry, Nicholas, but I'm hoping it's me or you, let's be honest.
Well, I don't know what things we will get a string together of to celebrate.
Damn, I love this. All right, you got it.
And so, if you will, the first important thing before you claim your tax is to count the two most important people that will be in your life going forward: a tax attorney or an expert attorney, your trusted tax advisor, as well as a financial advisor before you claim, because those people will help you to determine what your bank accounts are taking the lump sum, or will you able to make more money by taking the lump sum, or do you better off taking the 30-year payout in annuity? And just as you can say that in California, if you do take a 30-year payout in annuity, almost all the money you will get over time, because the California assumes that you will make that difference that you will lose in a lump sum payout. So it's something to think about. And if you are 30 years out, depending on who is the winner and what stage they are in, there will be some estate tax planning issues. You have kids, you have other parents to take care of. All of those things will come into play, and while on the federal level, you got lucky as of 2022, there's a $12 million lifetime exclusion that you don't have to pay, but definitely that $800,000 will put you over that exclusion amount, and your future assets will pay 40% tax on something happens to the winner. So it's very important to make the right financial planning, ensuring that your new time sourcing is well protected and safe for your family. If you wish to carry on and make sure that you don't spend it all in a couple of years.
Oh my gosh, yes. So it kind of sounds like if you win the lottery and you're, let's say you and I, we would have to go to our families and be like, hey, we just won the lottery, but we almost need to get together as a unit and figure out how this is all going to work. What happens if something happens to me? Where does all that money go? It sounds like it's a little bit more daunting than just, hey, we won the lottery, let's all go to Hawaii.
Exactly. There are many questions that you want to ask. Do you have any outstanding debt that you want to pay off? If you have children, what's the future plan for your children's education? As you all know, cost of education is skyrocketing, and public or private education. Are you going to buy houses, and where do you buy those houses? How you can minimize your future estate tax consequences as a result. So there's a myriad of questions that you will have to address over time, and you need to have the right people around you, unless you want to play a game and win a game because the money is gone.
Okay, when it comes to, say you want to give money to somebody, you want to give money to your, I don't know, but in my case, my brother. I want to give money to my brother, and I'm going to say to him, Travis, I want you to pay off your house. I want you to never have to work another day in your life, and make sure that my 3 nephews are taken care of for college. Is there a limit of money that I can give them? Because I know that there's like a gift tax, and I want to say it's over $10,000 or something like that. Where is it that my generosity could actually become problematic for the person that I give it to?
So the good news for the person who receives it is tax-free. The bad news, as you indicate, is with over $10,000, $15,000, it changes every year a little bit. bushel.
Oh my gosh.
So that's 40%.
Oh my gosh. All right. So yeah, everybody's gonna get 11,99999. And could that be to, or could that be to every family member? So it could be to my brother, and then my oldest nephew Jordan, and then Brody and Ryder, the twins. Everybody could get 11,999.
No, sure, that's total.
Oh.
The line is only total. Sorry.
No, that's good. Okay, so now I understand. So total, I can give away 12 million, but after that, that's when that 40% would come in.
Yeah, and you start paying taxes on all your generosity, unless it goes for charity.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now let's talk about that in the charitable donation aspect of it. How much could I give a charity?
All of it, if you want to.
Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. Every animal society in America would get a big old chunk of change from me then. I love that idea. And what does it do anything for them? Oh, or I guess obviously it does good for them to get 800 million. For me though, I know when I'm doing deductions on my taxes, any charitable donations are good. Does that help me to show that I just gave $800 million to, charities, I guess?
So every year you need to tax the charitable donation. Every year you can only deduct up to 60% of your adjusted gross income. So the first year donation amount, even if you already did 800 million, every year you will have a carryover for many years to come that you can take and set it into your future earnings. So as you indicated, you may not quit after giving the lottery because you have an amazing show. Um, you will be able to take the future carryover deduction than what you spend it because you only have 50% ability to deduct every year for that cash donation. But the charity has no taxable impact to them, and definitely will be one of the biggest philanthropists in the country.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, Nico, please come on Wake Up Call anytime because flattery will get you everywhere with me. So the amazing show line, bam, you're in for whenever you want. But I love this. I love that you explain this in a way that is understandable. I thought, oh my gosh, we're gonna get a CPA on. It's gonna get wonky. I'm gonna get confused and look like an idiot. This was such a fun interview. I loved it. Let's do it again.
Anytime, thank you so much, and have a fantastic Friday, everybody.
All right, thank you too. And hey, good luck on the lottery.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll be drinking this Saturday.
Okay, sounds good. I look forward to it. Thanks, Nicholas. Take care. Nicholas Ringbauer is a CPA and spokesperson for the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. I love him. That's the kind of tax person that I like to go to. I know, it's really stupid. Did I ever tell you guys that when I was in junior college, I had two things that I was trying to decide between? I either wanted to be an attorney. Why, you ask? Not because I really wanted the society to be better. Not that I thought, wow, I can really get, innocent people off the hook, or I can find justice in this world for those who are wrong. No, I just like to argue. I love to argue. If you want to get in a fight, I'm your girl. About whatever stupid thing. So I either wanted to be an attorney, or I wanted to be an accountant. Because I love numbers. I'm good at it. I like to do my taxes, and I like to add everything up, and then I take it to the CPA. It's like I audit the accountant. Oh, you talk about a nerd? So then when I saw we had the chance to get California Society of Certified Public Accountants spokesperson on, oh, yes, please. Yes, yes. So sorry, I brought my nerdy swampsmith here. That's why I love business stuff. I don't necessarily always understand it. Well, take it apart. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Jim Ryan. Do you hate your job? Are you miserable? I mean miserable when you go to work every day. Apparently, a lot of us are. And we're going to get into that. There's a new Gallup poll that came out. And I appreciate people's honesty, but it also makes me sad that, hey, you've got to do this 5 days a week and you hate it. Apparently, that is the case for a lot of people, so we'll get into that in a few minutes. Right now, let's say good morning again to Dave Joseph, and we are going back to that crash on the 57.
Quiet, miserable there, JJL. The 57 north on that Arrow Highway. A crash involving a motorcycle blocks the left lane. Traffic is stopped to go from Covina Boulevard.
In Azusa, 210 westbound at Citrus, vehicle fire blocking the right lane. You're jammed from the 57 freeway. Crash in Anaheim Hills continues. The 91 westbound at Lakeview, the right lane is blocked. You're a stop and go from here to Canyon Road. And in Artesia, the 91 eastbound at Pioneer Boulevard, got a crash there blocking the carpool lane. Traffic is slow through the 605. Hey, hi in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Good assets like a home, why not set up a secure will so everything transfers to your loved ones without costly delay? Make a quick call to Legal Docs by Me, and that's going to give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing website, and you'll save thousands of dollars. Yes, I said thousands. All you have to do is call them right now. They're going to take down the necessary information and help you throughout the entire process. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250 Legal Docs. Again, pound 250 and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by Me. No lawyers, save money.
This report is sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. Booster immunity. Everyone ages 5 and up can get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Hey, this is Rick Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America customer.
LeBron James and the still winless Lakers are in the Twin Cities tonight for a matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves, hoping to put a match in the win column. Rare star wide receiver Cooper Kupp said that all NFL games should be played on grass. There is a growing movement of players speaking out against the artificial turf fields. And in Major League Baseball, the World Series begins tonight with the Houston Astros hosting the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 1 from Minute Maid Park. I'm J.D. Halfray. With Merrill, the Bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Center, and Smith Incorporated. Registered broker-dealer. Registered investment advisor. Member SIPC. Contractor license 24771. Hey, how's that? Just one thing to say. Now, we do it all. What do you mean by all? We can fix your water leaks, drippable faucets, running toilets, and water supply for our own faucet. Replace your garbage disposal. Unclog your drain. And we can repair your underground sewer lines. Our pros got it. We fix underground sewer lines without digging. Yes, we do. Like I said, we do it all. Ghetto air conditioning and plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Always stop for a school bus when the stop arm is out and the red lights are flashing. Not stopping or trying to beat the stop arm puts lives at risk and can result in large fines, points on your license, and license suspension, paid for by NHTSA. Portions of the following program will be recorded. There is a decorated really wonderfully. This house was crazy when he had 1 year he did a giant spider that he made like 5 feet across, and it would shoot out silly string. Bill Handle. And stop doing that when I gave his address out on the radio program. Mornings from 6 to 10. Way to ruin it for us all. Yeah, on KFI.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It's a Friday heading into Halloween weekend 2022. I'm Jennifer Jones. Lead some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And looking to hear about Halloween right now on the Big Island in Hawaii. That's where the Civil Defense Agency has held meetings to tell people to get ready for a possible volcanic eruption. It's the world's largest active volcano. Mauna Loa that's sending more signals it may erupt. Apparently, it is shaking. The Civil Defense Administrator says they're reminding people to register to get text alerts, alert messages, and review their plans in case of a disaster. Also, a notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has been filed with the city office. The notice was signed by 5 people in the 14th district, including a woman named Pauline Atkins, who has made 2 prior recall attempts against De Leon. Let's say good morning now. Happy Friday, Jim Ryan. And I know actually you and I like our jobs. We both have been doing this for a bazillion years. So it made me sad when I saw that the State of the Global Workplace Report for 2022 shows 1 in 5 workers is miserable. I can't imagine what that's like. Going to work 5 days a week and just thinking like, oh God, this sucks every single day.
Well, even worse than that might be the other statistic here. 60% of people are emotionally detached. That means they simply walk in, they sit down, they mark time until the end of the day, collect a paycheck, go home, come in the because they feel so emotionally uninspired or detached about work. So yeah, you get the 19% who are miserable, probably making a lot of noise about it, but this other 50% or so of the world's workforce that just doesn't care.
Well, and I think that that's what would be so sad is, you get in the morning, and I don't know if you're like me, but you get in and you're kind of excited about whatever, your story is for the day or whatever your, focus of the news is for that day. And it's kind of like, oh, hey, I get to tell everybody about X, Y, Z, and then, hey, I wonder how this story's going to develop, and you kind of get vested in it. I can't imagine what it's like to just sit down, type some things, and then log off at the end of the day. But that sounds like what a lot of people do.
You're right. And you brought up something I haven't even thought about that before, but every night going into the next day of the night, people say, what are you working on tomorrow? I'm like, I have no idea, but it's that not knowing that kind of makes it a little exciting. For folks in a kind of in a routine who do the same thing day after day, answer the same phone calls, write the same emails, they go through the same issues, and there's just not a lot of challenge there, I'm afraid, for those folks. Part of the problem, according to Gallup, and Gallup is the one that's done this survey of over 60,000 people around the world who've been doing this for some time. And part of the problem is that bosses, and of course every industry is desperate to get people through the door because of the worker shortage, they're making these promises that they can't keep, telling you their job applicant, yeah, you're going to love this job, you're going to feel engaged, your boss loves the job, and it's going to be involved with you, you'll take suggestions, and you're going to like your coworkers, and those things don't happen. And unfortunately, this sort of ennui sets in, like they start feeling disengaged.
It could be that even the bosses, when they're saying, hey, come work for us, they have every intention of doing that. But with a worker shortage, your first priority has to get butts in seat. So maybe that's ultimately what you hope that will happen. But initially, maybe it's not going to. And who knows if it ever comes to fruition.
Right. So the solution is to either lower that bar, don't tell your job applicants these big stories about what could happen or what will happen, or make those things come true. If really having a manager who's engaged with the employees who kind of gives those workers a pat on the back, makes them feel valued, it doesn't cost much, and it may be, and it may start to cut into some of these numbers. By the way, somebody else at Gallup sat down again and put pencil to paper and figured this out. 81,396. That's the number of hours that you're going to work in a lifetime.
Oh, okay, you put it that way. I don't know if I love my job too much or not. That's a lot of time that I can feel
Give
like
me more. Give me 82,000. Give me 83. I'm not scared.
Oh, no, that's true. You know what? And we are very blessed. We're very blessed to be in a kind of a bizarre industry where you never know what every day is going to be. You never know what stories you're going to cover. And that's good, but I can see where if I was somebody who did the same exact thing, God help me if I had to answer the public questions. I answer the phone all the time and have people mad at me or problems or that sort of thing. I can see how you would check in, check out, and you could be disengaged probably for your own health, honestly, or like, I just don't want to listen to these calls anymore, these complaints anymore. So I guess it's kind of based on what you're doing, and that's why it's going to be so important for people, not just to make sure they're making a paycheck, but also you got to make sure that you're supplementing your own health, your mental health at the same time.
Yeah, and the health of the world economy. Gallup says that workers who are not engaged or are actively disengaged, but it costs the world $7.8 trillion in lost productivity every year. That's 11% of the global GDP.
Wow, please like what you do for the sake of all of us.
Quick life from your job.
Yes, exactly. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for all those chats. I appreciate it.
See you again.
All right, see you later. Hey, we just got word in from Fox 11 that someone broke into Nancy Pelosi's home, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home in San Francisco, and apparently has assaulted her husband. So all we know is that this is being described, according to this article, as a violent assault on her husband. Pelosi's spokesman said that the suspect is now in custody. They're still trying to figure out what the motivation is for the attack. Paul Pelosi has been taken to the hospital. He is expected to make a full recovery. Nancy Pelosi was not in San Francisco at the time. According to the spokesman, the speaker and her family are grateful to first responders and medical professionals involved, and they request privacy at this time. So again, this story coming out of San Francisco this morning, where someone broke into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's house and assaulted her husband. He, though, is expected to make a full recovery. And just a heads up, as far as what's going to happen on Halloween for us, so Monday, a little something to look forward to on Wake Up Call. I'm trying to get everybody to dress up, although Alex and Tyler, you're saying nah at this point. Both of you? Yeah, sorry. Oh man, okay, you guys are no fun. How about this though? I want to play trivia as I always do with you guys on Halloween, and usually it'll be something like how many pounds of candy is are we going to buy as a society or whatever for Halloween? But I might do some Halloween history trivia. Are you guys down with that? Okay. Yeah, I love witchy trivia. Okay, oh, witchy trivia, okay. And do you guys want to, let's see, a baked good or a DoorDash kind of thing for the winner this year? DoorDash? Baking. All right, fine. So we're going to have some fun, probably Monday at 5:35. So you guys stick around for that. Brush up on your holiday trivia because you can play Halloween trivia along with us that day. It's KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Dave Joseph says you're going to be with us Monday. You too will be involved in the Halloween trivia, and if you win, I will DoorDash you your breakfast that morning as well.
I am totally in for that. You know, you want to do baked goods. I'm well into baked goods also. I love it.
Okay. Keep trying to
Really
do
works
that.
for me. Works for me. Susan, we've got a problem on the 210 westbound at Citrus. It's a car fire blocking the right lane. You're stopping go from South Hill Avenue. San Dimas crash cleared on the 57 northbound at Arrow Highway, but you're still from Covina Boulevard. El Monte to 10 westbound at Temple City Boulevard. You've got a crash blocking the left lane. Things are slow there from Santa Anita Avenue. Downtown LA, the 110 northbound at the 10. Look out for a crash blocking the right shoulder. You're slow from Slauson. And as you make your way through the Sepulveda Pass, the 405 northbound at Sepulveda, look out for a crash blocking all lanes. Traffic at a standstill. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Join us for a free family fun day, October 29th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the All Things Kids Expo at the Galleria at Tyler. Activities and entertainment throughout the day include Riverside Fire and police vehicles, superhero training, STEM activities, scavenger hunt, prizes, goodie bags, and 40 booths. Thanks to our sponsors, Riverside Community College District, Neighborhood Healthcare, First Five Riverside, Glow Medical, and Inland Empire Health Plan. Go to SoCalMoments.com/all things kids for more information.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Keep it real fast about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com.
Injured in an accident? Visit superwomansuperclear.com.
CBRD's Model Year Closeout, up to 30% off.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a very nice weekend on tap. We start out partly cloudy in the morning, more sunshine in the afternoon. Highs will be in the 70s for most everybody, maybe a sprinkling up to low 80s inland. Otherwise, it looks like that's your forecast going into Halloween, and then starting Tuesday after Halloween, things will get a little bit cooler. 60s and 70s for our highs next week with a slight chance of showers midweek. We leave local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Handle on the news starts right now. You're going to have to moderate content. You're going to have to ban people. You'll be smarter. You'll be faster. You'll have less knee pain. You'll have a bigger schmonz. I'm talking about, blasto erection, whatever they call it. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. All right. Good morning. Friday, October 28th. And Handle on the morning crew. End of the week. Just on the verge of Halloween coming up. I think it's Monday. And very exciting. You gonna dress up?
I am not, because I'm actually broadcasting from Chicago.
while I'm on my way. No, I could dress up, but then I have to get on an airplane. I'm leaving Chicago.
So you'd be the most festive guy on the plane.
No, they would throw me off because I'd be looked at as a lunatic.
Either way, fun for us.
How about this? What if I dress as a Unabomber? You think that would be pleasant? No, that would not. That's the other thing. You never, ever, when you're waiting in line at a TSA checkpoint, start doing reviews of movies and calling them bombs. It is simply, it doesn't work. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. Did you just hear my breaking news that a suspect broke into Nancy Pelosi's home in San Francisco, assaulted her husband?
Yeah, and we're going to find out what the motive is. As you said, no motive yet. So it's either just one of those, it's like what happened in Arizona, I think it's Arizona, where the Democratic Party's in the
Yeah, right, the headquarters, right?
Right. And it turns out to be just a guy who broke into an office and, of course, immediately went, oh my God, it's the Republicans that did it. And as of right now, it's not. So we'll find out whether this was political in nature or just, here's a house, just break in, and we don't know yet. No way. And by the way, the reason that oh, come on. Blaine is,
It has the face of a mouse.
yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's probably, yeah, that's, because you can do that now. That doesn't look stupid at all. In any case, I'm going to be at the Radio Hall of Fame. I'll be broadcasting in the morning from my home station. I'll be going home there. I was asked to get MC.
What were they thinking?
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, good morning. And Wayne, good morning. Good morning. And Alex, good morning.
Morning.
And Tyler, good morning. Hey, Bill, good morning. Tyler's wife made these funky chocolate chip muffins yesterday. You could sell those. They're that good. 2 shout-outs? She's going to lose her mind. Yeah, so it's okay. It was just, of course, that is, come on, her to get some water. Okay. Oh, excellent. All right, a couple of things are going on we're going to talk about today. Recall stuff, Twitter stuff, end of the week stuff. Very exciting. Everybody's off. Well, I'm tomorrow morning. I can handle it. So the weekend over for me until about noon. Saturday. Because that's the big thing. Boo. Martin, boo. Did you say boo or boo? Both. I said boo. Okay. Are you guys ready to do it? Yeah. Handle on the news on this Friday morning, October 28th, as brought to you by the Lemon Law Experts at Unite Law Group. If you think your car might be a lemon, call 844-43-LEMON. Jennifer, Wayne, me, Lee, sorry. The deal is closed. Elon Musk closed the deal yesterday. And one of the weirdest purchases of a major company that I have seen. Very long time. Yep, I'm buying it. Nope, I'm not buying it. I want out. You guys at Twitter are a bunch of liars. Or bots. Well, maybe not. It really isn't that much evidence. Okay, I'll buy it. I won't. I think that $1 billion buyout or penalty if he doesn't buy it. And then he goes to trial, trying to get out of the deal. And wait a minute, you know what? I'll go ahead and buy it. And the judge said to him, well, if you want to buy it, you better cut the deal by Friday. And actually, it was a couple days late, wasn't it? Because it was, oh no, it was by, it was by today. And yeah, he's early. Yeah, he's early by 1 day. And then there's a whole world to this, which I'm going to be talking later on. Because it was that second stick. Why did he buy it? How's he going to change? Cleaned out upper management. Oh my God, this is horrible. That always happens whenever a new buyer comes in, or even a new CEO comes in. The people spoil. They want their team. And that happens all the time. People have been with them for years. And companies are very good. So
We'll talk more about that at 7:30. Also, good news for Elon Musk. Not only is he the Twitter owner and Tesla owner, he's also the SpaceX founder. And SpaceX launched this Falcon 9 rocket from Vandenberg last night. People could see it, the bright orange flames in the sky. Apparently, you could see it in Malibu and basically anywhere along the coast. And it was a mission transporting 53 Starlink satellites into orbit. And I did not realize SpaceX has sent over 35,000 satellites, the Starlink internet constellation, to provide internet around the world. I guess, they're adding up.
It's 35,000,
3,500, sorry, 3,500.
By the way, listen, that none of this is true. This was all about aliens coming down because they're really interested in the World Series.
Right.
Yeah, and I've been talking about that in 920 because what just came out about UFOs. Pentagon has admitted these are aliens. Well, maybe not. And I am going to once again rip into you folks that believe that it's the aliens among us. There's a fungus hidden by the pipe. Let's take a break. We'll come back. More handle on the news. Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee, 5 in the KFI 24-hour news.
President Biden and Vice President Harris will make a rare campaign appearance together today to help Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman. He is up against Republican candidate Mehmet Oz. The 118th edition of the World Series that the aliens apparently want to see, according to Handle, gets underway when the Astros host the Phillies in Game 1 tonight. And the first British currency to bear the likeness of King Charles is about to go into circulation. It's a 50-pence coin with a portrait of Charles III that's being minted at the royal facilities in Wales. Looks like it could be in circulation by December. Great weather from KFI, partly cloudy with more sun on the way later in the day and highs just in the 70s to right at 80. This report is brought to you by Southern California Edison. Stay alert, stay safe. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 10.
In El Monte, westbound at Temple City Boulevard, you've got a crash blocking the left lane. Traffic is very slow there from Santa Anita Avenue. Downtown LA on the Harbor Freeway, 110 northbound after 10. You've got a crash now off to the right shoulder. You're spoke from Slauson. Crash cleared in Artesia, 91 eastbound at Pioneer. Everything out of lanes, but you're spoke from 605. And that vehicle fire still working in Azusa, the 210 westbound at Cypress. The right lane remains blocked. You're spoke from South Lone Hill Avenue. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Southern California Edison. If you're digging for any reason, like putting in posts or planting trees, always call 811 first to get all utility lines marked. An underground power line can be buried anywhere. Avoid injuries and outages. Learn more at SCE.com/stay-safe. This report is sponsored by Duffy Power Services. Duffy Power Services is the leading supplier of emergency power supplies and backup generators for Southern California. Your business deserves more uptime and fewer power issues. With Duffy's help, your power will keep running smoothly. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com. He's running some tests here. So, you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. That's 833-422-4255. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Southern Californians could save an average of $483 when they switch to auto insurance through the Auto Club. Visit AAA.com/insurance to see how much you could save. Get your free AAA full picture quote at AAA.com/insurance today. If you're injured in an accident, you're trying to decide which attorney to hire, but every personal attorney says the same thing. How do you know who to choose? Well, they're not all the same. Here's what makes Sweet Change accident attorneys different. First, Sweet Change used to work defending insurance companies after seeing the victims of accidents be taken advantage of. He switched sides and has been an advocate for the injured ever since. He understands what needs to be done to win. Second, Sweet Change accident attorneys put their own money and time into strengthening your case to maximize your compensation. Not every firm is able or willing to do that. Sweet Change, the dense beard of justice, goes above and beyond. Lastly, they can. They will treat you the way you deserve to be treated. If Also, they're voted best cities in America and 75 of the top 50 settlements in the state of California. So if you've ever been injured in an accident, call Sweet Tank, 800-550-200, 800-550-200, and visit sweettang.com. California has millions of homes that could be damaged in a strong earthquake, and earthquakes are inevitable in the Golden State. And older homes especially vulnerable to earthquake damage, so you may need to take steps to strengthen it and help reduce the chance of damage. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com to learn about better protecting your home from earthquake damage. The work may cost less than you think and can often be completed in a few days. You've worked hard to get a home. Now is the time to protect it. Get prepared today so you can worry less tomorrow. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com. In nature, you can't negotiate with it. It's going to do what it does because we're animals. This is just a movie perspective, but it's realistic. How much anti-war preaching have you heard since you were a child? It still goes on more than it used to in a lot of cases. I guess I have to accept that. If I'm going to accept all the darkness of human nature, I have to also accept the silliness of human nature. John and Ken, as we all walk around trying to pretend we're something else. Weekdays at 2 on KFI. Good morning, Bill Handel here. Friday morning, October 28th. We continue with Handel on the news. Jennifer, Wayne, and me. Kanye West's Donda Academy is closed. Or it's open. Or it's both at the same time. No idea. It's Schrodinger's unaccredited Christian school. It's open and closed simultaneously. There was a big email saying that Donda Academy, the private school that he runs, would be closed for the rest of the school year. And then almost immediately, another email came out and said it is open again and, quote, back with a vengeance. Very strange and very unaccredited. So I think they obviously have to follow California curriculum. How to do that. I don't know how fundamental it is as far as the Christian church. It may be very, and whenever there's a university or school and it gives, but I guess an aphorism is usually Latin, read, honor, service, that goes. Right, and there it is. See it. It is true. Do not want to shoot. Right there. Okay. All right. So except they worship a Jew. Interesting. Well from them. Yeah, I said it down. Boy, there's a contradiction, huh? That's very. That makes you think. The Sheriff's Department in Santa Fe, New Mexico, has submitted its findings in the death of a cinematographer killed on the set of one of Alec Baldwin's movies, accidentally by Alec Baldwin. And the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office spokesman said that they have 2 binders of information that they turned over to the DA's office, but the reports apparently do not make any recommendations about possible criminal charges. And but this is how an investigation goes, right? So the Sheriff's Department would look at it, they finish their investigation, then they turn it over to the DA for charges. Yeah, that's what happens. Now, I don't know how often a recommendation to charge happens. Wayne, is it they leave that alone? Here is our information. You decide to charge or not. Or here is our information. We suggest charging. It is typical that the information comes with a suggestion. Sometimes they'll just say it's a referral, but it's implied that the police do have an opinion about what criminal charges would be supported by the evidence they have. And if they find enough evidence or not enough evidence, do they then simply fail to turn it over based on the fact that there's just nothing here to turn over to them? That happens sometimes as well. That's where the line gets blurred between when is it the cop's job and when is it the prosecutor's job. One moment while I scroll down. Oh, kind of neat if this could happen. Colonel Stephen McGraw, the Texas Department of Public Safety, appeared at a meeting in Austin. There were families of the shooting victims of that Uvalde school shooting, and they shellacked this guy, calling for him to resign. One of them suggesting that McGraw had brought shame on the entire state of Texas, and to his either credit or not, depending on
your view of it, he said, oh, I'm not resigning. He also said, if somebody can show me that the Department of Public Safety as an institution failed the community, I'll go. But that is not what it looks like to me. Yeah, it's still the docket is yourself. Yeah, it's a very interesting, it's a very easy question to answer. Is number one, did they show up? When did they show up? Were they part of the team that failed to go ahead and storm that classroom? And if any of that, if that is true, then they did fail the community as well as every other police agency. But if they're following a protocol where the head of the Uvalde School Police Department is the incident commander, and it is complete law enforcement policy that you take your cues from the incident commander, then nobody from the Department of Public Safety failed, and that's the point. So at this point, number one, we don't know. Maybe there's no policy that addresses that specific question. I wouldn't be surprised if no one knew what the hell was going on.
Do you remember back on September 14th? This was such a big deal, and we really haven't heard much about it since this happened. The Sheriff's Department detectives went to the home of Supervisor Sheila Toole, and the sheriff oversights police commissioner, Patty Giggins, and officers of Metro Transit Agencies, Inspector General, and they started pulling out cell phones and laptops and computers, all to try and get evidence of this alleged corruption scheme in which Sheriff Villanueva has said that Supervisor Toole has been using her political influence to get Metro to award no mid-contract to Giggins, right? Well, we've learned that the cell phones and laptop at least have been returned to Sheila Toole, and a judge is saying he's pushing for investigators to speed up the process of copying the server that the detectives took from this nonprofit group, Peace Over Violence. They're trying to get to the bottom of this, but it's been over, a month and a half now?
They're going through a lot of information, and the judge says you cannot give anything but copies of information.
You gotta give it all back.
Well, because they have the information, so the devices that you can that. But I think the issue here is you can't even start looking at it for purposes of investigating what's on there until you copy it and get moving on the copying, like right now. So if it's taken all this long and you assume that they are not purposely or negligently slowing down the copying, there's going to be a lot of information. And the other question is, did they pick dozens of various devices?
Oh, I'm sure between the three of them.
I'm talking about a Sheila Toole's house and her office.
Cell phones and laptops.
It's two cell phones and a laptop. That is, so where the rest of them go? And you have three people? Well, I'll miss it. Then they have offices and rest. There are a lot of people in the office. All right, I'll buy that. That resonates. Never mind that question. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, please accept. She was the youngest person ever to be elected to Los Angeles City Council. She was instrumental in getting the Dodgers to say goodbye to Brooklyn and come to Los Angeles. And now Roz Wyman has passed away at the age of 92 at her home. And she is quite a part of LA history. So much so that it was her 92nd birthday earlier this month. The Board of Supervisors voted to name a fountain in Grand Park, Roz Wyman Court. Also, they're going to put a plaque in her honor at the Music Center. And she got elected to the LA City Council in 1953. She was 22 years old. Pretty impressive. And there are still people in Brooklyn, anybody who's left alive that hates her for having taken. There was some resentment against her from Brooklyn. Just a little bit, huh? It's a great story of how the Dodgers left Brooklyn and came to Los Angeles, and she was a big part of it. And she's at a time when public service really was public service. Also, could you imagine today a 22-year-old being elected to the council? No, not even. But even then, it was unusual. Not to mention that she was the woman who
hit on her. That one is just a hit on the quality of people that were on the show. Well, at least they had one quality candidate back then. Good luck getting one now. Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, I make that reference to, whoa, look what was happening today.
Very strange story. Americans die younger in conservative states than those governed by liberals, according to this new study. It was published in Close Wine, which is it's one of these that kind of does we together are going to look at science and the benefits of society and future and that sort of thing. They say that results show the policy domains were associated with working age mortality. And especially strong associations were found between certain domains and specific causes of death, between gun safety domain and suicide mortality among men. So in these states, sometimes where things were a little more conservative, or maybe the gun laws were a little less stringent, those sorts of things, they found that younger people died earlier in those states, or younger Americans died earlier in those states than in the liberal ones.
Well, maybe smoking is more prevalent in those states with the automatic connection to mortality rate coming down. You would also, those people in those states, they were so upset that the vegetables were stolen and checked off buildings that probably had a lot to do with
did not see that
mortality rate going down. You don't think so?
Not in what I read.
Okay. But this is policy, and I'm not in the least surprised by it. And gun violence, and fentanyl use. They do, remember the 60 Minutes news, where fentanyl use is gone crazy. West Virginia is the #1 state. Chunks of numbers of people died. It's just really crazy. And that, of course, has a lot to do with mortality figures. Let's take a break. We'll come back and do more. Here's Jennifer Jones leading live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Long Beach will soon accept applications for a guaranteed income program that pays 250 single parents $500 a month for a year. Mayor Robert Garcia says the pilot program could be a model for a new way to provide services to low-income families nationwide.
That's what we're also doing the study with the university to track the progress of these participants. And it may be that these kind of direct income projects have a bigger impact on folks and actually cause them have some less poverty.
The city put up $2 million from its COVID-19 relief fund so families from one low-income zip code can apply. A state match of the funding will allow the program to accept another 250 families. News is brought to you by Owen Patterson and Owen Law. An affordable housing ballot measure in Yorba Linda has critics claiming that high-density housing would change the city's character. Homeowner Russ Hines says affordable housing does not need to be built, but Measure D is not on the way.
We have 2 years. It's allowed in our documented housing element that the state has accepted before we would be penalized, and we would like to take that time and try and make our plan better.
Yorba Linda says Measure D rezones 19 sites for more than 1,100 new homes, which is 75% of the state's housing mandate. City officials say the state could take away local control of zoning if housing requirements are not met. Hollywood Boulevard has a tiny home built by a handy homeless man.
The tiny home is essentially a big wooden rectangle. As for what's inside,
Well, I just have like some bedding and with a toolbox, there's a few more tools in it, a TV.
you said you learned how to construct a home largely through YouTube. This business owner says you set up as the nicest homeless encampment in the area.
He's never been dangerous, and he keeps it clean, so that's all we can really ask for. With other encampments, it's real nasty.
You said he's trying to set an example to other homeless people to live cleaner.
People tell me that, I'm an asset to the community because, of the, whatever the rampaging I have going on. And so I clean up the streets with my leaf blower.
You said the city is not willing to completely get rid of the tiny home, just to move it from a building's driveway. On Hollywood Boulevard, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
People living in a Miami Beach condo building have been told to vacate. The city warned them yesterday the structure may not be safe. It's a 14-story Port Royale building on the same street where the condo collapsed last year, killing nearly 100 people. Marsh Marjack lives in the building and says he works in construction and noticed it had structural issues a couple of years ago.
You will have a future. A better look to have a future than everybody else.
Residents had until 7 last night to evacuate the building. And for people who love the days of desktop computers that were the size of desktop company in Orange County is still supplying floppy disks. First, he runs the original sounding floppydisk.com out of Lake Forest. He says business is still booming for the 3.5-inch plastic floppy disks, which was ubiquitous 40, 30, and even 20 years ago. CD-ROMs, DVDs, and USB flash drives have since replaced the floppy disk for most uses, but they're still vital for the embroidery, tool and die, and airline industries, which use floppies for the maintenance. Person says he's not expecting floppy disks to survive another 20 years, but they'll be around as long as people need them. Michael Crozier, KFI News. So now we'll get your drive with DKFI and Sky in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne. The Clippers dropped to 2-3 after back-to-back losses to the Oklahoma Thunder. Last night's score 118-110. Here's Coach Ty Lue on the early season skid.
My couple times, we try to do the right thing, but we try to get into the paint, try to make the right play. We got to do a better job taking care of the basketball, but we also got to do a better job getting bodies to rebound the ball.
The Lakers, they probably love to be 2-3 right now. They would like to launch their first win of the season when they take on the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5 o'clock today. And game 1 of the World Series is set for today in Houston, also 5. The Astros will start Justin Verlander. The Phillies are going with Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
If your business is 5 or more employees and you manage to survive COVID, survive this kid, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000. That's per employee. That's a chunk of money. Not alone either. The refund of your taxes, your money. Now, the trick is getting your hands on it. Lots of red tape, really complicated stuff, government bureaucracy. So, we suggest getrefunds.com. Getrefunds.com. Experts in the slow-known payroll tax refund program have already returned $1 billion to businesses. Another program, they got My Business, a 6-figure refund. No charge up front at all. You should take a percentage of the money they get. Businesses of all types of qualify. To find out if your business qualifies, just go to getrefunds.com, click on the qualifying news button, answer a few questions. They go to work. Getrefunds.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a nice mild weekend on tap. A little bit warmer than we've had. Had to be in the 70s and a sprinkling of low 80s. It looks like, and that'll be the forecast through Halloween. Halloween night, it looks like just a partly cloudy evening with highs in the 60s. And then by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, we'll cool it down 60s and 70s for most everybody with a slight chance of showers. Let's get a look at your drive at DKFI in the Sky. Good morning. Happy Friday, Jeff Bob.
Yeah, right back at you, Jennifer. Thank you. I heard you guys talking about Brooklyn before. We're over the 101 come up on the 4 level. Looking out to the east here, I think I can almost see from the Florida border clear. The drive, well, short back into San Fernando Valley. I was a little concerned, to be honest with you, for the eastbound 101 with all the construction. There's a lot of volume. I think they do the usual, stop all traffic is clear. But right now, again, there's just a lot of volume from north to Magnet to the 405. But all in growth now, it's how it's moving along. After that, to the Hollywood, it's good. And as I mentioned, we're over the 4 level right now. Even the southbound drive like it did. I am a little concerned, too, also about a problem. Westbound 210 at Citrus, coming away from the 57. There is something going on there with delays. I think a little bit of good news once you get past that. You're okay in the passage game. And a little bit of a problem in West LA. Northbound 405 at the 90, the Marina Freeway. Crash there is slowing things down a lot, actually, from the 105. So, Warren, hold on, man. Don't go away. I think it's going to be a good one. Hope so. Anyway, have fun. KFI in the Sky.
Southern Californians could save an average of $483 when they switch to auto insurance through the Auto Club. Visit AAA.com/insurance to see how much you could save. Get your free AAA full picture quote at AAA.com/insurance today.
This is Nick Alexander from Alexander BMW. Come down and find out what makes the wholesale district special. We have the highest rated customer satisfaction and the lowest overhead in all of Southern California. Call 800-800-NICK. And remember, Nick can't say no. At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, changing economic trends. Uline works hard to keep 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. Hi, Tim Collins here with Coast Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. Silverados, Tahoes, and Suburbans are now
condition windows. Give them a call, get that free estimate. 877-318-3757. That's 877-318-3757. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Pizza party, anyone? Invite your friends and spice up the savings at Whole Foods Market. Frozen pizza is 35% off through November 1st, while supplies last. Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
For all your AC heat and plumbing problems, call next gen at 8333-NEXT. 8333-NEXT. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Oh, okay. Woo-hoo! You should probably be more clear on AM640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and here on a Friday morning, October 28th. Hey, if you miss any portion of the show or any segment, you can listen to it on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Let's continue on with Andrew on News, Sheriff James Brady, Wayne, and me.
Some sixth grade students were probably very excited when they were dropped off at Camp Tamarack for what they call outdoor school. They do this a lot in Oregon. Kids go out for a 3-day, 2-night stay in the wilderness. But then, not too long after they were dropped off, the school bus came back. Their belongings were loaded on the bus, and they were taken back home. Why? Because the district found out there would be non-binary counselors at the camp staying in the cabin with the kids and claiming that students said they were uncomfortable about it.
What if students were uncomfortable? Maybe they were. Not maybe. What if the students are uncomfortable about, let's say, having African Americans in the cabin? Do they shut down the camp and move them out of there? Or, let's say, handicapped. I don't want anything. I want to make sure that it's a ambulatory straight counselor. And so, what do you do with that?
Honestly, you're a sixth grader. I remember it just being annoyed, like, oh gosh, we got that counselor. You know what I mean? So it's how legit is this versus how much I think you're a sixth grader.
Yeah, I think there's an issue also of counselors taking showers in front of, or the teachers taking showers in front of the counselors, the older kids who were there taking care of the younger kids, and the camp says that's just not true. So I don't, it's not one of those where they pack up the kids. Do you really believe that there were busloads of kids as opposed to, if you're uncomfortable, drive up and take your kid out of there? All that, exactly. Because I tell you, I would file a lawsuit if I was a parent. I paid for this. I want my kid to be gone. What the hell are you doing? In a second, I would file a lawsuit.
I want my kid to be gone.
Yes, those are his damages that he thought he would be away from his kid, and now he's not. Yeah, and the money I paid, by the way, is incidental to it, right? Right. Same kind of story. The other side.
Yeah, same-sex marriage is now legal in all of Mexico states. We had the last border state voting last night to legalize same-sex marriage, becoming the very last of Mexico's 32 states to authorize their union.
The rest of the world is moving in one direction, and we are going to be swinging to the LGBT community being accepted. And we're going in weird directions.
Two are dead after a stabbing at the parking lot of a shopping center in Palmdale.
The stabber is in custody because they never tried to run away, apparently. And police are trying to figure out, is there a connection between the stabber and the victims? What may have caused the stabber to do his stabbing? Well, the woman died at the scene, and a guy was staying in the hospital and then died. Yeah, and people say it wild up tonight. I can see that. All right, at least Jennifer is smiling, Wayne. I'm smiling.
Really quickly, we can wrap this one up. This was the story yesterday that we told you about a woman who was walking her dog, and as of 5 she gets back to her apartment, somebody had followed her. Turns out that the guy barges through the door, gets on top of her, sexually assaults her. They were looking for him as of yesterday. They didn't have to go far. This guy was already behind bars on a different sexual assault case.
And that's fairly often, doesn't it? Where you're going, I mean, these criminals are criminals. It's not like these are one-offs when they commit crimes. I mean, there's generally a pattern. So at least he was off the streets. And will stay off the streets if he's convicted for a good long time. But anything great will come back and finish it up. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones Lee, live at KFI 24-hour newsroom.
More than 13.8 million Americans in 44 states have already cast early ballots ahead of the November 8th midterm elections. Florida voters have cast the most, but then California, Georgia, and Texas also have seen more than a million early ballots cast. Tension seems to be bucking the recent social media revenue trends by beating analysts' expectations in the third quarter. And after being in charge of Twitter for about an hour, the social media company's new owner, Elon Musk, fired several top executives. We'll get a look at your drive at DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
The world of personal injury, such as car accidents, is complicated stuff. So let me suggest you put a handle on law.com. We have a bunch of videos that explain it all. You know what doctors, attorneys, insurance companies, you're in a car accident. First of all, I suggest you contact anyone on the law.com if you've been injured for an attorney. But also go to the website to find out what to expect. Handleonthelaw.com. If you've been injured, go to handleonthelaw.com.
SoCal winter from KFI starts out cloudy with more sunshine later in the day. Highs will be in the 70s to a few 80s. This report is brought to you by the Auto Club of Southern California. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and look at the five.
We're in pretty good shape. As we get a little busy from the 710 up to the East Valley interchange, but that's about it. Now, if this thing is turning, we're going down to 710. We're getting word about a possible pop-up northbound 710, maybe a little bit north of the 91, between the 91 and the 105, if you will. So I have one on that. Then it's north of the 105. I can see it as everybody's moving along. Even the southbound side is looking pretty good. There was a property I came up on a 605 round definitely. I'm not sure which direction. I didn't think northbound, but northbound, excuse me, round definitely. All in all, this coming up, especially the 710. Jump on, AFI in the sky.
Are you paying too much for auto insurance? Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free AAA full picture quote and find out how much you could save. Find competitive rates on auto insurance through the Auto Club. Visit AAA.com/insurance today.
This report is sponsored by Mucinex PM. Say goodbye to retaking medicine every 2 hours. Buy Mucinex PM to get cough and chest congestion relief for 3 times longer than typical 4-hour cough and chest congestion medicine. That's 3 times longer relief for chest congestion and cough. Nothing lasts longer. Among OTC cough and cold medicines used directed.
Did you know that 1/3 of the energy loss in most homes is due to leaking, poorly insulated air ducts? Digital Dumping will show us the location of all those poorly expensive air conditioning leaks in your house. Tell Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOE, TTF, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spend. LA Times compared the homelessness plans of Karen Bass and Rick Caruso. What do they say about Bass's homelessness plan? They say it's far smaller than Caruso. In the Times, Steve Lopez called the Bass plan underwhelming and stuff we've heard before. Karen Bass says she will even solve the homelessness problem after 4 years. It's more of the same empty city hall talk. The Times says Rick Caruso's plan is bigger, with 30,000 beds in 300 days, hundreds of thousands of new affordable homes, a dramatic increase in mental health and addiction services, and 500 new sanitation workers to clean up our streets.
I want to wake up every day and fight for you, because the city is worth fighting.
Fix homelessness now. Rick Caruso for mayor. Paid for by Rick Caruso for mayor 2022 general. Additional information is available at ethics.lacity.org. The troops first headed to Europe. They would declare the work of the devil. If you keep talking crap about force, I'm going to smack 2 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640. Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. They'll handle morning through. We finish handle on the news. Jennifer Lane E. And now it's time to play. What will Bill say? Here we go. A man has died in a freak accident involving a parking garage ticket machine he pulled up to pay. He forgot to put his truck in park, opened the door to reach back there and pay. Truck rolled a little bit, trapped him between the truck store and the ticket booth. Police came, found him dead. Oh, you're waiting for me? What will Bill say? Okay, I would do actually a football pool. I'll be as benign as I can. I'm surprised. Okay? This is why I always, if possible, stick on those ticket machines. Pain and being honest will kill you every single time. Okay.
Alright, here's a young lady named Hen Rusani. Hen is 28 years old. She claims that it's not that she murdered her mother, that police arrested her in late August. They were only detaining her because they had never seen anyone as good looking as old Hen. Now, Vegas police got reports of a person who'd been injured about 2:30 on a Wednesday morning on October 26th. They get there and determined that the victim, Rusami's mom, had been involved in some sort of an argument, and then with her daughter before her death. So she told police they were only arresting her, Hen did, because they had never seen anyone as good looking as her. The cops say she was belligerent, say she was being harassed because cops had never seen anyone as pretty as her, and she had an arrest warrant out for her at the time. She was going to spit on all the officers, and the officers were perverts, and they were trying to rape her because, again, they had just never seen anyone as good looking as her.
Yeah, why am I thinking that we did this story? I thought there was, maybe I'm blind, maybe I had conflating this with another story. There are from time to time stories about women either claiming that they're getting arrested because they're good looking, or saying that they got, for example, kicked off of airplanes because they were too good looking. So sure, this could certainly be ringing some bells. Yeah, and it's for some reason I thought this story you did. And if you look at her picture, I mean, she's pretty attractive. She doesn't have any open shoulders on her face. You set the bar high for beauty. Oh, it's gone a little far in things.
Well, she's not a supermodel for God's sake.
The problem is you guys are only looking at her mugshot and you have not bothered. It's true to do some research into her internet photo presence.
But Wayne, I take this that you have.
Yes, it's all frivolous, and of course it is. And by the way, when you have an unusual name like Hen Rusami, it's not going to be hard to narrow down those search results. And if you look at if this is a mugshot, which clearly it is, they point it out, I gotta tell you, that's a great mugshot. It's not a Nick Nolte mugshot. I'm sorry. Look, I'm looking at her, looking at a lot of pictures of her, and if she wasn't a probable mother murderer and insanely narcissistic, she probably would be not.
You too have quite a bar there, Wayne.
Yeah. You know what? We're really dancing around this one. We could get into trouble with any of this conversation. Why don't we just move on? Okay, well, a guy in Florida caused a crash while driving drunk and left the scene. But if that were a story, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. He left the scene, went to a nearby bar, had 3 shots of whiskey. Even that might
He even told the cops that he drove a Toyota when it was actually a Ford. I mean, he was just checking all the boxes.
But I'm going to give him credit for possibly having underneath all of this a clever idea. You crash your car, get to a bar and down some whiskey so that when you're drunk, you can say, I wasn't drunk when I crashed the car. I'm drunk now because I had 3 shots of whiskey. Prove I was drunk when I crashed the car. A story that was on all Vegas for me.
Yeah, you know what? This mountain lion was just taking a tour of Brentwood. People were freaking out. But it's true. So apparently it was about 1:25 in the afternoon that we finally got our first glimpse, I guess, of the cat. It was just running out of the bushes. It was going toward the golf course. Wildlife officials finally got the cat in the backyard of a home where it passed out after they shot it a couple times with tranquilizer darts. It was a healthy adult mountain lion. They put it in a pickup truck. It was not one that had been colored or tagged, but eventually will be released into the Angeles National Forest. And I like that they say anytime wildlife goes backyard to backyard, it's definitely going to present unique challenges, especially in a densely populated area like Brentwood is.
That you would think you would leave the property. It's so expensive. Now, this is a great story. They didn't put it down. These stories are they put down the animal. And this one is great. Tranquilizing, and off it goes. There was some national forest, which is not a preserve. Well, I guess it is. It's not an animal preserve.
And he's not tagged. He's not.
Oh, I'm sure he's now.
But I'm just saying, he was not tagged or anything like that. So it's not like he's done this before. It's not like he was a problem animal. This was his first thing.
Bill, at 9:20 today, I know we're going to get into this issue of UFO reports coming out of the military and what's going on with that. So we could just quickly say that recent sightings of a UFO in Florida turned out to be a tent that happened to catch thermal, I guess, and was floating through the sky. And I guess people had trouble recognizing it as a tent because it was upside down. But that's all. But in Florida, the story talks about how they were not surprised. No one was screaming UFO. Yeah, it's Florida. And considering all the hurricanes, I guess they're kind of used to things flying around.
Have you guys purchased any Halloween candy this year?
No.
I bought 4 big bags. 4 big bags of good candy. $26.99 a bag.
That's a lot of money. There's no kid in the world.
Well, a bag? A bag. That's just one bag.
Over $100? What if they do? Please, quickly. What are these bags of 5,000 ton size candy?
I'll have to go get it. But they're regular, good. Still with the Reese's peanut butter cups or whatever. You know, I didn't go cheap on this one. But apparently, I'm part of the problem here. The National Retail Federation's annual survey, 69% of consumers plan to participate in Halloween, up from 65% in 2021. And in all, we are expected to spend $10.6 billion on Halloween candy costumes and decorations.
And how much are we going to spend on Halloween crafts for our pets? For our pets, yes. I understand. $710 million. Crazy. It really crazy. I don't want it for your dog. Yeah, I don't buy candy. And we just hide it in the gated community. And I turn the lights off, big sign, no one's home on the front door, and it works out. By the way, look at the costumes. Look at the number 1 costume. Princess, same thing as always. Princess, which is for kids, of course. Pumpkin, animals, cats, vampires, rabid bats. Frog, rabid bats. Oh, yeah.
About a sexy rabbit bat.
Oh, yeah, they're all sexy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to get in trouble for that. I think we're going to hear that again during the show on Monday. So that's what I think. Okay. Right, Tyler? Yeah, that's not going to be a problem, I don't think. All right, guys, we are completely done. And coming up, guess who's here? Steve Gregory. A little early. Steve has lots to talk about. This is KFI AM 640. 440 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I mean, vote. Sorry. KFI election night coverage coming November 8th. And KOFT HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Say hello to the cheap twist. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Elon Musk is now the head of Twitter. He finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Musk walked into the headquarters in San Francisco Wednesday carrying a porcelain sink. He then changed his Twitter profile to read cheap twist and tweeted, entering Twitter HQ, let that sink in. The school in Dewey Valley that was founded by Kanye West this year will reopen. John the Academy's principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes and the school would reopen in 2023. However, TMZ reports an email from parents was sent out at midnight. It said the school will reopen, quote, with a vengeance. The school's been affected by its founder's recent anti-Semitic comments. The school's basketball team was recently barred from playing in the City of Palm Classic. Karen Bass received support from Senator Bernie Sanders in her campaign to be the next mayor of Los Angeles. Sanders appeared with staff at an event in Playa Vista yesterday. Sanders received a warm welcome from the crowd. Bass echoed a familiar Sanders theme about the gap between the haves and have-nots in America. She asked the crowd how many homes would have been built with the $90 million her opponent Rick Caruso had spent on his campaign. LA City Attorney Mike Muir is taking aim at two nightclubs in Hollywood he says are operating illegally.
Both clubs are accused of selling liquor without a license. They can overserve people. That can have a very serious impact on jeopardizing public safety. New York says the clubs are close to homes. Police say unregistered security guards were working at one of the clubs. They said the same club cars were obstructing traffic. The owners of both buildings the clubs are in are working to kick the clubs out. Officials say they hope the charges will deter people from starting up illegal nightclubs. Like trolling, KFI News.
A measure of inflation that is closely watched by the Federal Reserve has remained high during the last month. The report from the Commerce Department shows prices rose 6.2% in September from 12 months earlier. That's the same year-over-year rate as in August. A new homeless dispatch center in Fullerton will coordinate police, addiction, and mental health services across 11 cities in North Orange County.
And they're taking it to the streets. Governor Newsom says the new Hope Center has mobile healthcare response units to take services to the people who need them. I'm done with outreach. It's nothing more than inreach. Where you wait 9 to 5 and if someone shows up at 5:01 say we're sorry, they're closed. Democratic State Senator Josh Lewis says North OC has worked on this collaboration for years. We are making progress without having to arrest our way out of it. That is indeed a change of mindset. He says the center also uses data to track which services work and don't work for which people over time. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
8 people have been killed in a house fire near Tulsa, Oklahoma. Police say they're investigating the deaths as homicides. Yesterday, fire was in a residential area of Broken Arrow, which is about 13 miles southeast of Tulsa. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is investigating as well. We'll get a look at your drive with EKFI in the skies at 7:10 in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
The Clippers have lost 2 games to the Oklahoma Thunder this week, first on Tuesday, and then last night by a score of 118 to 110. It didn't help that the team is still without Kawhi Leonard, and that Paul George only scored 10 points in 31 minutes of court time. The Lakers are at the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5, trying to get their first win of the season. And the World Series gets underway today in Houston at 5. The Astros will put Justin Verlander on the mound against the Phillies' Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Redman, KFI Sports. When you buy or lease a car, you expect the car to be safe and reliable. Well, sometimes not. Every year, car manufacturers produce and sell cars in some real problems. Sometimes those problems can be fixed. But we have a California electric repair. You don't have to keep it defective for you bought a piece of vehicle gone back repeatedly for a car repair. You may have a limit on your hands. And if this is you, call the folks at group. They can help you get rid of that lemon, get your money back, and more, nothing out of pocket. For a free consultation, call the Night Law Group at 844-4311 or visit nightlaw.com, night with a K, nightlaw.com.
Checking your KFI financial report right now, the Dow is up 355, S&P up 21, Nasdaq up 41, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $5.62. SoCal weather from KFI, sunny again today, later, gray start to the morning, highs will be in the mid-70s, to just a sprinkling of 80 as we go through the weekend and into Halloween Day. Then it looks like starting Tuesday of next week, we'll start to see a little more cloud cover. Highs will just be in the 60s and 70s with a slight chance of showers by Wednesday. Right now, it's 53 in Rancho Santa Margarita, 54 in North Hollywood. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky in the 710.
Thanks, Johnny. Well, 22 going. Unfortunately, we're chasing down a report of way too many crashes here. But the one we just left you is a bad one. It's northbound 710. If you're leaving Long Beach for a trip on the north 710, listen up. It's north 710 at Rosecrans. That's just before the Wild Line. The three left lanes and it's on the corner of block. First and third here, the delay is going very quickly through the 91. If you get on at Rosecrans or north of Rosecrans, you're in pretty good shape. Southbound is still pretty good. Now, as it speaks to you, made a beeline for the 605 and all kinds of calls and reports of some northbound folks around Whittier. It's definitely slow. We're passing over Rose Hills right now as I speak to you, so it looks like all that's over. Southbound morning drive slow. That's the short going up to 105. And again, another one we're going to chase at 1-2. First West 60 and Hacienda on that. And about around the 4 level downtown Los Angeles. So don't go away. Unfortunately, way too much going on here. Cat Frog, KFI in the sky.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck Bell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. Get Pelican water for 0 down and just $45 a month. Plus, a free 6-day alkaline water system. Go to PuritanWater.com.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And on our radio station.
KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here, morning crew. If you miss any part of the show, any segment, you can listen to it on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Steve Gregory, good morning. Good morning, Bill. We got a lot to talk about today. So, first, let's get to Unsolved tomorrow, and then we talk about that special that you put together. Okay, so let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow night, episode 311. We're counting down, so only one episode left before our season finale. Tomorrow night, we're going to focus on the case of Gloria Huerta, a 27-year-old Hispanic female who lives in the Little Rock area of Palmdale. We're going back to August 2nd, 2020. Now, Gloria has separated from her family, and she lived on her own in Little Rock. She lived in a little trailer with her dog, and she started a relationship with the landlord, the person who owned the property where the trailer was parked. Apparently, they had some sort of relationship, though it hasn't been confirmed if it was romantic in nature or not. But she had a party one night. The landlord and some other guests were off over their own men, and they were having some sort of a party. And they heard gunfire, and things got a little crazy. And then Gloria was making phone calls to other friends, saying that she felt threatened, and that she may have actually been shot. It was a little odd, a little weird. And then about a day or so after that, she talked to another friend on the phone. But she called the other friend on the phone. And the friend said she heard Gloria in the background, sort of indicating that she had just been stabbed. There was no conversation. And then the phone was dead, and that's the last anyone heard of Gloria. That was on August 3rd, 2020. And there's a lot of speculation now. That's why this is an interesting case for us to do, because there are a couple of theories detectives are working on, one of which is that Miss Huerta kind of stumbled into this gang of meth criminals, and that they disposed of her body, and perhaps may have dismembered the body and carried pieces all over the county or up in New York. So they have enough information to say they were meth manufacturers and sellers and like a gang of some kind. The way that the investigators explain it is that the individuals involved, the individuals that were at the party that night, there is some sort of evidence that would suggest they were involved in the meth operation. Okay? And so that brought them to the conclusion that perhaps they were involved in something that happened at that party, they suspect. And what they're trying to figure out is no one has seen Gloria Huerta since August 3rd. And when they talked on the phone, she said she'd been stabbed, but the person on the other end couldn't get any kind of a conversation out of her. So she couldn't really ask her any questions because she couldn't answer. She was just making a statement and then the phone was dead. That's the last they heard. The first question I have is based on inflection and intensity of phone call, is there any issue that something was dreadfully wrong there? So it can easily tell substance distress. Okay, got it. And then what is it even more suspicious that her friends were telling investigators, her characters and habits, and they said this was not like it because she was very active on social media. She was always calling her friends. And then when the investigators went up to the area where the trailer was at, the trailer was gone. We're only no evidence of the trailer. That is strange. So the trailer's gone, she's gone. They said she may have even been shot the night of that party. Then she said she was stabbed. And then I believe they found some evidence of some clothing, and that's what the detective's going to get into a little bit tomorrow night. In a spot in the desert up in northern LA County. They're just going to talk a little bit about, the theory around that. But they seem to think that she's either been dismembered and buried, or she actually been put in an acid bath. So that's fine. Well, now this was not a closed case. This is an active, unsolved case from August 3rd, 2020. Okay, knowing what you know about this, having looked at this for years, do you think they have enough information where this is absolutely going to be solved? Or is it going to become unsolved? This could be one of those. That's why they've reached out to us, is because they want someone. They know someone up there right now as we speak. Someone knows where her body is and what happened. They're that confident that there are people that were either at that party that night or that gathering, or know someone that was at that gathering that knows exactly what happened. Now, I'm assuming, and this has, well, I'm assuming we talked about this, if there are gangs in that area, people are very reluctant. Absolutely. I would have a tough time. It's really easy for us. We have to do the moral thing. You know what? You got a family. It's always a big reward. Then all of a sudden, the kids start rolling in. Isn't that funny how the big motivator always boils down to money? What is the figure where you're going to get some real information? Is there one? Is it $5,000? Sometimes they say $25,000 for information. There's kids that told me over the years that anytime any amount of money is offered, the phone's going to ring. Because people all of a sudden their memories are gone. I'm trying to figure out how much money it would take. I guess a lot of it depends on the fair. I remember, I think it was the Christopher Dorman one that people hit millions. Remember? It was over $1 million, and that's big stuff. That was huge, and then people ended up going to court over how this divvied up. Yeah, and it turned out it was the police who found out, and the police are not entitled to any part of the reward. No. I think that the policeman, not the police in general. Right, yeah. And then from any employee of the police department is not eligible for a reward, no. But I think, if memory serves it, was a fight between the people that were held hostage and the person that actually spotted them in the picture. I think that's what it was down to. Really, we're going to come back and end up talking about this fashion, which is going to be happening Sunday night, called Deadly Pill. Don't go away. This is KFI. Jennifer Jones Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An elderly woman and a toddler in a stroller have been hit while walking in a crosswalk in a marked crosswalk in San Jose. Both have non-life-threatening injuries. Cops are looking for the car they say was going too fast. The days are getting shorter, the nights are getting longer, and the Department of Energy expects our heating bills will go up about 28% this season because of the rise in inflation. And Black Adam star Aldous Hodge is set to play Alex Cross in an upcoming Amazon series titled Cross. Will star as the famous James Patterson character from the Alex Cross novel. SoCal weather from KFI looks like a partly cloudy day ahead with highs in the 70s. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. This time we're looking at the 60s.
Colorado have made a beeline to the 60 around Hacienda Boulevard, and I'm pleased to tell you we had a good look at it from Tucson over towards the 605, which didn't find anything in lane. So it might be some other golf or something like this, but the freeway itself, well, it's just kind of slow coming into the 57 through the 605, not too bad. I want to warn you about a problem I'll check for you, but north of that road stretch before the 105, and the freeway was blocked north now with a severe delays going through the 91. Getting on the north side of the road stretch was the trick. And right now we're just coming up on a problem. This is another problem for the 605. One of Whittier cleared, but this is northbound 605, just past Telegraph. A little bit of the right lane is blocked. Real slow coming up from the 105. Jeff Barnes, AFI in the sky.
Still, the American Cruise Voyages, where history comes alive and discovery rests. Enriching adventures await in North America's mighty rivers, Great Lakes, oceans, and expeditions to the wilds of Alaska. Visit American Cruise Voyages at atvoyages.com. Visit North America now. Call 844-744-0794 or contact your travel professional. American Cruise Voyages. Discovery rests.
Hey, all it's Steve Sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero-interest financing, terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait. Don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com. For the Academy Award-winning writer Eric Sorkin of You Good Men is the riveting Broadway hit about the trial of two Marines. Don't miss the play variety calls Theatrical Fireworks, October 28th and November 20th. Tickets at LaMaranaTheater.com. Attention! Everyone wants to learn more about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Listen to the new Bitcoin radio talk show with Professor Robert Thomas, Saturday mornings at 9 on 11:50 a.m. The Patriot, serving Los Angeles, Orange County, and Southern California. For all of your HVAC and plumbing problems, next gen is your handy neighbor. It's DDRB Model Year End Closeout. New travel trailers from $249 a month. That's up to 30% off. Tens of thousands in savings. DDRB.com. Where the 405 meets the 22 Westminster.
Rising prices, higher taxes, more money in our pockets. But it's dirtier because corrupt politicians in Washington and Sacramento have been recklessly spending our money. And what do they have to show for it? Grocery prices our families can't afford. Less money in our paychecks. And communities that are less safe. Isn't someone fighting for us in Congress? We need Fighter Pilot Mike Garcia.
The trillions of new spending that causes inflation, I oppose it. We have real problems facing our country, and the solution can't just be to tax you more so the government can spend more of your money. I'm Mike Garcia. My priorities are fighting for lower taxes, lower inflation, and safer communities. I'm fighting to guarantee Social Security and lower health care costs. And I was proud to sponsor the Violence Against Women Act. I'm Mike Garcia, and I approve this message because I've spent my entire life fighting for you, and I'm just getting started. Paid for by Mike Garcia for Congress.
Gas prices, food prices, oxygen prices, the cost of living is getting insane. Need some extra cash so that you can deflate your debt just a little bit? Wow, KFI's got your inflation bonus with $1,000 every weekday from 9 a.m. through 6 p.m. Just looking for the keyword and enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning.
Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Your inflation bonus is coming on KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here in the morning crew. Steve Gregory with us talking about tomorrow night's Unsolved. We just went through that. You can listen to that segment on demand. But something pretty special is going on here, Steve, both days, Saturday and Sunday. And Sunday is a special that is going on from 4 to 6 p.m. And I know you spent a lot of time putting this together. As a matter of fact, Alex began to do this. And so let's talk about that special. What it's about, what you did. Deadly Pill is sort of our treatment of the opioid crisis and the fentanyl issues that are happening in Southern California. So we went out and grabbed all of these experts from all sort of different facets of what's going on with this opioid crisis. And as you mentioned, Alex Razzo, your producer, and also Jake Gonzalez, who's on my team, the three of us got this together, created a 12-part podcast that is going to drop, as you know, on Monday, on Halloween Day. But the radio special this Sunday from 4 to 6 p.m. will take a look at the Drug Enforcement Administration's approach to fentanyl. We talked to Special Agent in Charge Bill Bogdan, and he kind of tells us that fentanyl caught everyone by surprise. I didn't know the history of fentanyl. I didn't know it's been used as a pain management medication for years. I didn't know anything about fentanyl. This is a fairly new drug. No, it's not, but it's fairly new in the illicit market. That's what the is talking about. I want to take your Bogdan. This is Bill Bogdan again, Special Agent in Charge of the DEA. He was talking about how frightening it's become with the fentanyl because the makers of fentanyl are targeting kids. The drug cartel, Soro cartel, Jalisco New Generation cartel, they are now going to great lengths to make these powerful synthetic drugs look less threatening. The multicolored pills, they're calling it rainbow fentanyl. There's another, Skittles variant or Lucky Charms variant where it's different shapes, different colors. The whole premise of that is attracting a younger demographic, making the drug look less threatening, so people who are new to the drug scene, maybe they're just experimenting with drugs for the first time. Maybe they're people that are just they're going to go to a party and they're going to take a pill or use a drug recreationally. They're trying to attract that type of drug user to these pills. It's not a business model. If I'm a drug user, I want customers. Why would I produce and sell a pill that is going to kill someone? Because that person is done buying from me. I don't understand the logic of that. Or are the numbers so great it really doesn't matter how many people die? Well, it's interesting you say that because I also talked to Captain Brandon Dean from LA County Sheriff's. He has the Narcotics Bureau now, and he's created a special overdose task force. And he was talking about the fact that a lot of these makers, they understand they don't want to kill the customers. They really don't. The problem is the concentration levels of this medication are so great that the makers of it, they're putting the concentrations in these pills. They're not. Well, they're not paying attention to how much goes in there. Either that, either that, or the fact they can't control how much the kids put inside. That's the problem. It's not in every body, B-O-D-Y, absorbs it and reacts to it differently. And that's the problem. In fact, it was one of the other guests that we had here who talked about that taking fentanyl is roughly your right. You have no idea how much concentration of it is in there, and you have no idea how your body's going to react. So it's pretty amazing how these agencies are trying to come together to stop the flow of it, stop the making of it, stop the ingestion of it. Especially, in the last few months, how many kids, teenagers, have died from fentanyl overdoses. And so we explore that. We talk with addiction specialists. As I mentioned, Brandon Dean from North County Sheriff. We've got a professor out of New York City, out of New York University, talking about the nexus between fentanyl use or opioid use in general and the social nightlife and how there's a nexus between those two things. And then we actually talked with Jonathan Lucas. He's a medical examiner for LA County Coroner. He's the LA County Coroner. And we talked to him about the numbers of people who have died in LA County. We also talked to Jason Anderson, he's the district attorney of San Bernardino County, because he's one of the first agencies to start prosecuting people who provide them, prosecuting them with program. We're talking about 100,000 deaths a year. Probably more than 110,000, 120,000 just in LA County. In 2021, 3,096 people died from overdoses. Of those, 1,689 were fentanyl, 1,934 were opioids, 162 were non-opioids. One of the things that I've been following is too, with me all now, and that is one of the reasons that the mortality is actually dropped in this country, longevity, is because of that. That actually affects the statistics in terms of the average of people living a long life. It's crazy. Yeah. And you know what? The other thing, talking to Jonathan Lucas, he's talking about the fact that his office, the coroner's office, was so overwhelmed because of the overdoses spiked during the pandemic. And so they were dealing with bodies from the pandemic on top of bodies from overdoses. You know, you can't get opiates that you prescribe. They get my daughter went back to the dentist, in response for dentistry thing, and I said she's a patient, so and she's a mess with infection. She actually had to do a bone graft, and so she came back to the house yesterday, and she was in such intense pain and walking. They didn't ride the trust. They wouldn't give her. They just don't. They said we don't give opiates. One of our guests, Dr. Melissa Duran, is with the USC School of Pharmacy. She's a pharmacologist and she's teaching the future pharmacists. And she goes through this whole thing about how they're teaching the future pharmacists to look out for red flags for abuse. We also talked about naloxone, addiction in Narcan, and she talks about that. But there's a lot of stuff about that I didn't know, about its accessibility. But she talks about the fact that they are scaling back from giving out the opioids. If you really have to get a high threshold, before you opioid anymore. So it was fascinating for me. I learned a lot interviewing these people. So we're very excited about it. It airs Sunday from 4 to 6. It repeats again the following Saturday from 6 to 8. And then the podcast, all 12 episodes will be available online. And they all drop at the same time, so you can give us a yeah. And I do want to tell you that I did get a correction for an update from Captain Andy United from ROTHSCHILD on the reward money for him. Yes, he worked on this. He said, it was actually $5. The tow truck driver at the AMPM got 20% of the reward. The guy who found truck number 1 at Bigbear got 20%, and the couple got 60%. And it was decided by a three-panel group of 3 retired judges. And then the off-duty fishing game guy that also wanted it, he was, I think, the one who discovered something. He found something. He got zero. That because he was a government employee. Yeah, I suspect that's what it was. And how much was it? Was it $1 million? Well, now he's telling me that it was over $1 million, but he said the final amount got reduced because many entities gave their money to donor and making the game. You remember that? That's right. So they were looking for money for conviction, but it usually is information leading to a conviction. The final amount was just under $1 million. That's the biggest reward I get in this area in my life. All right, Steve, thank you much. Tomorrow tomorrow night, it's 8 to 10. It's France. That's okay. I'm just talking about 2 specials. I know. I'm 8 to 10 tomorrow night. I'm 4 to 6 on Sunday, heavily filled. Always available on the iHeartRadio app, and then again next Saturday, 6 to 8. And on Monday, the 12-part series. Right. Okay, a lot going on. All right, Steve, thank you much. You have a good day. You too. All right, coming up, I talked about this, Kevin DeLeon, and how to get him out. One of the ways is we call exactly right now. Share that with you when we come back. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in 24-hour matrix.
The husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has been taken to a hospital after a home invasion of the family's home. ABC's Justin Finch says Paul Pelosi isn't expected to make a full recovery, according to the speaker's spokesperson.
An assailant broke into the Pelosi San Francisco home early Friday morning and violently assaulted Paul Pelosi. The speaker was not home at the time. The suspect is now in custody.
The motivation for the attack is under investigation. News is brought to you by American Vision Windows. Long Beach will give 250 families $500 a month for as part of a guaranteed income pilot program that could spread around the U.S.
These are single parents who need support. Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia says single parents from the 90813 zip code can start applying next month. They'll also need to get additional support like access to child care and access to broadband in their homes. He says an independent research team will track the families to determine if the program should spread nationwide. I think these programs are going to have to be part of the future as income inequality becomes a larger challenge.
State funding to match the $2 million the city put up from a COVID relief fund will allow another 250 families in the program.
Corbin Carson, KFI News.
11 cities in North Orange County have banded together on a new facility that will combine public safety with homeless services. Fullerton Mayor Fred Jones says the Home Center represents a new way to address homelessness.
A dispatch center that brings together social service workers, mental health professionals, and law enforcement is a first of its kind, all under one roof to tackle this pressing issue of homelessness.
The facility has made mobile healthcare response units to deliver services directly to the people who need them. LAX has already topped its traveler numbers from last year.
More than 48 million travelers passed through the airport through September. The airport's Victoria Philibati says international travel is way up.
So far this year, LAX has welcomed about 12 million international passengers. That's a big jump compared to the same time last year, when the airport saw about 5 million international passengers.
Philibati says this time last year, the airport had welcomed about 33 million passengers in total. In LA, Blake Foley, KFI News.
And Frontier Airlines has gotten creative to keep flyers happy. ABC's Michelle Franzen says the airline has made an all-you-can-fly pass. Frontier Airlines announced it will offer a year-long travel pass called Go Wild. Passengers who buy the pass can take as many flights as they want within a 12-month period. Frontier says the pass will be available in 2023. And the GDP has increased 2.6% in the third quarter after the economy shrunk in the previous 2 quarters. EY Parthenon chief economist Gary Dacko said the third quarter was a rebound, even if the nation's top bank is still raising interest rates to slow inflation.
For next week, we should be on the lookout for a 75 basis point rate hike. But I think there will be some increased signal that the Fed is intent on tapering the pace of its tightening of monetary policy.
President Biden celebrated the news yesterday, saying the report is proof the economy recovery is looking good. We'll update the 710 in just a moment, but first it's sports with Wayne.
The Clippers dropped to 2-3 after back-to-back losses to the Oklahoma Thunder. Last night's score 118 to 110. And here's Coach Ty Lue on this early season skid.
Our public health, we try to do the right thing. Like we try to get to the paint, try to make the right play. We have to do a better job taking care of the basketball, but then we also want to do a better job of getting bodies to rebound the ball.
The Lakers would be thrilled to be 2-3 right now. They are still winless, and they're at the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5. And game 1 of the World Series set for today in Houston at 5. The Astros will start Justin Verlander. The Phillies are going with Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. If you're living with today's missing, loose, crooked teeth, I have to dental implants truly change your life. Dr. Mr. Kami and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. My dentist and my daughter, family, boy, what an incredible doctor. She got me there. She had some real issues. So whether you need 1, 2, several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group by team of specialists will restore your smile. Now, if you already have implants for complications from another dentist, Dr. Mr. Kami can fix those problems too. Smile again, food to you to eat and miss. Dial pound 250 on your cell phone and just say dentist. Dial pound 250 on your cell, say dentist, schedule your free exam, which includes x-rays, CT scan, restrictions apply. Go to ladentistgroup.com, ladentistgroup.com, pound 250 on the cell, and just say dentist.
So now weather from KFI. Great start to the day with more sunshine later, so a lot like the pattern we've seen this week. Temperatures will be in the 70s with a sprinkling of 80s inland. That's the forecast through Halloween. Then we'll start to see temperatures drop into the 60s and 70s with a slight chance of showers by the middle of next week. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and get an update on the 710.
I go right back to that 913 zip code that Corbin was supposed to be about. If you just leave Long Beach, good news, really good news. There was quite a crash north on 710 road crash. That's just before the 105 freeway, if you're unfamiliar with that stretch. But I went over to the shoulder and very quickly by it. I mean, there was a big response from the local fire department and a lot of engines there. It was half the freeway was shut down. So over to the shoulder, yes, it's a little smoke from the 91. Just hang in there. It'll be okay. From there up to the 5 years, you're looking pretty good. North 605 at Telegraph. We looked at that about 5 minutes ago. There was a crash there as well with fire department working. That's north, just north of the 5. Right lane was blocked. Back up to severe. A little slow coming up from the 105. Inland, the whole pass point for a change. Believe it or not, the South 15 coming down there was looking pretty good. Orange County, a little bit of a trouble. Southside getting past the 91 is really staying up. But what you do, I think south of Magnolia, you'll be okay. Down to 22. On the 4 level, I just had a look at the real busy, but all lanes open. And we're headed back to Encino 405 101. Boy, something going on. I'll let you know what it is. Or it isn't. Hopefully. Jeff KFI in the sky.
Sometimes the best predictor of the future is the past. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby & Myers. Since 1972, we've won over $1 billion for our clients with serious auto accident injuries. Maybe that's why we're voted LA's #1 personal injury law firm year after year after year. We're proud of our past and proud to win big for you today so you can have a better tomorrow. Choose Jacoby & Myers, celebrating 50 years.
Whether it's raw, simple trig turkey, or mac and cheese with Murray's English cheddar, or a pie made with fresh cosmic crisp apples, there are many dishes we look forward to sharing during the holiday. And Ralph's has all the fresh ingredients you need to turn today's holiday into tomorrow's memories. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Pizza makes for a quick, easy dinner. And select varieties of red berry pizza are only $3.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
This is Jacob and mine. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
You know, you have a really good chance of surviving this Halloween.
Follow me to a small message. First, don't die. Second, don't become a zombie. Happy Halloween. KMI, AM 640.
Stimulating talk.
KFI, AM 640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Handle here on a Friday morning, October 28th. The bigger stories we're covering. Elon Musk now owns Twitter. And there's a lot going on. 7:50 next segment, we're going to talk about that. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, was, and I quote, violently assaulted this morning by assailants in their home. And I believe the last information that I read was attacked by someone from Canada. That's pretty serious. Although the good news is he is expected to fully recover. Now, we obviously have been talking a whole lot about the fallout from that racist rant that happened last year. Matter of fact, this month last year, where in a closed-door meeting, Murray Martinez, was president of the council, and 2 council people and the head of the Labor Federation of Los Angeles were in a room talking about redistricting. Now they're going to keep power. That was a lie. That wasn't singularly outrageous. Well, okay, that's fine. But then the racist stuff, and it was released, and the pressure was intense. Murray Martinez resigned. Herrera and the Labor Federation resigned, bringing Bill CEO, Palestine, and Joy on district courts and council. No one cares about Bill CEO, even though there's a lot of pressure. He's going to resign if he's out in December. He's lost the last election, so he's done. Now, let Kevin Daly on. He's in there for 2 years. And what is going on? Intense pressure. He's just pushing back. He won't do it. He says absolutely not. Yesterday, I mentioned that how do you get this guy out? The city council temporary head, the de facto, or the temporary head of the council, immediately took him off all committees. In addition to the OCD, done. He is now a seat warmer. He is a vote. Then I said, what else can happen? He can be thrown off the council if there is a pending criminal charge. No criminal charge. You can be a racist. You can redistrict. I mean, that's within the laws, First Amendment. Now, political action fallout, that's a very different animal. I said the only other way to do this is he loses election. He runs again. I cannot see this win. Or recall him, where the people in his district recall him and he's thrown out of office. Just as a quick aside, the reason he won't resign, according to his spokesperson, is because the people in his district need representation, and he doesn't want them to not have the representation that he can bring, the leadership he can bring. And of course, when you ask the spokesperson, what kind of leadership and representation can a council person bring who's not on any committee, who just sits there and warms a chair? Get an answer on that one. So, let's talk about the recall. And a recall is fairly easy to start. All you need is 5 people who sign a petition and come up with whatever reason that is logical, which was easy. But then gathering the signatures, that's not easy. Gathering of signatures, it goes on the ballot. Well, the last few have not even gone on the ballot. Boris Gaston, didn't make it. Gavin Newsom, of course, didn't make it. Some council people didn't make it. Becky Leon, this is number 4 as far as the recall is concerned. That's not easy to do. And why is that? Because in order to get on the ballot, you need signatures to put it on the ballot. The recall has you to put on the ballot. So, paperwork was filed yesterday calling for to throw him out. And the argument is, and it's logical, he currently cannot represent the stakeholders of Council District 14, which I would buy, because if he has no power, how does he represent them? So now the next step, 15% of the total number of registered voters in the district. About 21,000 valid signatures. Also, there has to be a cushion of at least 20% for rejected signatures, which always happens. So the recall organizers would have to come in with 25,000 signatures. That is not easy to do. You can't do it without professional signature gatherers. You've been in front of supermarkets when they come out and say, "Hey, are you registered? Are you a registered voter? Hey, would you sign this petition?" Those people are all paid. They're all paid. And also, this particular district is particularly difficult to get the signatures because of just the nature of the neighborhood. Apartment buildings, not easy to knock on doors. There's a lot of it is downtown. So is it going to happen? I don't know this time around. I think this is far more in politics. This is something that is visceral among many, many people. He's repeatedly apologized. Talked about a joke about Mike Bonin and the African-American child that Bonin adopted. But the bottom line, no, I don't think it's going to happen. I'd like it to happen. He certainly deserves to be recalled. Well, let me put it another way. 3 times they've tried to recall him. This will be number 4. Of all the chances of actually getting there, this is probably the best. Coming up, Elon Musk now owns Twitter. What? This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news.
President Biden and Vice President Harris will make a rare campaign appearance together today to help Pennsylvania's Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman, who is going up against Dr. Oz for Senate. The 118th edition of the World Series gets underway when the Astros host the Phillies in Game 1 tonight, and the first British currency to bear the likeness of King Charles is about to go into circulation. It's a 50-cent coin with a portrait of Charles III that's being minted at royal facilities in Wales, shipping and distribution by December. We'll get a look at your drive with BJFI in the sky in the 405 in just a moment.
Property values are falling now. See, there's no question about it. And it's a good way to sell your home because values are going up. No negotiation. So, what do you do to sell your home? Well, generally you list it in the broker. You take 6%, clean, paint, repair, and this has to be spotless. The buyers walk through and be there, and it just goes on and on. With directbuyers.com, none of that. Get a fair price, and you do nothing except cash a check within 10 days. That's directbuyers.com. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. They'll never, ever lowball you. I just like the way they do business. Leonard, Janet, Matt, brother and sister, I have spent hours talking about how they go about buying homes. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
SoCal weather from KSI. It's a great start to the day. Temperatures will just be in the 60s and 70s, a sprinkling of a low 80s here and there. Otherwise, that's pretty much your forecast for the weekend into Halloween. This report is brought to you by Vanguard University in Orange County. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 405.
We've got San Francisco Valley section of the 405 down at Secret somehow told that. Now, this one of your first tracks making this a 4-way drive there, South 405 out of the, we'll say north San Francisco Valley. Yes, it shows its victory, and believe it or not, this is pretty good. I'm 40 drive standard, so drive up and over there. Once you get to the west LA, things are looking good. Even the East 101 coming out of Calabasas is doing signal around the 405. That's slow from Tampa. Westbound drive is looking good. The Newmont Pass is looking pretty good, really, even for southbound. Definitely so 118 down to the split, but that's about it. We're going to go into West LA and check the always slow, unfortunately, Santa Monica freeway. So, more and all that coming up. Don't go away. Jeff Bond, AFI in the sky.
Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more. This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owens, Patterson & Owens. Did you know that there is a time limit set for filing injury claims? Don't let time go by. Legal representation can change the direction of your life. Call 888-OPO-WINS at any time to get the help you need. 888-OPO-WINS, and we do. OPOLaw.com. Pizza party, anyone? Slice up the savings at Whole Foods Market. Frozen pizza is 35% off through November 1st, while supplies last. Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist to get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Real estate owners, you know the savvy solution to a piece of property you're looking to get rid of? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Hey, it's coming in with cost and you'll be happy to hear that Cars for Kids Real Estate will take over all taxes, maintenance, and insurance fees. Best of all, Cars for Kids Real Estate will provide you with a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. Donate today because time is running out for your 2022 tax deduction. To donate, visit carsforkidsrealestate.org or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today. That's Cars for the Kids. I brought 2 donuts home, put on a kitchen counter, I went to the bathroom, I came back, and one was gone. My wife, like a shark, her eyes rolled back, and she just found that donut. One, my God, I was like a whole donut in one bite. That's wild, man. The Tim Conway Jr. Show, all the sprinkles all over the floor. Look at this switchback today on KFI. Black night, around tombstones, look for the day into this moment. Grandpa's friend with 30 days.
viciously attacked during that hammer. But good news is we're being told that she made full recovery. Nancy Pelosi was not there. She's in Washington at the time. And they live in the Pacific Heights. Nice area. Well, he's very well. And in the case of the Rust film, Baldwin, Sheriff's Department in New Mexico submitted its findings and was investigating this to the prosecutor. Now, we don't know if the Sheriff's Department then said, we think there's a charge, go ahead and charge, and others only know because that was the other big news is Elon Musk closed Tesla. He owns Twitter now. He had put in $13 billion of cash. That's now taken. $13 billion. Quite a check, isn't it? Right. I mean, how do you even have room on that check with 13 and all those different books? Money is flying in. And it is financing has been arranged. Twitter now belongs to him. And this is after 6 months of this chaotic, high-profile business negotiation where he was buying it, wasn't buying it. Twitter is arguing, hey, you have a deal, leave us alone. Don't go through this $1 billion penalty. He said the reason I'm not buying is this issue of bots, which are not real posts. They're manufactured, where this trolling is computer algorithms create these millions of what appear to be real posts and they're not. And he said it's more than 5%. Twitter said it was under 5%. I know bots happen across the board on every platform. So there were all kinds of issues, and then in the end he said, okay, I'll buy it. Trial was starting. So they sat down, both parties said, okay, we're going to buy this thing. And the judge said, tell you what, you've got to do it by Friday. That's today. Well, the deal was struck and it closed yesterday. So the parties made it by 1 day. So Twitter doesn't have to wait for someone to take ownership. You won't have to deal with Musk and his public posting at the leadership inquired the top, the executive. That happens all the time. That's not an issue because anybody who buys a company brings in his or her own team. It comes in with a broom, and it happens in virtually every single company. That is why. Occasionally someone will stay on, but rarely does that happen. So he is now. Not only did he just fire the CEO, what he did is he also was tweeting Twitter a lot, in describing him and putting that poop emoji on his tweet. Yeah, that's a little infantile. You would think. Also, and I think this is probably the most important part of it, is one of the reasons he bought Twitter in his belief is it should be an open platform. Twitter, for example, has bounced former President Trump because of the allegations and the outright lies that he made about losing the election. And I talked to people about losing the election. Exactly what the judges said. Where's the proof? Show it. Show it to me. And I'll join the bandwagon. And I know 63 judges were fooled by the Democrats. 50 election officials were fooled by the Democrats. Well, I had no idea the Democrats were that strong. Well, clearly they're going to win every battle here. Why is there anybody calling it close? So the point is, that's exactly what happened here. Show us where the bots are beyond 5%. Couldn't do it. Twitter, well, they show the information they have, but they line, who the hell knows? And so his position was it has to be an open platform. It's a First Amendment issue. He believes everybody should be able to go on Twitter and tweet whatever they want, short of course,
let's blow up the Capitol. Well, actually, no. Well, you could say, I would like the Capitol to be blown up, which is different than laying out the blueprint saying this is where you go, and this is the room you use, where it's going to be the most effective. So I don't think he went that far. Why? The conspiracy theorists? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The lies about the insurrection? Oh yeah. The lies about the election? Oh yeah. Just utter disinformation. Well yeah, of course. People have a right to do that. This is America. And so the first thing that we knew was going to happen is that he was going to allow former President Trump to go back onto the platform and just allow everybody else. Well, hang on a minute. How does Twitter make its money? In large part, it's advertisers. And then he got the idea, well, you know what? There's plenty of people that are not particularly happy with that position where Twitter allows people to utter lies, disinformation, statements by white supremacists, conspiracy theorists. So he sends out a tweet saying, this is not going to be a free-for-all. There are statements that have consequences, and I'm not going to allow all of those statements to go on the platform. In other words, he just changed his tune completely. And he realized, okay, we have to make a business deal. I have to treat this more as a business than a personal playground. What are his business? Yeah, the electric cars, that is successful. His rockets, SpaceX, very successful. The underground tunnels are not successful. And so he has a new business model he has to deal with. How do you run a social media platform that's used by 400 million people, including world leaders, journalists, public figures? How do you figure out a better business model for the company? Twitter, even though it is successful or there's high stock, doesn't make anywhere near as much money as Facebook and YouTube. And so he's gone from wanting to buy Twitter to be an open digital town square of ideas without intervention, allowing anyone to say anything they want on the platform as long as it's legal, to, okay, we've got to be a little realistic about this. And he's trying to assuage the advertising world that he is going to be more realistic. By the way, he didn't explain how he's going to decide what kind of content will reach people, what won't, how it's going to be different from what Twitter does now. And the statement he made yesterday to his advertisers, Twitter cannot become a free-for-all hellscape where anything can be said with no consequences. Very different than what he said before. So we'll see what happens. He is one of those business owners, the wealthiest man in the world. He obviously has some range, right? We just don't know which way he's going to go. We don't know. As I was just talking to someone, I'm looking at an electric car. One of the ones I'm looking at is a Tesla. And I was asking about how they do it. One of the things they do is they put in all kinds of advances without telling you. They don't even announce it. They just put it in. Tesla. He's a weird guy. In many ways wonderful, in many ways just weird. Right? Coming up, building with nature, how reviving a marsh saved one town from the sea level rise and how we can do it and have thoughts for that. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Halloween is God's message on what's coming next. KFI election night coverage coming November 8th. KOST 62.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
House Speaker's home attack. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. All below Pelosi, husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has been violently assaulted by someone who broke into their home in San Francisco. Nancy Pelosi's spokesperson says the suspect and her husband's in the hospital where he's expected to make a full recovery. Nancy Pelosi was not in San Francisco at the time. A notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon's been filed with the city clerk's office. The notice was signed by 5 people who live in the 14th district, including Pauline Atkins. Now, she made 2 prior recall attempts against De Leon. Kate Brown, De Leon's communications director, said Atkins had also previously filed but later dropped a 3rd intent to recall. The others accused of running 2 illegal nightclubs in Hollywood have been charged with serving alcohol without a license. LA City Attorney Mike Fior says both clubs are close to home.
These locations can undermine the work of businesses that are trying to operate legitimately.
Police say they saw at least 100 people partying at each of the clubs. They say at one of the clubs, the security guards were not registered. Officials say the landlords of the buildings of the clubs are working to evict the club owners. A new homeless dispatch center in Fullerton will coordinate police, addiction, and mental health services across 11 counties in North OC.
And they're taking it to the streets. Governor Newsom says the new Hope Center has mobile healthcare response units to take services to the people who need them. I'm done with outreach with nothing more than inreach, where you wait 9 to 5, and if someone shows up at 5:01, say, we're sorry, we're closed. Democratic State Senator Josh Lewis says North OC has worked on this collaboration for years. We are making progress without having to arrest our way out of it. That is indeed a change of mindset, because the center also uses data to track which services work and don't work for which people over time. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A woman and man have been fatally stabbed in a Kohl's store parking lot in Palmdale. The attack happened about noon yesterday. The woman was seen running back and forth screaming that she'd been stabbed after she collapsed. The attacker came back to stab her again several times. A man who had been stabbed in another area of the parking lot died in a hospital. Deputies have taken one person into custody. Hawaii Civil Defense Agency has held meetings across the Big Island telling people to prepare for a possible volcanic eruption. The world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, is sending more signals it could erupt. Frank Truesdale is a research geologist at the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory.
We have to recognize where you live, how quickly lava flows can arrive in your area, and there needs to be preparing.
A civil defense administrator says they're reminding people to register to receive alert messages and review their plans in case of disaster. More people have traveled through LAX this year than last year.
LAX is watching more than 48 million travelers this year in September.
The airport's Victoria Spilabati says about 33 million passengers passed through the airport this time last year. She says the airport welcomed more than 5.5 million passengers in September, up from about 4.4 million in September of last year. Officials in the Philippines say heavy rains have set off flash floods and landslides, killing at least 42 people. They say most people drowned or died in landslides. Floodwaters rapidly rose in many landlocked villages, forcing some people to climb up on their roofs where they were rescued by army troops. Forecasters expect tropical storm Naldi to slam into the country's eastern coast tomorrow. And a 14-story oceanfront condo building in Miami Beach has been evacuated. The order came last night when engineers determined the Port Royale building is unsafe. They found a concrete beam supporting the 50-year-old building shifted, and a crack in the beam has gotten much bigger. Miami Beach says all 164 units of the building were evacuated. The building's undergoing a required safety recertification. The building's on the same avenue where a condominium collapsed in Surfside and killed nearly 100 people last year. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI and the Sky in the 10 in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
The Clippers have lost 2 games to the Oklahoma Thunder this week. First on Tuesday and then last night by a score of 118 to 110. It didn't help. The team is still without Kawhi Leonard, and then Paul George only scored 10 points in 31 minutes of court time. The Lakers are at the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5. They'd like to get their first win of the season. The World Series gets underway today in Houston at 5. The Astros will put Justin Verlander on the mound against the Phillies' Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Lesnick, TFI Sports. I've been a business person my entire adult life, and like most small to medium-sized business owners, it's close to putting an HR person. I got nailed for it, too. Well, there's an answer. Bambi.com. You get your dedicated HR person to help you with your HR issues, starting at only $99 per month. And I know it sounds too good to be true. This is real. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI into the radio drop-down when you sign up. Got it? KFI under the radio drop-down, spelled B-A-M-B-E-E, BAM, B-E-E, Bambi.com.
Taking a look at your KFI financial report right now, the Dow is, just went blank on me. I'll get you your numbers in just a second. In fact, let's go ahead and get your drive with KFI's Jeff Ball checking out the 10 right now. No? No Jeff either? Alright, we'll try all that in just a little bit. We lead local, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jessica Jones Lee.
This hour of the Bill Hamel Show is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com.
We run our AC pretty much all summer long. Our electric bills are pretty high.
I'm concerned about the condition of our infrastructure.
Recently in California with the fires, they said that they're going to shut off the power and to be shut off for longer periods than usual.
I look at our electric bills and they keep going up and up and up.
We had to find a solution to our energy bill.
Your home is an ecosystem. Solar power, battery storage, and efficient air conditioning all work together to ensure your house is comfortable, protected, and self-sustaining. Save today and prepare for tomorrow with Semper 360, the all-in-one home energy solution. The savings are better than I expected.
I said I want the 18 minutes with it. The beginning to the end, and have been the best.
Declare your energy independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar, battery, and air contractor. Take advantage of the 30% federal solar tax credit. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expires October 31st, 2022. TSLB 978-152.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio stations.
One of these is not Bill Hamel. Number one, you can drop a dead cat from high enough that it still fails. Number two, and I would have it go up and go down. No, we're not going to touch that one. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it, but I won't. So put your answer to, I don't care really. For better or worse, here's Bill Hamel. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Jen, I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, the Associated Press is reporting that its sources are saying that the person who attacked Paul Pelosi, the House Speaker's husband, specifically targeted their home. And that was one of the questions that we had earlier this morning. Was this just random? Was it a targeted attack? But in this case, they are saying that, yes, they believe that the suspect who attacked Paul Pelosi and House Speaker's husband specifically targeted their home, and that Paul Pelosi was hit with some sort of hammer.
But we don't know the actual motive. Whether it was targeted because it's a wealthy home, it's wealthy and they live in Pacific Heights.
Right.
Or
because of who she is, because they are.
Just because of high profile or going in the political realm, no one knows. I haven't even heard any accusations or hints, unlike what happened in Arizona with the governor's race. The Democrats named the Democratic Party headquarters was broken into on Watergate, and the accusation was immediately made against Wade, Republican, and that's not true. That is a random break, and that the politics has exploded on that one. You can't say that unless you know.
Yeah, and the fact that the woman, the Democrat, is the former Secretary of State, so she would have been the one, or the registrar, whoever it was in Arizona that certified the election that gave it to Joe Biden. That's that person who is running. And so immediately everybody went, oh, it's got to be election denier, let's see what after her. And it turns out it wasn't.
Yeah, and that's dangerous stuff to make that accusation without knowing. So in this case, so far there's not been a hint of any political connection. Other than all we've heard is there's no motive, but it looks like Paul Pelosi was targeted. Now, is the news that he was specifically Pelosi as opposed to she may have written home, they were both targeted, house targeted. We have information.
No, all that this says is that Speaker, the suspect who attacked Paul Pelosi, the House Speaker's husband, specifically targeted their home.
Okay, so it's still early days on that. It's immediately going to follow things like we have to be very careful with that. All right, let's move into the topic that I am going to talk about, and that is along the southernmost edge of San Francisco Bay, that you can see it's sort of a red tinge. And this is marshland, and it's not supposed to look like that. And they're trying to bring back the marshland to marshes instead of what's going on now, which is just this dead pool. And what's happening is this is the largest, most ambitious tidal wetland restoration project west of the Mississippi. And it has been going on for so long that nobody remembers when it started or that even exists. And that's why, well, because saving a vanishing marsh is decades in the making. Costs fortune, generations in the making. Costs hundreds of $millions and requires the ability to think long term. It's happening right now. I gotta bring it up. It's come up again during this election cycle. And the reason that marshes are so important, or ecologically speaking, it doesn't get more important than marshes. The sea surge, rising sea levels, marshes actually hold that back. In terms of the environment, marshes help the environment actually more than almost anything else. You know that marshes, the pickleweed and the other plants that are half submerged, produce 3 to 5 times as much oxygen per plant than even a rainforest does. And it is absolutely critical to save those marshes. Money is still coming in, and it just takes way too long. You know, and also, the reason there are no marshes there, not for development, is salt. These were salt ponds. They took away the marshes and put in salt ponds. You know, seawater would come in, it would evaporate, and the salt would be sold, and that's how industrial salt is manufactured. Wesley Salt, for example, now owned by Cargill, had huge amounts of these salt ponds, which has basically destroyed everything, and now they're bringing it back and trying to get rid of those salt ponds, which have been around forever. And there's a whole lot of different ways, much cheaper ways to get salt and mine it now in these big caverns. 90% of the state's marshlands have already been choked, drained, filled in, and if this is the best way to hold back rising sea levels, if this is the best way to create oxygen to help the environment, obviously we've got to go forward. Problem, hundreds of millions of dollars. And it takes so long. And do politicians have that kind of foresight? No. This one they're trying, actually Diane Feinstein was head of the project that was involved in saving this marshland. So, if we do it, we have to. Do the politicians have the wherewithal and the long-range thinking? Of course. Because they have to get elected, and no one gets elected saying we need $300 million for something that's going to come into fruition 30 years from now. You simply don't get elected that way. We've been hearing about the new tax on oil companies, right? Governor is saying that, the president has been saying that. So let me get you some insight into that, because obviously there's a lot to it. KFI AM 640, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The U.S. has just announced sanctions on the Iranian group that put a bounty on the life of author Salman Rushdie, who was violently attacked in August. Groups that once used Kanye West's music are distancing themselves from the rapper who recently made anti-Semitic remarks. The latest is the Texas A&M football team. They're no longer using the song Power when players rush the field. And Tom Brady and his wife Gisele Bundchen are reportedly filing for divorce today. TMZ reports two have been working with a mediator to come up with a property settlement and custody of their children. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a great start to the day. More sunshine on the way. Temperatures in the 70s with a sprinkling of 80s. This report is brought to you by the Auto Club of Southern California. Let's get to your drive with BKFI in the sky and Jeff Bond.
That's it. Well, I don't know what to tell you, but it's just kind of a slow morning drive. The section of the 10 of Santa Monica, if you didn't know, downtown Los Angeles, south to West LA and Santa Monica. Usual stuff, really. Cranks on up to about Robinson, about 8. Now, 2 reports to go. I get this to go over. The report about the San Fernando Valley. We're only no more avoid weather problem westbound 101. We're way out of place right now, but we'll try and fly in there real quick. West 101, Far Creek, Calabasas, kind of the top of the hill before you go downhill to Las Virgenes. Bad crash there, and it's backing up deep to Tango right now. As a matter of fact, it's slow, actually. They're slow getting away from Garcia. So, more on that coming up. We had to look at the I-5 going down towards Buena Park. Northbound section's pretty good, really not too bad. We'll slow from that point up to the East LA Interchange. More coming up on all this. Jeff, AFI in the sky. Southern Californians could save an average of $483 when they switch to auto insurance through the Auto Club. Visit AAA.com/insurance to see how much you could save. Get your free AAA full picture quote at AAA.com/insurance today.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owens Patterson and Owens. Did you know that there's a time limit set for filing injury claims? Don't let time go by. Legal representation can change the direction of your life. Call 888-OPO-WINS at any time to get the help you need. 888-OPO-WINS, and we do. OPOLaw.com.
Hey, you the prevailing opinion is you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work. Live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit Uline.com. Join us for a free family fun day, October 29th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the All Things Kids Expo at the Galleria at Tyler. Activities and entertainment throughout the day include Riverside Fire and police vehicles, superhero training, STEM activities, scavenger hunt, prizes, goodie bags, and 40 booths. Thanks to our sponsors, Riverside Community College District, Neighborhood Healthcare, First 5 Riverside, Glow Mini Golf, and Inland Empire Health Plan. Go to SoCalMoments.com/all-things-kids for more information. California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more for your Medicare dollar. Now including benefits, for example, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drugs. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and your devices vary by plan area. Limitations and exclusions apply. California can fix your water leaks, vehicle faucets, running toilets, and repair your underground sewer lines without digging up the yard. Without digging, we do it on Bill Staffing. Ghetto air conditioning and plumbing. DOE.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Priceless, higher taxes, less money in our pockets. How did we get here? Because career politicians in Washington and Sacramento have been recklessly spending our money. And what do they have to show for it? Grocery prices our families can't afford. Less money in our paychecks and communities that are less safe. We need someone fighting for us in Congress. We need fighter pilot Mike Garcia. The trillions in new spending that causes inflation, I oppose it. We have real problems facing our country, and the solutions can't just be to tax you more so the government can spend more of your money. I'm Mike Garcia. My priorities are fighting for lower taxes, lower inflation, and safer communities. I'm fighting to guarantee Social Security and lower health care costs. And I was proud to sponsor the Violence Against Women Act. I'm Mike Garcia, and I approve this message because I've spent my entire life fighting for you, and I'm just getting started. Paid for by Mike Garcia for Congress. This is Steve Gregory. Join me Sunday at 4 for Deadly Pill, KFI News documentary on the opioid crisis in Southern California. We'll speak with experts about fentanyl and its impact on the community. One of the largest public health problems that we have right now, public safety problems. We go back to the origins of fentanyl, how the medical profession, law enforcement, and the coroner are dealing with the problem. Deadly Pill, Sunday at 4 on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
28th. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you have missed any segment here on the show, feel free to listen on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Alex just came in, producer, saying she just got 5 various tweets and notices from news organizations, breaking news. Big, far more news than anything else, and that is Tom Brady and Giselle have announced they're going to divorce. World War III started, and that wouldn't have been a headline that was bigger than the divorce. And it goes to show you, as she pointed out, Alex, it goes to show you where we are at this stage, American life. And now, one of the things we know, and this is the price of gas is astronomically high. I mean, it was at one point we were paying, depending on the station, close to $7 a gallon. I mean, that's completely crazy. And it's California. Now, California is more expensive in terms of gasoline. You know, I'll tell you about the reasons in a minute, but we were about 50 cents per gallon higher than the rest of the country. Now, $50, $5, let's call it $1.50. You put in a 10-gallon, you put 10 gallons in your car, $60. You put 20 gallons, my car has 20 gallon tank, that's $30 difference. So the call from both the Governor Newsom and others and the President, windfall profits tax. Now, I don't even know what that means, you know, when it's up there. The governor pointed the finger at the gas industry, of course, saying companies were fleecing drivers and called for that windfall profit tax on oil companies. And comparing it to, for example, what happened in the East during major blackouts when candles were being sold for $12 a piece. The taxi drivers were charging astronomical sums of money. Fuel vouchers. And the argument is gouging is going on right now. Valero, an international oil company, owns refineries in California and some gas stations. From July to September, their profits increased only 500%. Okay. If you're talking about some of the state's largest refineries, those profits, people that own those companies, their profits have increased by hundreds of percent. So, windfall profits tax is the answer. Unfortunately, nobody knows what that means. No state has done a windfall profit tax before. There's one exception. 2006, Alaska began taxing net revenues on oil production. But here is what they did. They taxed every barrel of oil that was taken out of the ground. See, that's not a windfall profit tax. That's taxing the amount of oil you take out of the ground. And that's an easy tax. They put $2 on a barrel of oil. Okay, you produce 200,000 barrels of oil times $2. There you go. There's your windfall profit tax, which it isn't. Alaska's interesting state. It is and was because when the price of oil goes up, it makes money, or did, because the Alaska oil fields are pretty well figured out now. But when the North Slope was producing oil, the money that was flowing to Alaska was simply astronomical. To the point where Alaska residents were getting $1,200 a stimulus check, and that's in quotes, every year. Every day in 1 year's time. $1,200. That's pretty impressive. I don't believe that's happening anymore. But here's what did happen. So the tax comes in. The tax per barrel comes in. And drilling decreased. The amount of oil companies invested in developing new oil dropped. And keep in mind, it wasn't a direct tax on profits. Because profits, boy, can you claim. Expenses which are deductible, expenses that are long-term, that are amortized. For example, if you put into your house
remodel it, that's over 30 years. You repair it, do that over 3 years. I mean, all of it is very complicated stuff. This is why God invented tax attorneys. So you don't pay much taxes. And you're going to see, for example, when former President Trump releases his, and he will have to release his tax returns, and that's going through the court. You're going to see very little tax being paid on a whole lot of income, and it's legal. That's the point. People, companies that are that wealthy, simply don't pay the taxes that we do. Warren Buffett complained 2 years ago that he actually paid less tax than his secretary. Although he didn't volunteer to write a check to the government for the difference. So you can play that game a whole lot. That's easy to do. It's just too complicated. And what is a windfall profit tax anyway? Where does high profits stop? And do you really care? I mean, unless you're a socialist, unless you're a communist, and you want to limit profits from a company, are they allowed to make profits? So at what point does it become a windfall? Of course we don't. Those who are calling for the windfall profit tax, please have their definition of President Biden. No one can really describe what a windfall is. And on top of that, if you look at some of the experts, one, for example, Severin Borenstein, who's a energy economist at UC Berkeley, says that windfall tax isn't likely to lower or raise gas prices anyway. Now, have there been excess profit taxes? Yeah. During both world wars, during the Korean War, where there was a number that was put on it. And the oil companies were taxed. And that's with mixed results. Those were emergency measures when the country was at war. We were at war footing, and a lot of things. The government put, for example, sugar couldn't be sold above a certain price, effectively nationalizing sugar. You'll never see that happen again. And the idea came back in 1980. And the federal government prepared to relax price control on oil produced in the U.S. And that year, Congress did pass what was called the windfall profit tax, aimed at oil industry profits. But, again, this was not a tax on profits, even though they called it a windfall profit tax. But it was a system of excise taxes on oil, depending on how much oil was produced. And again, the easiest thing in the world is simply say you produce 1 million barrels of oil, we're going to charge $2 per barrel tax, and therefore you're writing a check for $2 million. And theoretically, assuming the government does what it's supposed to do, that goes into the work for allowing people to buy gasoline at a reasonable price. California, boy, do we need it. You would think right now, and we're getting money back right now, the checks are going out, $600 for tax rebate. I think that's what the figure is. I don't even know. Wouldn't it be a good idea just to remove taxes that went out per gallon? Sure, that makes all the sense in the world. Are we going to do it? No. Why would we? Because that's logical. God forbid government being logical. Coming up, handle on the news, late edition, super segment. No commercials till the top of the hour. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A court has sentenced a guy from Torrance to 9 years in prison for collecting $12 million for homes that were not even up for sale. News is brought to you by veteran-owned photooftheday. The price of a gallon of regular gas in LA County has dropped for the 23rd day in a row. It fell 2.6 cents to $5.68 in OC. The price has fallen 2.5 cents to $5.55 a gallon. A man in Florida has been arrested for allegedly dragging a French bulldog behind his pickup truck. A witness took pictures of the dog trailing behind the truck with a license plate showing. The man now faces charges of animal cruelty. Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. Police in Chicago are looking for the person who shot and killed a 7-year-old boy who was getting ready for bed in his home. Police say the boy was in a bathroom Wednesday night when a bullet went through the window and hit him in the abdomen. Police say those in the home were not the shooter's intended target. For people who love the days of a desktop computer that was the size of a desktop computer,
Somebody in Orange County is still supplying floppy disks. Person runs the original sounding floppydisk.com out of Lake Forest. He says business is still booming for the 3.5-inch plastic floppy disks, which was ubiquitous 40, 30, and even 20 years ago. CD-ROMs, DVDs, and USB flash drives have since replaced the floppy disk for most uses, but they're still vital for the embroidery, tool-and-die, and airline industries, which use floppies for the maintenance. Person says he's not expecting floppy disks to survive another 20 years, but they'll be around as long as people need them. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
and California has a way for people to check if their ballot has been counted. The state offers a service called Where's My Ballot? Voters can sign up for text alert, email, or voice notifications that say right where your ballot is and whether or not it's been counted. Voters can sign up at where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov. That's where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov. We're going to look at your drive. BKFI in the sky at 2:10 after sports with Lane.
The Clippers dropped to 2 and 3 after back-to-back losses to the Oklahoma Thunder. Last night's score 118-110. Here's Coach Caillou on this early season skid.
I love the top. We try to do the right thing. Like we try to get to the paint, try to make the right play. We gotta do a better job taking care of the basketball. But we also gotta do a better job getting big bodies through down the ball.
The Lakers are at the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5. They'd like to log a win for the first time this season. And Game 1 of the World Series is set for today in Houston at 5. The Astros will start Justin Verlander. The Phillies are going with Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Mesnick, KFI Sports. You know, the reason that houses are not selling the way they should is because property owners saying, wait, I want to get the same price my neighbor did. Well, that's not happening. So maybe it's time to bail out of your house if you're thinking of selling. Let me suggest calling the folks at RedBuyers.com. They'll buy your house for a fair price. You don't have to list it, pay 6%. You don't have to clean, repair. You don't have to pay. You don't have to have buyers walk through. You can't be there. Now with RedBuyers.com, get that fair price and no commission, none of that. You get paid in cash within 10 days or less. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even at $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And they'll never lowball you. I love that. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com, 844-242-SELL.
SoCal weather from KFI starts out gray with more sunshine on the way, and those are the conditions you can expect all through the weekend into Halloween. Highs are just going to be in the mid-70s with a few 80s out there. Then starting Tuesday, Wednesday up next week, more clouds coming in. Cooler temperatures just in the 60s and 70s for everybody with a slight chance of showers on Wednesday. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky and check out the 210.
Pretty good report, too. How you like that? Coming away from Glendale and San Dimas, all that. Yep, it's always slow going through Tucson, Irwindale, and all that to 605. And then again, from about San Diego into Pasadena, was just morning drive slow. Now, we really cut our shortcut here. We got over a problem I'm looking at right now. This is on the eastbound San Bernardino Freeway, east of the 710, before Fremont. That's our first ramp that you hit. Gosh, the two right lanes are blocked. There's cars all over the place. One might be, I can't tell, might be upside down. But anyway, there's no help here yet. I'm looking for CHP or anybody in the back up here. I don't see them yet. So again, this is East 10 at Fremont, east of the 710. Two rider blocks is backing up through the 710 really quick. The westbound drop was good. Everybody's kind of looking. Oh, here comes freeway cruise control right now. They're just pulling up. The westbound drive, but there's a little bit of spectators only going through. Oh, and a little bit better news for that westbound drive in the San Fernando Valley. It's not now that corporational events. I think it's kind of clearing a little bit. The backup seems to be going away. More on that coming up. Jim Frog, KFI in the sky.
The Cool LA with deep discounts up to $225 on new air conditioners. Shop the Cool LA Marketplace at LADWP.com today and smooth out your summer bills by paying the same amount every month with LADWP's new Level Pay program. Call 800-DWP to sign up today.
You have coins, jewelry, or precious metals, and are looking to sell or talk to
Shield Dijanova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investment and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Sill has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Sill encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call him last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free professional no-obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. California has millions of homes that could be damaged in a strong earthquake, and earthquakes are inevitable in the Golden State. An older home is especially vulnerable to earthquake damage, so you may need to take steps to strengthen it and help reduce the chance of damage. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com to learn about how to protecting your home from earthquake damage. The work may cost less than you think and can often be completed in a few days. You've worked hard to get a home. Now's the time to protect it. Get prepared today so you can worry less tomorrow. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com. It's TRLB model year and closeout. New travel trailers from $249 a month. That's up to 30% off. Tens of thousands in savings. TRLB.com. Where the 405 meets the 22 Westminster. Amazon business owners. Jill Lau, Chief Procurement Officer of Global Network Bank. Last week, Jill saved big and used Amazon Business to help her team buy 327 hectares. Now Bob can keep his conversations to himself.
Wait, my stock speaker's on?
With business buying easier than before, Jill now uses her extra time to focus on growing something big. Buy smarter, dream bigger. Visit Amazon Business, your partner for smart business buying. Hang it up, Bob. For all of your food, feed, and plumbing problems, Next Gen is your handy neighbor. Portions of the following program will be recorded. It's Halloween. Watch out for zombies, chainsaws, aliens, candy corn, go. AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
I don't know if I've ever been in a room with that many people who are under moral law. Maybe I'm kind of like an a-hole talk show host. And the love it is, late edition. Now, Bill Handel. Good morning. Bill Handel here on a Friday morning, October 28th. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you've missed any part of the show and would like to listen, we suggest that you listen on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Well, it is that time. Time for Handle on the News Late Edition. Brought to you by DirectBuyers.com, the hassle-free way to sell your home at a fair price in 10 days or fewer. Visit DirectBuyers.com. And this is a super segment, which means no commercials at the quarter break. We go straight through to the top of the hour. Jennifer, Wayne, and me, late starting. And this came in this morning, and it is a story that is developing. Paul Pelosi, who is the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, was attacked inside their home in San Francisco. And so far, here's what we know. Based on, and Jen just reported, we know that it was a planned attack. It was a hammer of some kind. Thank goodness he's going to be okay. It doesn't look like any life-threatening injury, and it looks like he's going to fully recover. Nancy Pelosi was not at home. She was in Washington. Don't know the exact motive. Jen, what have I missed?
Nothing. You've nailed it all. And at this point, all they're saying is that it was a targeted attack on their home.
Not even him specifically.
Not even him specifically. They're saying their.
Okay, and it could be because it's just a very wealthy home. Pacific Heights and they are worth a ton of money. Very successful business.
Hawaii's Big Island is getting this big warning because there's big shaking that's happening on Mauna Loa, and they're saying this thing could erupt. This is the world's largest active volcano, and it would take just a few hours should it erupt for the lava to actually reach the homes that are closest to it. And this volcano last erupted in 1984, so they're sending out text alerts to everybody, be ready to evacuate, that kind of thing, because you would just have a very short window to get out if, in fact, it does finally erupt and that volcano starts to run, or your lava starts to run your way.
Yeah, we've had some good ones. Mount St. Helens, a little off the top of the mountain in Washington, and we had the smoke and the ash covering the world. I don't know. The Krakatoa, which happened in the 1800s. There is, here's one, and I think about this very occasionally. I think it's the largest magna flow in the world. That is a cavity that's full of, is it magnum or magna? Magma. I knew that. Okay. Thank you. Magma. Okay, I'm not going to go further with that. And it is basically under, what is it, Yellowstone National Park, and it's the entire Midwest. And when it goes, the middle of the United States is going to disappear. That doesn't make you feel better, huh? If it does, yeah.
And by the way, it apparently is official. Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen have finalized their divorce. Finally, filed.
I would love to see those divorces. And,
Well, she's worth way more than him. They're by double.
and that's a public document. Can you imagine if she pays him support?
I wondered that. I wondered. I mean, if she was twice as much as
I
him.
mean, then no, because the support about is maintained your lifestyle, and their lifestyle is fine no matter what. Stay tuned for another interesting life event for Tom Brady coming up just right here on Handle on the News Late Edition. But first, this. A 14-story condo building in Miami has been ordered evacuated and red tagged because they were getting their 50-year safety certification, and a structural engineer noticed a big problem with a concrete beam which had moved from its original intended position in the parking garage. And you may recall the Champlain Towers South, which collapsed in 2021 in Surfside and killed 98 people. And you bet they are now exercising extreme caution when they see anything out of sorts when they're inspecting these buildings. And that settlement was just short of $1 billion. All right, I'll tell you, insurance premiums went up in that area pretty dramatically. Whatever happened to those towers? They ever rebuild them buildings, do we know? Because I doubt, I think they knocked them down and they're just laying apart now.
No, they gave it to a developer. I forgot for what purpose.
And I mean, that land is insanely valuable.
There was a mural in Chicago celebrating Kanye West and his roots from Chicago. Well, now you've got the artist who painted the original mural, Jason Peterson, retweeting the footage of the mural being painted over with just plain old black paint. Not clear who made the decision to cover Ye's image in the city where he grew up, but nonetheless, it is being covered up. It has been covered up.
At least it's not a swastika that is covering his face. Notice that there's a theme going on all of this. I just thought I'd point that out in case you missed it. Well, as if he hadn't been through enough, now Kanye West has to contend with filmmaker Quentin Tarantino going on a late-night talk show and debunking Kanye West's claim that Kanye West came up with the idea for the movie that became Django Unchained. Quentin Tarantino saying that is bogus. Why would people have a hard time believing Kanye West on this one? I don't know. Even if it were true, I wouldn't believe it.
When did he do this? I mean, is it... The timing on this is all very odd, too.
Isn't it? Wait, when did he do what?
When did he make this claim?
Oh, some time ago. Kanye's claim is not fresh.
Okay.
Tarantino coming out let the world know that it's not true is fresh. They were, listen, here's the thing. Here's what's true. You know, Kanye wanted to make this epic movie where every song on his album, The College Dropout, which I know Kanye West fans go, no matter what he does, no matter what he says, that album is awesome. So he wanted every song to be a different kind of epic short film. And he was talking to Quentin Tarantino, and he had an idea, Kanye had an idea to do one of the songs as a slave, that he would be dressed like a slave in the song. So Tarantino's kind of trying to be nice about it and say, well, he did talk about a song idea, a video idea where he would be a slave, maybe he's fixing it up in his head. But the bottom line is, no.
Another story about the West, I think the Western allies, the U.S. and the Western allies, dismiss Russia's claims that banned biological weapons activities are taking place in Ukraine with American support, calling the allegations disinformation and fabrication. However, I'm sure that the news or the information has not changed when it goes out to the people of Russia.
This is an interesting one because while the evidence points to no activity in the world of biological or nuclear weaponry, the fact that Putin is already saying that Ukrainians are planning to do this now begs the question, is this a false flag operation about to start?
That's what Ukraine has claimed from the beginning. That's what President Zelensky said.
And the question then that goes further, and I don't know how Putin even answers this question, and that is, why would a country commit this kind of atrocity on its own land and against its own people? Except maybe it's a false flag where they're so desperate to blame the Russians, they're willing to kill thousands of their own citizens. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly the position. Well, it is a position that Putin's taking, but not going to that extent. He accuses them of the thing that he is planning to do, but there's no evidence that he's planning to do it. At this point, I mean, except that he's accusing them, right? And that's it, planning to do it, right? And I mean, there's no, why else would he accuse them of planning to do it? Or the accusations going across, here's why he has to go in and maintain the war, and the Ukrainians are full of Nazis, and the government in Ukraine is all Nazified, and he is going to save it. So you don't even know where this guy is going. No one has any idea. When the Nobel Prizes are handed out December 10th in Stockholm, there will be no representative there from Russia, and there will be no representative there from Belarus. And we already knew that because the Nobel Committee already said we don't want anybody from your two countries because we stink right now. But now, also, Iran has been barred from the ceremony because of the unrest going on in that country. Usually, any country that has an ambassador or an envoy in Sweden, when they give them out, gets an invite to come to the ceremony, but they've now disinvited 3. You know who also is not going to show up? Bob Dylan. Oh, Bob Dylan. And why is that? Because he's not winning a Nobel Prize this year? Because he already won the Nobel Prize. Yeah, I think he may be the only one who would refuse to go to the ceremony. You know that? Mm-hmm. And you have 1 year. You have a year. It's like a lottery game. You have a year to pick up your Nobel Prize, and he decided finally, sort of last minute, go into the office and basically, like over the counter, like he's ordering a Taco Bell. Okay, I'll take it. And they hand it to him. So he accepted it. Also, there's somewhere of $1 million, I think $1 million a year or something that you get now, the Nobel Prize. You don't even know. He just sold his catalog. Yeah, $300 million, $400 million. Yeah, it's true. Nobel Prize used to not be taxed, except the United States now taxes it. You know who does it? The United States taxes it, and actually always tax it, California. Because California's not going to let anything go untaxed. There's just no chance. Just thought I'd mention that. I think that's where it goes away. I have to look that up.
Did you know California does not tax you if you win the lottery? Only the feds do?
Yeah,
I just found that out this
yeah,
month.
that's a weird one. How they let that through is it got me. How that fell through the cracks.
Alright, medical assistance in dying is called MAID. That's been available in Canada since 2016. But next year, it's going to extend to those with mental illness. So Bill C7, as it's called, would allow people who are seeking medical assistance in dying to apply solely on the basis of a mental disorder. Before, you had to have what was defined as a grievous in medical condition, and now they're saying that no, this can be just on a basis of a mental disorder.
Now, I am guessing that if you walk in, someone walks in and says, I need assisted suicide because of whatever reason, a mental disability or disorder, the doctors be this one through. You know, it's not just someone going squirrely. That's my guess. Maybe not. Maybe people are mentally ill. Just walk in the door and go, here you go, I want to kill myself. Okay. You just saved us some money. Here's your vial. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Says something about the second-class status of mental health issues still, because you might think when they passed the original thing and they said if you have a grievous and irremediable medical condition, that would necessarily include mental health conditions because they're medical. But apparently they're like, oh, I guess they're not medical. We have to specifically include them. Well, it's not just medical. It's California, for example. I don't know how close you want to say. Even physical, because most mental disorders have some component of brain wiring or brain chemistry problems, and that's physical. Yeah, but it's not that easy. California definitely dying. Yeah, that's the big thing. Is you have to be diagnosed and you're going to die within 6 months. Two doctors have to confirm that within 2 weeks apart. You have to physically say, I want to die, which means people with ALS can't do it. I mean, it is brutal. So you only have a couple hundred a year that are dying. And how many people out there who have diseases like cancer are going to die when I say, I'm going to check out now? And it's very difficult to do it. That's why God invented 12-story buildings. You know, I don't think so. Let's just move on. Well, here's a case where the headline isn't even really, is at least the third least interesting thing about the case. The headline is this guy on trial for identity theft is getting a new lawyer because things fell apart with his public defender, and the public defender said, I can't represent him anymore. That's almost irrelevant. It's what the case is about. It is a husband and wife, she, I guess, was still getting along with her attorney, who are accused of living for decades under the identities that were stolen from dead babies who often seen in movies. That's a very moving thing. Also, wait, there's more. Fans of that epic series, The Americans, are going to love this. Prosecutors say there's evidence that these two might be Russian spies because when they searched their home, they found Polaroids of these two wearing jackets that authorities say were authentic, actual Russian KGB uniforms. They found an invisible ink pen. They found documents with code on them and maps showing military bases. Okay, with that, I can understand the code. I can understand the invisible ink, whatever they did. Why would spies have jackets, original KGB, what, a high school football team jackets, the KGB football team? Why would they ever do that? It doesn't make sense they would have pictures of themselves wearing KGB gear if they're Russian spies, if never in the United States. But that's what authorities are doing. Maybe they were just those jackets from Urban Outfitters. Yeah, it looks kind of like what the Russians wear.
All right, the family of a landlord in Chicago who was found dismembered in a freezer earlier this month said that their loved one had called the cops many times on this tenant and accused her of murder. The 69-year-old Frances Walker was found in this home. and another tenant has been charged with her murder, and it's Walker's relatives who say that the longtime landlord had called the cops on this woman who's been charged with her murder for many, many times. Records show law enforcement responded to the home 5 times just in October. They say they have rights as a tenant, but if you fear for your safety or issues, the landlord should have rights not only as a landlord, but as somebody else who lives on the property. So just, if in fact the family is right, does the family have a case against the cops for not taking more action, or where do they go with this claim?
I don't think so. I don't know how you sue the cops. We don't know why the police were called. Was it unreasonable and the tenant got so tired of having the cops called on her for no good reason that she snapped and killed the landlord? Or was it all for very, very good reason, in which case this was a super problematic tenant from the get-go? We don't really know. Or had they just watched arsenic and all base on TV? We don't know. The movie the makers of a brand of pre-roll marijuana joints is being sued for false marketing, specifically overstating the amount of THC in their sweet, sticky blunts. You know, in California, all those legal cannabis products have to be tested at a lab and have to indicate the THC content, and you're allowed a 10% margin of error. So you put on the thing 30% THC, as long as it's above 27%, you're fine. They're claiming the actual amount of THC in these joints is half what the company was claiming. So that certainly doesn't make the grade with a 10% margin. No. But it's, is this class action? No, I think it's going to be, not at this time. No, I'm sure it's going to be a class action. So good luck getting all those people to fill out the paperwork. Hey, we better get the story for TRT. Yeah, because Tom Brady, we talked about Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen officially filing for divorce this morning, and Wayne said, there's been another life event for Tom Brady. This is now one, and it's definitely a record that I doubt he wants. However, the guy's been in the NFL for 2 decades, so let's throw him a bone on this one. But the 45-year-old became the most stacked quarterback in NFL history last night when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost to the Ravens. I don't think this is much of a story because he's been around the longest.
That's what I said.
So you would expect it to happen.
Here's the thing, though. I think that it's not surprising in the numbers considering the length of time that he's been in the league. However, he's Tom Brady, and the Bucs aren't doing so well right now. Maybe, there's all this question about whether or not he should have come back to this season or not. So people who are anti-Tom Brady are cheering this because they're like, hey, look at this.
How much of it has to do with the offensive line? All of it? Yeah. I mean, a quarterback cannot exactly guard himself. That's good, but it has happened. Sack number 555. Oh, there you are. That's exciting. All right, coming up. The Tridemic coming this winter. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Double check the batteries and the flashlights, and we're ready for KFI election night coverage coming November 8th.
KFI.
And KLST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
He should be okay. I'm Jennifer Jones, we live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The husband of Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, has been taken to the hospital after a home invasion of the family's home. ABC's Justin Finch says Paul Pelosi is expected to make a full recovery, according to the Speaker's spokesperson.
An assailant broke into the Pelosi San Francisco home early Friday morning and violently assaulted Paul Pelosi. The Speaker was not home at the time. The suspect is now in custody.
The motivation for the attack is still under investigation. News is brought to you by veteran-owned separasolaris.com. Elon Musk is now the head of Twitter. Musk finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Former President Trump has celebrated Musk buying Twitter. He wrote on his Truth Social account, he's very happy that Twitter is now in sane hands and will no longer be run by radical left lunatics who hate our country. It's unclear if Trump will return to Twitter. Tesla's ATV for kids has been recalled for not meeting safety standards. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission TMZ report. An email from parents was sent at midnight and said the school would reopen, quote, with a vengeance. The school's been affected by its founder's recent anti-Semitic comments. The school's basketball team was recently barred from playing in the City of Palm Classic. An ex-middle school social worker in Fullerton has been charged with distributing pornography to former students. Police in Placentia say Prince Charming, that's his name, Prince Charming, stayed in contact with some former students at Valdez Middle School Academy and sent inappropriate materials like videos and pictures to them in May. Charming was arrested Tuesday. Charming is scheduled to be arraigned November 10th in the North Justice Center in Fullerton. A real estate developer in Beverly Hills who pleaded guilty to federal charges from a nationwide college admissions cheating scandal has died by suicide in his home in Malibu. The LA County Coroner's Office says the man was found dead Thursday. The man pleaded guilty 3 years ago to federal counts of conspiracy to commit mail fraud and honest services mail fraud. LA City Attorney Mike Ewer is taking aim at 2 nightclubs in Hollywood he says are operating illegally.
Most clubs are accused of selling liquor without a license. They can overserve people. That can have a very serious impact on jeopardizing public safety. Ewer says the clubs are close to Hollywood. Police say unregistered security guards were working at one of the clubs. They say at the same club, cars were obstructing traffic. The owners of both buildings the clubs are in are working to kick the clubs out. Officials say they hope the charges will deter people from starting up illegal nightclubs. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Critics in Yorba Linda say a ballot measure intended to meet state housing mandates would change the city's character with high-density communities.
We understand housing needs to be built. Homeowner Russ Hines says Measure B allows the city to rezone 19 sites for 1,100 new homes, but several lawsuits have challenged the state housing mandate. If we rezone now, then there's no chance to ever bring those sites back and unrezone them.
Yorba Linda planning manager Nate Farnsworth says there are penalties for non-compliance.
The state has the ability to take over more control of what we can and can't do.
He says the city can meet 75% of the state's housing mandates with Measure B. In Yorba Linda, Corbin Carson, KFI News. The Santa Fe Sheriff's Department has submitted its findings in the death of a cinematographer killed on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie. A Santa Fe Sheriff's Office spokesperson said the finders of information were turned over to the Santa Fe DA's office. The report does not make any recommendations about possible criminal charges. We'll get a look at your job on the 101 after sports with Wayne.
The Clippers have lost 2 games to the Oklahoma Thunder this week, first on Tuesday and then last night by a score of 118 to 110. It didn't help that the team is still without Kawhi Leonard and that Paul George only scored 10 points in 31 minutes of court time. The Lakers are at the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5. They're looking to try to get their first win of the season. And the World Series gets underway today in Houston at 5. The Astros will put Justin Verlander on the mound against the Phillies' Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Westman, KFI Sports.
Checking your KFI financial report, and right now, let's see, did it come back up yet? Oh, yeah, I'll find it for you. Let's get your forecast right now. It looks like it's going to be a cloudy start to the day, more sunshine later. Temperatures will be in the 60s, 70s, a few 80s out there, and it looks like that's the forecast for the weekend. Then Sunday and Monday, it looks like temperatures will be a little bit cooler, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, those temperatures are going to drop back into the 60s and 70s, and it looks like we will have some sprinkles coming in on Wednesday. Checking the Dow right now, it's up 628, S&P is up 62, NASDAQ up 187, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $5.62. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. This time it's the 101.
A long and winding road. Good morning. Thanks for letting us tag along with you. Happy Friday, too, by the way. We'll get you through this day. We were a little concerned, and I'm just a lot concerned, actually, because we were in the LA base when it went down, but the 101 across the center and down it was in good shape. Then a terrible crash happened on the westbound side, right around Parkway Calabasas on the uphill side. We just made the flight a little bit ago, all the way through, and I can assure you, if you're approaching the 405 right now and headed out to Calabasas, Agora Hills, Dow Jones, all that, the drive is a little slow, the Clear Valley Circle, and then you'll see things are pretty good. Even the eastbound side now, remarkably good shape going over to the 405. We came through Las Virgenes to Malibu Canyon. For me, I have to look at Malibu. It's looking good, it really is. If you must leave Malibu, I would advise you not to, but if you have to drive all the way into Palisades, Santa Monica, the drive is pretty good. Also, one other problem that's clearing up here, we're looking around the bottom of the hour last time. North 710 to the eastbound 10. I'll have was a crash before Fremont. I'm pretty sure that's gone away. It's a little slow going through, so let's get going. Jeff Frog, AFI in the sky.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of a birthday, it felt like a feast. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.com/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Get the great Carmine experience and will treat you like a rock star. Go see my friend at Marshall. More stimulating talk. Today, part of Bill Handle on Show by Bill Handle. I'm in a middle show. What do you say? And now, here's Bill Handle. Game live, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here on a Friday morning, October 28th. And news actually breaking this morning after Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, was attacked inside of his home, inside of their home. They don't know, at this point, someone's been arrested. It seems like he was targeted. They don't know for what reason. It was hit with a hammer. But it has been reported that he is going to survive, no life-threatening injuries, so that is very good news. Also, it's official, Elon Musk now owns, did a story this morning on that at 7:50, and if you missed any portion of the show, if you'd like to listen to any portion of the show, you can do so on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Have you heard the word try? That's the new catchphrase going on right now because there's RSV, kids, the pulmonary disease, there is the flu, and there's the COVID. Put it all together in a blender, mix it up, and what do you have? You have a try-demic. So we're coming down from the pandemic, the pandemic put in the past few years, and now viruses that cause coughs, runny noses, and sore throats, well, they've come back, and they're on the rebound. Good news is it's not COVID. Influenza, that RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, that can turn serious for little ones. That certainly has been on the increase. And here's the reason why the flu is up, why this RSV, which pretty much very common, you just haven't heard about it. And even COVID, even though it's down right now, the doctors, the medical authorities are saying we're looking at research. And I mean, think about this. There's a couple things that are counterintuitive. One, we build immunity by all of our lives. And during the course, and especially young ones, little ones build immunity at a very fast pace. And this is why a lot of people want their kids to go to school. To get all these weird diseases, or to get little bits of weird diseases and build immunity. For the last 2 years, people have been home. Kids have been home. So in addition to not being able to socialize, which means they're all going to be in therapy and probably a lot of them become serial killers over the next several years, they also haven't built up immunity to these various viruses that are flowing around. So we're looking at particularly RSV coming back through a surge and roaring back. Flu is off to a fast start, particularly in the South. Now here is where it's counterintuitive, because if we talk about this immunity business, they're the ones that didn't have the masks. Therefore, you would think that they would build up immunity because everybody catches this from everybody because no one was protected. They didn't have social distancing, no one paid attention, nobody wore masks, or relatively fewer people wore masks, and yet they're getting hit the hardest. Okay, doctors figure that one out. Hospitals, see that? Where hospitals are several states with 90% capacity, basically means every bed. The other states were 80% capacity with little ones being put in with RSV. Now, I haven't heard of anybody dying yet, but they have to be put on ventilators, and they get pretty sick. That's why you put all that together and you got your trimester. We're suffering a shock after the past 2 years. The next few months are expected to be rough. Different viruses becoming dominant at different times, and we're in virus heavy. And maybe it's not easy. Now, the experts are telling us it may be rough even for the next year or two. Then we're going to go back to our normal reaction and immunity to viruses, but it may take a couple of years. I mean, these viruses are showing up earlier. The surge is coming. We're not yet into the winter surge, although everything is up. Everything started sooner than later. So, here's a couple things I need to know about. You know, every kid catches RSV a bunch of times, most before they turn 2, and then they build up immunity to it, except when you're at home and it's not around and you don't build up immunity to it. So the argument is, and I've said this before, for those people that have said kids should go back to school early, they should get their butts back into class for a bunch of reasons. Number one, because of socialization, because it's a better teaching environment, because the effects of COVID aren't nearly as strong in kids as it is in adults. When you talk about the number of children who have died over the course of the COVID pandemic, it's a few hundred relative to the million who have died, and those who have died. So be prepared. We're going to look at RSV, and at some point, we're going to go back to normal. When? I have no idea. I'm going to have a good one. For those of you coming up next segment, for those of you that believe UFOs are real, well, the military just came out with a report, and I think you are going to be pleased to hear what I'm about to say. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm going to be pleased to hear what I'm about to say. This is KF5. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KF5 24-hour newsroom.
More than 13.8 million Americans in 44 states have cast early ballots ahead of the November 8th midterms. Florida voters have cast the most, but California, Georgia, and Texas all have seen more than a million early ballots cast. Pinterest is bucking the recent trend on social media revenues by beating analysts' expectations for the third quarter. After being in charge of Twitter for about an hour, the social media company's new owner, Elon Musk, fired several top executives. We'll get a look at your job with DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
The light source whole house water filtration that I have at my house, it's the best system I've ever had. I've had plenty. But we start with the fact that the filter is outside your house. So once the water hits inside your house, it is already highly filtered, delicious, obviously very safe. It is without possibility tap produces this incredibly clean water. So let me bottom line it for you. You're doing your dishes, you're drinking, obviously. You're doing your clothes, washing, cooking, all of it. Bottled quality water also makes dynamite from the coffee. That's what the light source system is all about. And there's no maintenance. Once installed, you are done. They use a proprietary technology called 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit likesourcewater.com. Like source water, you can taste and feel the difference.
SoCal weather from KFI. A great start to the day with more sunshine coming in, so it looks like temperatures the weekend. This report is brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Let's get a look at your drive at KFI 9105.
Since that wall said it won't, you have to drive with westbound 105 from the 605 all the way to LAX. You'll be pleased to hear this report. It's a good one, really. Mind you, you're settling down here a little bit. I think perhaps a little slow getting through Crenshaw Boulevard. That's the 110, but all in all, pretty good report. Eastbound definitely slow going to the 605, that transition, but that's kind of normal stuff. Now, the other routes to LAX, if you will, the northbound 405 to Seal Beach all the way up, that's in great shape, so I don't have to detail that at all. Southbound, once you get past, Wilshire Boulevard, from there down to the airport, you'll be okay. And we're going to go back to Alhambra. There was kind of a nasty looking problem. I hope it's clear by now. Eastbound 10 around Fremont, so I'll update that for you. Oh, I was on the Santa Monica Freeway. That's too bad, too. It's a little something Crenshaw, which is obviously not too bad. Jeff AFI in the sky.
Boost your immunity. Everyone ages 5 and up can get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson & Owen. Owen Patterson & Owen is your family's boss with over 40 years of experience helping thousands of accident victims. Our team won't rest until you can rest after an accident. If you've been injured, call us at 888-OPO-WIN or OPOLaw.com. TRILLIONAIRE received $225 on new air conditioner. Shop the TRILLIONAIRE marketplace at LADWP.com today and smooth out your summer bills by paying the same amount every month with LADWP's new Monthly Pay program. Call 800-DWP to sign up today.
The Superstore works to get you a super new Honda. Whether you shop in our showrooms, complete your deal online, or custom order, you'll always get super prices, super selection, and a super experience. And regardless of where you leased your Honda, return it to one of our 5 Honda Lease Return Super Center locations for a super upgrade experience. Plus, every new Your Lease Honda is backed by our exclusive price protection guarantee, which states if you can find the same new Honda for less within 5 days, Your Range will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. Visit our super award-winning Your Range Honda Superstore locations in Huntington Beach, West Covina, Irvine Auto Center, and the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Plus, we're now open in Vista. Shop online at yourrange.com.
KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And before we continue on, here is your chance to win a pretty good chunk of money.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bang, bang, bang. B-A-N-K. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're looking at accidents, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
And you are not to text the keyword. You have to enter the keyword online on the website, KFIAM640.com/cash. Winners are notified by email, so keep your eye out. Check also your spam or junk folder to see if you've won. Continue listening for your next chance to win, which is every day, Monday through Friday, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Coming up at 9:30, as we always end the week, it's going to be Friday with Neil's Debate. The report has just come out from the military about those UFOs. You remember, there's been so many reports of UFOs, there's been so many allegations that the government is lying to us, and there really are Martians out there, and they just don't want us to know about it, which I've never quite understood. Why would they keep that a secret from us? Because we would panic? We wouldn't panic. What we would do is have them do a song and dance routine at Dodger Stadium, and we charge $500 a head, and they make a fortune. No one's going to panic. But anyway, so due to popular demand, due to public pressure, logical. They are here. Well, here's what the government officials are saying. Both military as well as the CIA and the other agencies are saying that it's surveillance operations by foreign powers. And, yes, weather balloons and other airborne clutter and optical illusions. Those are the cause of unidentified aerial phenomena. That's government speak for unidentified flying objects. That's it. That's it. Now, realistically, the sightings have puzzled the Pentagon and the agencies for a bunch of years. There's all kinds of theories. Visiting space aliens, that's one theory. Also within the government, spying by a hostile nation using advanced technology coming in over our heads. Area 51, as you know, there is an alien that's frozen that they pulled out of a capsule. He's kind of a small guy, he's probably named DeVito. And there is something 2 feet tall, and they know it's an alien, and they get an autopsy on him, and it's got 5 hearts and 6 legs, and they're just great stuff. Well, no, not really. And what's happening is the intelligence agencies are about to deliver a classified document to Congress. And that's coming up on Monday, updating a report they published last year that said that still nearly all of the incidents remain unexplained. We know what they are not. Aliens. We don't know what they are. Now, the document talks about 144 incidents between 2004 and 2021 that were reported by government sources, not just crazy people who were just visited by Martians. And then went on the George Norrie show, and George said, really, why don't you tell us all about it? Martian anal probes. For some reason, Martians like to come down and take them in their spaceship and then drill you where you don't want to be drilled and do an examination, and next thing you know, you're down on a haystack in Kansas, or really sore flat, and you don't quite understand what's going on. Well, yeah, that's not the case. So we're talking about unidentified flying objects that are seen by military personnel. We're talking about pilots, also airline pilots. These people with a lot of credibility, and they're saying, here's what I saw. Not here are a bunch of aliens. Not here are the Venusians flying, speaking Venusian on a radio frequency. Now, to your point, a lot of this is classified, which means, of course, that the government is hiding something if it's classified. Well, of course it's hiding something. For example, formula or plans for nuclear weapons, okay? The latest, where they're moving them. Yeah, that's classified too. All military secrets, pretty well classified. Does that mean the government is hiding them for bad reasons? Does that mean it really is aliens that are controlling this? No, it does not. It really doesn't. Now, I'll tell you what is being said. And that is, and this is a fear, and that's fairly legitimate, that you have foreign powers, particularly Chinese, what they're afraid of. And these actually are surveillance drones. And one thing about drones, they're really hard to spot. They're really small. They don't show up on radar. They can't be shot down for the most part. And look what's happening in Ukraine, where some still get through. And those are big drones, those suicide drones. So that is one theory that makes a lot of sense. And then the other ones are, of course, weather balloons. And the weather balloons are the poster children for you're hiding something, and they really are aliens, and you're explaining it away as weather balloon. So that's the favorite one. And Area 51, all of the unexplained stuff that landed there. And you're saying it's weather balloons, government, it is not.
It's really weird.
By the way, Area 51 is a very secret area. You know, they do the testing in Area 51 for all the super secret aircraft that are classified. Oops, not letting you know about new design of military aircraft. Aliens. And you notice that I'm a little bit skeptical about all this? And I'll tell you now about those objects that you see in the video. In May, the Pentagon discussed those previously released images of green triangles. Alien ships. Well, those actually were drones photographed through night vision lenses. They had that greenish thing. A lot of optical illusions have been explained. When, for example, you see these, one in particular that's been going around, you have a spacecraft that is just goes above the water, flies at just tremendous speed, and turns on a dime, and there's no technology in the world that can match that. The government is saying, and maybe the government is lying. It really was an alien. The government is saying that is an optical illusion, because if you look at it carefully, what it is the wave is photographed, videoed above the water, and as it's moving, it's actually moving at 30 miles an hour, but it looks like it is moving at just prolific speed. Yeah, a lot of them are, in fact, difficult to explain. And the government says, you know what, we can't explain it, but here's what the government does say. The military experts and certainly people that are looking at this other than the conspiracy, but the alien conspiracy folks. There is zero evidence that any of these images, statements, witnesses show space alien visitors. It just doesn't exist. And for those of you that are saying, oh yes, why don't they land on confirming top of our building so they can be interviewed? You know, I would love that. I'd be the first one. Why don't they land? Why haven't we seen someone walk down the street? What, they're afraid of us? The technology that it takes to come here at warp speed from planet Xenon? Is that the Mormons at planet Xenon, or is that the Scientologists at planet Xenon? It's one of the two. Why? They don't want us to see them. Okay. Enough of that. I love talking about aliens and George Soros. I have to share with you sometime when I've actually sat down with George and go, George, come on, give me the insights. Give me the truth. What's going on? And so, I'm not going to tell you now because we're out of time. Coming up this Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra, our pork reporter, and let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the Stay Up Live 24-hour news.
Long Beach will give 250 families $500 a month for a year as part of a guaranteed income pilot program that could spread around the U.S.
These are single parents who need support. Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia said single parents from the 90813 zip codes can start applying next month. They'll also be getting additional support like captures of child care and access to broadband in their homes. He said an independent research team will track the families to determine if the program should spread nationwide. I think these programs are going to have to be part of the future as income inequality becomes a larger challenge.
The funding to match the $2 million the city put up from a COVID relief fund will allow another 250 families in the program.
More than Carson KFI News.
We are keeping an eye on a story developing out of San Francisco this morning where police are getting an update on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home being broken into. Her husband was violently assaulted in it. Looks like a man came in with a hammer and beat Paul Pelosi. Pelosi is expected to be okay. House Speaker Pelosi was not there at the time. She was in Washington, D.C. But according to the Associated Press, sources saying the intruder who broke into the Pelosi home shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before assaulting her husband. So again, we're continuing to get more news from the SFTV this morning, and as soon as we get more information on the attack, we'll bring it to you. Bill Cosby has revealed a jury's verdict awarding $500,000 to a woman in Riverside County who claimed the comedian sexually abused her when she was a teenager. His lawyers filed on Wednesday. A judge in Santa Monica rejected Cosby's bid for a retrial in September. During a nearly 2-week trial, lawyers for the woman said Cosby, who is now 85 and legally blind, assaulted her in a game room at the Playboy Mansion in the 70s. The Housing Authority of the City of LA received more than 180,000 applications for Section 8 housing vouchers in the week since it reopened. There are only 30,000 spots on the wait list. The housing vouchers give federal money to subsidize rents for low-income tenants. The tenants use the vouchers to pay for an apartment on a private market. Police near Tulsa, Oklahoma say a family of 8, including 2 adults and 6 children, have been killed in a fire. Broken Arrow Police's Ethan Hutchins says the community is devastated.
Hard to go out to the Broken Arrow community because this is a very safe city, and homicides don't happen very normally. This is the first homicide incident in Broken Arrow this year.
Police say they're investigating the death as homicides. Yesterday's fire was in a residential area of Broken Arrow, about 13 miles southeast of Tulsa. And Hollywood Boulevard has a tiny new home built by a handy homeless man.
The tiny home is essentially a big wooden rectangle. As for what's inside, well, I just have like some bedding and another toolbox with just a few more tools in it, a TV.
You said you learned how to construct a home largely through YouTube. This business owner says you set up is the nicest homeless encampment in the area.
He's never been dangerous, and he keeps it clean, so that's all we can really ask for. You know, if other encampments will get real nasty.
You says he's trying to set an example to other homeless people to live cleaner.
People tell me that, I'm an asset to the community because, of the, the landscaping I have going on. And I clean up the streets with my leaf blood.
You says the city is not willing to completely get rid of the tiny homes, just to move it from a building's driveway. On Hollywood Boulevard, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
Okay, we're looking at drive with KFI in the sky and an update on the 10 in just a moment.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life. Over the years, I've had a bunch of HR issues, and I got nailed on it. And like most small to medium-sized businesses, I couldn't come close to affording an HR person. But there's an answer. It's Bambi.com. With Bambi, you get an HR person, starting at just $99 per month. I know that sounds too good to be true, but this is for real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That's where I got killed. People complaining about other employees. That stinks. You gotta be very careful. All of this puts you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager, available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI into the radio drop-down when you sign up. I love the credit. That's BAMBEE, Bambi.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. The pattern's a lot like it has been. So great start to the morning, more sunshine in the afternoon. Temperatures in the mid-70s, right around 80. We'll stay that way through the weekend and through Halloween, and then starting Tuesday, we'll see more clouds roll in. Temperatures will get a little bit cooler, and it looks like we could have a few showers by Wednesday. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky and update the time.
Yeah, so what we were concerned about was the eastbound San Bernardino Freeway, just a little bit east to the 710 to Fremont exit. There was a crash there. It's all gone, so don't you worry about it. As a matter of fact, if you're just starting your drive right now, boy, you're in good shape, because most freeways are. East to South Hollywood, it's a little slow about silver right now, but really not too bad. We were watching city firework on the Royal Seco Parkway, southbound 110, a little bit south of York. And we watched them pull off the freeway. There's a little collectible right next to the freeway. So you'll see them. There's a couple of enemies in the rescue, but the freeway itself, all lanes are open. Actually, a pretty good drive in downtown Los Angeles. We're back at the San Francisco Valley right now. I'll tell you what, you're south on the 405, approaching Burbank Boulevard. You're still doing the speed limit. Don't pinch yourself. You're on the 405, and it's okay. A little slow on the uphill side. Once you enter West LA, you'll be just fine. Be careful, please. Jeff Barr, KFI in the sky. This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you've been hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers.
We run our AC pretty much all summer long. Our electric bills are pretty high.
We're concerned about the addition of our infrastructure.
Recent homes in California with the fires, they said that they're shut off the power needs to be shut off for longer periods than usual.
We look at our electric bills, they keep going up and up and up.
We have to find a solution to our energy bill.
Your home is in
off better than what I expected.
I said, I want the 18. This was the 18.
I'm getting to the end and it is the best.
Declare your energy independence with Silver Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar, battery, and air contractor. Take advantage of the 30% federal solar tax credit. Zero down, zero interest, and zero payments for 12 months. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit silversolaris.com. Expired October 31st, 2022. CSLB number 7152.
It's Ryan Seacrest here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. That's 833-422-4255. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. For all your HTTP plumbing problems, call next at 833-3NEXT. 833-3NEXT.
Amazon business honors Ricardo Berger, owner of Veggie Root Counters. This week, Ricardo saved big and used Amazon business to help his team buy complacency prior to a quantity discount. Because even veggies can be fried.
How many new orders fried today?
With business buying easier than ever, Ricardo now uses his extra time to focus on growing something big. Buy smarter, dream bigger. Visit Amazon Business, your partner for smart business buying. Middlehead.
Pizza party, anyone? Invite your friends and spice up the day. At Hogan's Market, Hogan Pizza is 35% off through November 1st. While supply drops. Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
It's Halloween. Remember to throw a banana peel if you get chased by a clown.
Hey, Mark, AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
I'm sorry.
Glorious mood.
Do you know how to cook, or do you just know how to put trash in the oven and then put it on a plate?
It's Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra on the Bill Handel Show.
Can't find AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here, and we have the show every Friday with Neil Saavedra. If you happen to have missed any part of the show, you can listen on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, Neil.
Good morning, Bill Handelman. Neil Saavedra, I call you Bill Handelman.
You always have for some reason.
Back in 96 or so, you were doing a live event somewhere. And the sweetest old lady, she must have been like 118. And she came up and she goes, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I love it so much. I'm his biggest fan. I would love to meet Bill Handelman. I thought your biggest fan called you Bill Handelman, then maybe I should call you.
Now, if I remember correctly, she mispronounced my name and I slapped her silly for doing that. Especially
Yes,
the
take
little
the people.
Yes.
It was rough. That was back when radio was different.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
you could actually kill a person and you'd be okay.
And it'd be great radio. Okay.
Yeah.
Neil, our fourth reporter, heard every Saturday 2 to 5 p.m. Like tomorrow. And he is at fourth reporter. And a quick reminder, Neil tonight, filling in for Tim Conway Jr. from 6 to 10 p.m. And it's always fun because you always get Neil doing food stuff. Neil does a great job also doing general stuff. And I just read that. I have to say that on my contract. They were done.
That's where I started here. It's not like I started talking about food.
That's true, actually. It was that Neil, just a quick background. Neil has always been a foodie. He's a cook, and we talk food a lot, and then Neil and I go out to lunch on a regular basis. He takes pictures of whatever Neil is inspired to, and of course I just dive in without a fork. I just like it. Of course, right into it.
That's actually a picture I'm taking.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Neil, let's go. Okay, Halloween coming up. Halloween candy. We're going to talk about that for a moment, but I want to ask you something that I tend to ask you every year, and I have yet to figure out what this is about. It's very metaphysical. I don't understand the creation of the universe. You and I talked about it. I just don't understand it. I don't understand
to understand cellular, organic, atomic creation for what goes into an atom and protons and neurons. Don't understand that. I don't understand creationism in general. But I'll tell you what I don't understand the most. Candy. Candy corn, I do not understand. Please tell me why it exists. If you believe in creationism, why God created candy corn? Actually, you know what's funny? If you go back, that at the time, if you go back in the history of the United States, agriculture was number one. Everyone was now agriculture at one point, right? Sure. That's why when these candies were created, they were candy corn. Because it ties into agriculture and growing. It's a weird background. You ever get a chance to look through all the details, it's actually a fun read. However, they have lasted all this time until now. And I think it's sort of like being a Republican now. You do it on the down low and you don't tell anybody. So I think a lot of people really enjoy them for the holiday season and then they're done. Now, I understand. Ours a fan. Okay, I will buy the historical reference in the shape of corn or actually, I get that. Now, the fact that it is twinkling and it is disgusting and it sticks to your teeth, not that other candy doesn't, but it's just, it's horrible. If I had to guess, it was made by witches. Because I'll tell you why. You think that doesn't look good, and then you buy one, you go, that doesn't really taste good, and then you buy another one, and then you keep eating them. But I was told by two listeners about this, and I'm actually going to try, because I'm a huge fan of payday bars. That's the little yogurt center or something with the peanuts all around it. Someone told me that if you mix salted peanuts and make a mix of that with the candy corn, you'll not taste like that. I'm not cold. So I'm going to melt some down and make little turtle peanut clusters or whatever with them and see what it tastes like. And I bet you it's not bad. Can't wait for that. Let's take our break coming up and let's start talking about Halloween candy. First of all, the price is astronomical. Second of all, which is the most popular? Is that changed? And is it regional? Here it's different than, let's say, Nebraska, say New York. So we'll talk about all of that coming up as we end the show on a Friday. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An elderly woman and toddler in a stroller have been hit while walking in a marked crosswalk in San Jose. Both have non-life-threatening injuries, but police say the car was driving too fast. The days are getting shorter, the nights are getting longer, and the warm heating costs are going up. The Department of Energy expects heating bills to go up about 28% this season as inflation rises. And we are waiting for a news conference from the San Francisco Police Department this morning that will update us on the attack of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul. He was attacked in their home in San Francisco this morning, and according to the Associated Press, whoever broke in said, "Where is Nancy?" And again, that news conference is expected out of San Francisco at any moment now. When it happens, we'll bring it to you live. We'll get a look at your drive at DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
If you bought a lease to get on in 2015 and you've gone repeatedly back to the car repair, your car may be a limit. So let me suggest calling the Night Law Group. They'll help you get rid of your limit, get your money back. And I'm not just talking about fixing or replacing your car. I'm talking about substantial money on top of that, and you pay nothing out of pocket. Call the Night Law Group for free consultation, 844-43-LEMON, 844-43-LEMON. Visit nightlaw.com, night with a K, nightlaw.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Temperatures will just be in the 70s, and it looks like we will be that way for the rest of the weekend. A little bit cooler after Halloween. This report is brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. Let's take a look at your job at DKFI in the sky, and actually Dave Joseph on the 10.
West Valley Fort Temple City. This is in El Monte. You've got a crash block in the left lane. Traffic is stopped to go from Santa Anita Avenue. Santa Fe Springs had an earlier stall on the 605 south on Epic Slauson. That's been cleared, but traffic still stopped to go from Washington Boulevard.
Crash and Artesia, the 91 restaurant at Pioneer Boulevard, the White Lane and non-ramper block, the stop at Oakland Valley U Street, and in Garden Grove on the 22 stop before Harbor. Go to your crash boot to the shoulder to slope from Euclid. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Did you know that there's a time limit set for filing an injury claim? Don't let time go by. Legal representation can change the direction of your life. Call 888-OPO-WINS at any time to get the help you need. 888-OPO-WINS, and we do. OPOLaw.com. This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more.
Hey everybody, it is Strider inside my Cheer on Toast podcast studio with John Sherman, the general sales manager of Hammer Taylor. Now it's not right, it's an honor to be here. So while here, why don't we just before the commercial? Let's do it. My question: can somebody just go to Hammer Taylor right now, get a car, and leave with it the same day? That's right, here. So available on the lot have Camrys, Corollas, Highlanders, and Tacomas. And if you want one of those, come on in. No dealer markup. I'll take care of it. I love Hammer Taylor. I've been a customer for over 10 years. Out there in Mission Hills for 540-50118. Hammer Taylor, weekday. Yeah. Woo-hoo.
Real Foods here, found your service champions Connie, Katie, and AC. By now, you probably know our technicians are pretty special, but I want you to know our outstanding service doesn't happen on accident. It's no fluke. No, it's 100% calculated, pre-planned, and on purpose. For starters, we only hire friendly people who must also pass drug tests and a background check. They follow strict grooming standards, and then they clean and manage. Open the door to a service champion technician. You're going to like what you found. A technician who looks great, who's super safe and friendly, and who knows exactly what they're doing. Excellence is no accident. It's on purpose. Let us prove it to you. Call service champions today to schedule an 88-hour precision tune-up. Our number is 833-777-7777 or at servicechampions.com.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher. Car ticket. Donate your car today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Some people hear the mosquito magnets, and it probably has to do with the way they smell.
I get bit all the time.
But that's a freebie.
Thank you, Hershey. That's where you take that. We're only working together for a year and a half before you laid that sweet meat on me. That's great. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Weekdays at 6 on KFI. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel and the morning crew, actually Bill Handel and Neil Savadra, as we end our Friday, as we end our week with Neil on every week. Tomorrow is the Pork Report with Neil from 3 to 5 p.m. His social address is at Pork Reporter. Tonight, Neil is filling in for Tim Conway Jr. Woo! Yeah, this Friday. Yes, ding dongs. But you're talking about the not ding dong picture. You're talking about hostess ding dongs. I'm talking about it all. We'll have a lot of fun tonight. We got a bunch of great guests that we're going to be talking to. It'll be spooky themed and tons of fun. Yeah, very own Clay Rowe is coming on to talk about Dead Air.co, which is great Halloween. Yeah. For those of you that don't know Clay, haven't heard that name, all the imaging you hear on KFI, all that clever stuff is Clay, and all the stupid stuff is also hilarious genius and he curates music like nobody else. Yeah, this is probably one of my most favorite things is radio. Yeah, all right, great. All right, enough stuff to come. Why do I get stuff to Clay? I like the guy, he's smart. All right, Halloween candy. A couple things. This year, insanely expensive. Yes, it's probably up anywhere between 10 and 30%. It's a lot. Jennifer was just talking about she paid $28 a bag on 3 bags. You know, what kids in the world are worth that much money? I mean, I can see the Apple's razor blades. I can see that kind of I try to be reasonable about all that stuff. Obviously, nobody's going to be putting it in your bag. Because why? You know, but you wonder about those things. Yeah, well, you're talking about like little candy bars and they're sealed, etc. I mean, those are. I would absolutely look through them. Don't let them eat them while walking. Bring them into the light. Sort through them. I mean, if you're dealing with vegetables, you're screwed because that stuff you get that on you. And yeah, exactly. All right, so okay, or if you're in safe places, a lot of places trunk or treat. It's really popular now. Churches and things where they have cars, they decorate the cars, and you know where that candy's coming from one single place. Okay, the most popular candies. Now, does that change year to year, or is there a given that, this in Los Angeles, Southern California, this particular candy and always stays that way and it's different in Peoria? They do relatively stay the same because there's not usually too many new candies on the market that are going to flood a place that have them now become the most. We've got a couple places that do this. There's a candy outlet that does these studies, and then there are, grocery stores or companies that do these things. I don't know how accurate they are, but they're often interesting to look through and see what everybody's into. I'm always surprised, like, Louisiana is lemon heads. I mean, lemon heads are great, but they're not something I'm going to eat all the time. Kentucky is Reese's peanut butter cups. You've got Kansas with M&Ms, Iowa with M&Ms, Indiana with Starburst, Illinois with Sour Patch Kids, which is a strange catch there. I made up a list, and I shared you my list of what I think should be. So these are slightly modified, like Alabama, Hershey's, Kisses, my sister. Okay, that's fairly easy. Okay, how about California? Reese's Pieces or human feces on the sidewalk. That's great. Yeah, how about Texas? Baby Ruth fell down below. Oh, very strong. Okay. Wait, Florida. There's more. Wait, there's more. My dad used to say, I got a million of them. Florida, 3 musketeers until you try them from our cold dead hands. Very strong shit. No, none of these? Yeah. I was like, Florida. Strawberry covered with chocolate. These don't really change, but they never do a really kind of push into like LA specifically. So they're kind of looking generically at what's been purchased in an area as the favorite. It could be cheap. In Illinois, they go, we're not going to spend money for chocolate. You get Sour Patch Kids. Yeah, the history of candy bars. I mean, I've looked at that. I find that fascinating because, a lot of candy bars started in the 20s during the Depression. A lot of people don't know that candy bars came great in the Depression because people didn't have money, and for a nickel, you could splurge, and it did very, very well. So I will tell you on this note, by the way, please, the timing of that, because you and I are emotional spiritual beings, there isn't something simple when you start to treat yourself with these, right? During the Depression, movies, went up. Things that candy, it was things that made you feel good. People were looking for a little bit of joy during a deep, dark time. And I think that's why these things came to fruition and really exploded with just a little bit, like you said, for a nickel, it'll do something. And it ties into serotonin, and then all of a sudden, I'm running around here. To your point with movies, I think over half Americans went to movies. I think that's a leap right there. Right? Yeah, they were serialized back then, and they were very inexpensive. So if you look into how people shifted during the Depression, it is quite interesting. But that was one of the perks. You look at candy bars. So when's the last time a candy bar came out and made it? The last modern candy bar I can think of is the Reggie bar after Reggie Jackson, when he went crazy during the World Series. They came out with a candy bar, and I don't think that did very well. But your traditional candy bars are all 180, 100 years was like the, what do you call it? I think that was probably a little newer, and then things have come and go. You remember the Marathon bar? No, it was for, oh yeah, the one that was like the size of a book. Well, it was long. Yeah, it was like a look bar, except it was massive, right? No, because it was caramel. It was like a braid kind of caramel with chocolate on it, and then on the back of the package it had like a yardstick. But there was stuff that has come and gone. But the standards, I mean, Mars bar, that was after Mars, who basically created M&M's and a whole bunch of candies, and the Mars brothers, M&M. Was it Mars or was it Murphy? And I'm trying to remember. No, it was. They had a partner. It was Mars and it might have been Murphy, Mars and Murphy or whatever, and they figured out. We're done. We're done on Friday. So you're done. Now you said I'll be working tonight. Okay. The fourth report tomorrow from 2 to 5 p.m. Tomorrow morning I'm here with Handel on the Y. 8 o'clock. Neil is also tonight, as he said. He'll be filling in for Tim Conway Jr. And coming up next is going to be Mo Kelly going in for Gary and Shannon. So we still have a big weekend to go. Okay, we start again on Monday, 5 o'clock. Morning, the wake-up call with Jennifer, and then the rest of us are here from 6 to 10. You'll enjoy Mo. And I don't see Mo on campus. And I think he'll be coming in just a second. Handel and the morning crew, this is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI reminds you the scariest night of the year is coming. Election night is coming. KFI election night coverage coming November 8th. And KOXT HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
High-profile home invasion. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Paul Pelosi, husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has been violently attacked by someone who broke into their home in San Francisco. Nancy Pelosi's spokesperson says one person is in custody, and her husband is in the hospital where he's expected to make a full recovery. Nancy Pelosi was not in San Francisco at the time. The Associated Press says the attacker specifically targeted the home and asked, "Where is Nancy?" We are waiting a news conference about this, and we'll bring that to you live when it begins. News brought to you by Water Heaters Only, a new homeless dispatch center in Fullerton will coordinate police, addiction, and mental health services across 11 cities in North Orange County.
And they're taking it to the street. Governor Newsom says the new health center has mobile health care response units to take services to the people who need them. I'm done with outreach. It's nothing more than inreach. Where you wait 9 to 5, and if someone shows up at 5:01, say, "We're sorry, it's closed." Democratic State Senator Josh Newman says North OC has worked on this collaboration for years. We are making progress without having to arrest our way out of it. That is indeed a change of mindset, because the center also uses data to track which services work and don't work for which people over time. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Philly City Council members could be in for another bumpy ride today.
Today's meeting is the first as loud protesters were asked to leave the council chamber. The protesters chanted that they would be back as they exited Wednesday. City Council President Paul Corey has stated that protesters won't stop the council from doing its work. The council is set to vote today on creating a new committee on government reform in response to the scandal. Outside City Hall, Lake Troll, KFI News.
A mountain lion that spent the day roaming around Brentwood has been caught. State wildlife officials responded yesterday to reports that a lion was seen in the street. The lion was believed to have been hit with at least one tranquilizer dart. A few hours later, he managed to run away, but then passed out in our yard, climbed a tree near the Brentwood Country Club. The lion again was caught in someone's backyard and will be released into the Angeles National Forest. Mortgage rates in the U.S. are going up. ABC's Alexis Christopher said buying a house is now even more out of reach for people, including first-time homebuyers. We see here the average rate on a 30-year mortgage at 7.08% this week. So in real terms, that means if you took out a mortgage for $300,000 at the beginning of the year, your monthly payment would have been about $1,300. Christopher says as of today, that same payment would be more than $2,000. Mortgage rates went up in response to the Fed's interest rate bump to try and prevent a recession. Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac said this time last year, he was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. He was 87. Southside weather from KFI, mostly sunny in the mid-70s. The coast, metro LA, and windows seen near 80 for the valleys and Inland Empire. Mostly cloudy tonight, lows in the 50s, then sunny and a few degrees warmer through the weekend. Mid-70s at the beaches, around 80 for metro LA and Inland OC. Low to mid-80s for the valleys and Inland Empire. KFI market report, the Dow up 707 points. The NASDAQ up 240. S&P 500 up 75. The average price for gas in California, $5.62 for regular unleaded. Got a crash in Linwood on 105.
It's westbound before Long Beach Boulevard. This crash is blocking the carpool lane. Traffic is stop and go from the 710 freeway. Earlier crash in Compton is cleared. 710 southbound after Alondra Boulevard. Everything out of lanes are slow from the 105. A crash in Artesia, the 91 westbound at Pioneer. This blocks the right lane as well as the on-ramp. Is slow there from Artesia Boulevard. El Monte, the 10 westbound before Temple 6 Boulevard. A crash on the shoulder as you slow from Santa Anita. And an accident in Garden Grove, the 22 eastbound before Harbor Boulevard. Everything off to the right shoulder, but you're on the bridge from Euclid Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm James Joseph.
On Tuesday 4th, the Typhoon Massacre podcast, the investigation into one of Ohio's worst crimes continues. Join the KP Studio team as they examine the forensics and the ties that bind the victims and the accused. What will the trial mean for Pike County? Let's talk about the crime scene. Accused murderers were Wagner, the judge and jury.
This is legitimately the biggest murder trial in the state of Ohio's history.
Listen to the Typhoon Massacre on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. It's time to represent your neighborhood. It's time to be a voter. When you vote, you get to decide what is best for you, your neighborhood, and your family. Use your power. Don't give it away. You don't have to wait to make your voice heard. Make a plan to vote today. Visit plans.lavote.gov. That's plans.lavote.gov to learn how you can vote in the upcoming November election. Do you find yourself stuck in timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Powell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now to get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. Don't miss the limited Broadway hit of You Good Him, October 28th and November 20th. Tickets at LavaRunTheater.com. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. More stimulating songs.
And I have radio stations.
As the war between Gary and Shannon continues, zeros and ones without longer look at the fountain. Gary and Shannon separated at birth, fighting for their place and time to enter the divine. The clock ticks faster and faster while time runs in our thumb. This battle was the end is only the beginning. The beginning, the calm, before the storm. KFI AM 640 is the Gary and Shannon show. I'm going to tell you again for Gary and Shannon. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And some of the big stories that we are following, of course, if you've been listening to KFI, you know that we are following the story in San Francisco, where Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi, was violently attacked in his home late Thursday night during Friday morning. More and more information is coming out and it's being widely reported at this point, so I feel comfortable in saying that the suspect allegedly shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before the assaults began. That's one story we're following. There's a news conference which will be starting shortly, which we will bring to you live. Also, legendary rocker Jerry Lee Lewis, the singer of Great Balls of Fire, he has officially passed away at the age of 87. There was some confusion yesterday when TMZ broke the story whether he had passed, but now official word has come in that Jerry Lee Lewis has passed. And also, we will be definitely talking about Elon Musk, who has officially taken over Twitter and immediately started cleaning house. In fact, 3 of the executives who were fired yesterday will cost Elon Musk upwards of $200 million in severance. So those are some of the top stories And I remember when I was driving in a few hours ago, and the Nancy Pelosi slash Paul Pelosi story was breaking. It's not just what is revealed in news reports. I was bouncing around listening to all sorts of sources because if you listen to ABC News, I'm in my car so I can only listen to ABC News or BBC News or even Fox News. They're going to give you different tidbits of information depending upon what has been confirmed or not, whether there's a primary source or a secondary source. And when I hear stories like this, which are breaking in nature, I'm listening for two things. One, what they actually tell you, and two, what they don't tell you. In other words, what is revealed and what is not revealed. And I was specifically looking for and listening for a particular piece of information because if it would be given or not given, that would tell me which direction the story most likely would be going. And I was specifically listening for, in the detail of the Paul Pelosi attack, whether there was evidence of a robbery. That's what I was listening for. That's what I was hoping for. When I say hoping for, it would be easier to make some sense of this if it had to be connected to a robbery, a follow home robbery, or something like that. But as the story began to unfold, we heard, especially if you were listening to KFI, that the Pelosi house was specifically targeted. He didn't speak to motivation, but it wasn't an accident that that incident happened at that house on that occasion. That's what targeting is. But as to motivation, more and more information is coming out where it seems, and I say seems, it has not been confirmed because this is according to sources and different news agencies, which are reporting that this was specifically related to Speaker Nancy Pelosi. That the attacker allegedly yelled, "Where's Nancy?" before the attack, which was with a hammer. Now, I don't know, and I don't know whether it's been reported whether this person, this alleged assailant, used the hammer to gain entrance into the house because what we know so far is the assailant came through a sliding glass door, and we don't know if the noise being made possibly by the hammer was what alerted Paul Pelosi, or was he caught completely unaware? We're told that his injuries are significant and that he was violently attacked, but he should make a full recovery. Now, what this means, where this leads, it could be anything. It could be absolutely anything. It could be the actions of a unbalanced, imbalanced individual who's just off their rocker. It could be that, or it could be something else. Now, this is what CNN is reporting. I can't confirm this. I'm just saying this is what CNN has reported in the past 5 minutes. That the alleged assailant tried to actually tie up Paul Pelosi. In other words, there was a plan to all this. And also said, again, this is only CNN's reporting. I can't speak to any other reporting. Said allegedly that, quote, "We are waiting for Nancy." So in addition to where is Nancy, there's also another statement attributed to the would-be attacker. We are waiting for Nancy. I don't know if it's we as in there were multiple people involved, or whether it was just we and it was just ravings and rantings to suggest that more people were involved. But we will get more of that information. We're waiting right now. I'm looking at both CNN and Fox News. Fox News has a shot of the podium in San Francisco where the press conference will be taking place, and we'll carry that for you live. And if you're my age or old, or maybe it didn't come to your mind, but I suspect it might have come into your mind. When I think about violence against a political figure, not politically motivated violence, I'm just saying violence which happens to a prominent political figure and or their family members. In San Francisco, I can't help but go back to some 40 plus years ago in 1978 with the assassination of Harvey Milk and Mayor Moscone in San Francisco. And when I came in, I said, David, who's running the board today, and David may not be, no, David irony of that moment. Not that anyone has died or necessarily will die, but when you talk about violence connected to politics on any level in the city of San Francisco, it comes back to that. And David, you have that audio?
This is the body of Supervisor Harvey Milk as it was taken from City Hall. Witnesses say after killing the mayor, White ran down the hall and fired 3 shots at Milk, killing him. Milk had opposed the reappointment of White. In the total confusion after the shooting, the president of the Board of Supervisors, Dianne Feinstein, spoke.
Both Mayor Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk have been shot and killed. Suspect is Supervisor Dan Moscone.
A few moments later, Dan White surrendered to the police. This is a stunned city. There are those who spoke of the charm and youthful ability of Dan White. There were many who thought someday he could have been mayor of this city. Rick Davis, NBC News, San Francisco. This is the other victim today, the man in the street, Harvey Milk, most unorthodox politician, a homosexual, lost his right in spite of it, was the president in a district that is largely homosexual. As a member of the Board of Supervisors, Harvey Milk championed homosexual rights. The one supervisor in position who voted against homosexual rights, even voted against gay rights parade this year, was former supervisor Dan White. Dan White, the man now held on suspicion of murdering the mayor who was not getting his job back. The homosexual colleague was going to get thrashed this week. That's certainly going to be true news.
This is the Gary and Shannon Show. We will continue to monitor the forthcoming press conference in San Francisco regarding the violent attack of Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We will have that for you when it begins. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm going to tell you, it's the Gary and Shannon. Now to the 24-hour KFI news.
And as Mo just mentioned, we are awaiting a news conference in San Francisco to get an update on the attack on Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband. The attacker reportedly shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before assaulted Paul Pelosi. A notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has been filed. The city clerk's office has confirmed this. De Leon has refused to resign after taking part in a racially fueled conversation about redistricting and another councilman's son. Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen have officially filed for divorce. They posted about it on Instagram, saying they arrived at the decision amicably and with gratitude for the time they spent together. They've been married 13 years. We're going to go back to Flash on 105 in Linwood. The first time I'll tell you this report has been brought to you by Full Zero.
Westbound before Long Beach Boulevard, you got crash blocking the carpool lane. Traffic is slow from the Sunset Freeway. In Almonte, the 10 westbound before Temple City Boulevard. Crash there is off to the shoulder bridge is slow from Santa Anita Avenue. In Garden Grove, you got an accident on 22 eastbound before Harbor. That moved to the shoulder as well. Traffic is slow from Euclid Street. And an earlier crash in Anaheim Hills has cleared the 91 westbound before the 241. Everything out of lanes for traffic is slow from Gypsy Canyon. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Goal Zero, the leader in affordable home backup systems and solar generators. During a blackout, they can power your fridge, freezer, lights, Wi-Fi, TV, and more with clean power. Learn more at GoalZero.com.
This report is sponsored by Personal Injury Firm Owen Patterson and Owens. Owen Patterson and Owens is your family doctor. Over 40 years of experience helping thousands of accident victims. Our team won't rest until you rest after an accident. If you've been injured, call us at 888-OPO-WIN or OPOLive.com.
Sail with American Cruise Voyages, where history comes alive and discovery runs deep. Enriching adventures await in North America's mighty rivers, Great Lakes, oceans, and expeditions to the wilds of Alaska. Visit American Cruise Voyages at aqvoyages.com, cruising North America now. Call 844-744-0794 or contact your travel professional. American Cruise Voyages, discovery runs.
If you're living with decaying, missing, or loose crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants will literally change your life. Dr. Misarkani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my dentist and my daughter's dentist, Kim. She has some very
me wondering what else you can try, you're not alone. The conversation that we're having right now, you and me, that's the kind of trusted conversation we at iHeart want to help you have with your future customers. And as America's #1 audio company across radio, podcasting, digital radio, and social, your next customers are listening to us. See how we can help you grow your business at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Contact license 24671. Download guard dog for your plumbing. Now, are you talking about big guard dog protection? Yeah, and it's available exclusively from the backlist for just $14.95 a month. Sing your song, Jackmaster. When your home has Satan's guard dog protection, Ghetto will send out a plumber with a 30-foot drain table, open your responsible drains at no charge. You save $80. And that's the Ghetto price. Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GoETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
Join Gary and Shannon for News and Brews this Thursday at BJ's Restaurant and Brewhouse in Burbank from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy BJ's Thursday's Slow Roasted Specials, $6 tall drinks. BJ's is located off the 5 freeway in Burbank.
This is my concern. I go into a theater which they spend millions of dollars to make it right, and they're not taking care of it.
You're unions, you don't go to the theater anymore.
You're not about the rest of the people who didn't get satisfied.
What do you care?
I care.
If someone walking around ridiculous, do you stop them and go, hey man, you've got pimples, what can I do to help you? Handle on the law. Tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI. North Stimulating Talk. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
It's the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm okay for Gary and Shannon. KFI is 40 we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some top stories this hour. We are, of course, watching and waiting for the forthcoming press conference in San Francisco regarding the attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and we will carry that live. Also, the death of Jerry Lee Lewis has been confirmed. Singer of Great Balls of Fire who died today, officially at the age of 87. Of course, we'll have some thoughts and commentary about the latest moves by Elon Musk in his takeover and now ownership of Twitter. So right now, here's your chance to win $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, cash. That's cash, C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're looking at accidents, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Okay, remember, you're not going to get a phone call. You're going to have to go to KFIAM640.com/cash and input the keyword. That is your way to win $1,000. We call it the inflation bonus. So just listen to KFI AM 640 all day between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. for your chance to win $1,000. If you want to hit me on Twitter at Mr. Motellicum, ROTHSCHILD. And on the way in, I was having a conversation also with my wife, and she was wondering what type of security detail would Speaker Pelosi have at her house. And I don't think it's customary, even though she is the Speaker of the House, it's customary for a member of Congress to have a Secret Service detail on the House. Usually Secret Service, maybe she might have local police, but Secret Service details usually for just the person and would follow Speaker Pelosi around whether she's in Washington or elsewhere. So it seems conceivable to me that the House itself was not under close surveillance. That is, prior to now. Now, going forward, it's a foregone conclusion that there will be tighter security around the physical location of the House. I haven't seen the House yet necessarily shown us what it looks like, but they have said that the alleged assailant entered through a sliding glass door in the back of the House. And according to multiple news sources, said, where's Nancy? And this is just according to CNN, allegedly tried to tie up Paul Pelosi and said when the police arrived, he said, we are waiting for Nancy. So according to CNN, that was said to the police directly, not necessarily to Paul Pelosi during the attack. Allegedly, the assailant had a hammer of some sort, and it was a violent attack. We don't know the extent Paul Pelosi's injuries at this point, all I've seen is been termed as significant in nature, but is expected to make a full recovery. That is coming from Speaker Pelosi's office specifically.
And Mo, that they are saying that Pelosi has A2, so that there's blunt force trauma to his head and his body. This is people, we're talking AT, but not even who they are. And he's being treated for bruising, severe swelling, and other injuries.
It doesn't take much to die from a hammer to the head. It really does not. And when you say significant injuries and blunt force trauma to the head, that is amazing that Paul Pelosi is expected to make a full recovery. We're not talking about a 25-year-old man. We're talking about an 82-year-old man. But we will learn more. We're watching multiple feeds of press briefing room in San Francisco. It's supposed to be a briefing any moment now. We've been waiting for the better part of 20 minutes.
Originally, it was going to be like at 9:30, and they pushed it back. So all the reporters are waiting. Everyone's waiting. So I'm sure they're just trying to get as much information together because the reporters are going to, they're going to have a lot of questions.
There's going to be a lot of questions, and to your point, maybe very little information, official information, has been given to the nature of the attacker, to the nature of the weapon, to the nature and extent of Paul Pelosi's injuries and status right now, which could change at a moment's notice, I would imagine. So that's what we're waiting for. We'll get more information, and when we take the press conference, we will definitely take the reporters' questions because that could highlight information that we didn't necessarily know prior to this moment. And in the last break, I was talking about, for me, and I can only speak for me, I can't speak for you. For me, when I hear about violence, either directly or indirectly connected to a political official, and it even may be connected to a political motive. We don't know that. I want to be very careful and clear here. We don't know the motive. We're going on for reports from various news sources to what the alleged assailant said. We don't necessarily know why it was said. But whenever you have the spectrum of political violence, let me put it that way, I can't help but think of George Moscone and Harvey Milk in San Francisco. And we think of Dianne Feinstein. How Senator now, but that was the beginning of her real political career. She was president of the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco at that time. But because of that assassination, she went on to become mayor of San Francisco, and that catapulted her political career from that time. So there are some connections here as far as the history and the present. And if you're just tuning in, we're talking about the attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And there is a press conference in which we're waiting to bring to you live. It should start at any moment. As Amy King said, originally supposed to start last hour, and then it's been pushed back considerably given the original time that it was supposed to take place. Now, there's some other considerations here. You have law enforcement wanting to make sure they have as complete information as possible without in any way, I would say, hurting the investigation which is going to be going on. Because we know that there's one assailant, but we don't know if there's only one person involved. We don't necessarily know the motivation, and I don't even know that since this is a joint investigation where you have San Francisco PD, you also have the FBI and the Capitol Police all working together on this investigation, we may not get as much information as we would hope to get in the first press conference, which is usually the case. We'll have a dozen questions and we may only get one or two answers. We don't even necessarily know the name of the alleged attacker. We don't necessarily know if there's any connection between the alleged attacker and the Pelosi family, either politically or personally. But evidently, from what we know from published reports and also news reports, the Pelosi house was targeted. In other words, the person went there knowing it was the home of Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Paul Pelosi, and specifically asked where Nancy was prior to doing this attack on Paul Pelosi with a hammer. And I'm not sure, Amy, were you told or have you seen or read the type of hammer? Was it just a typical hammer or something else? by the time we get back, we can have the press conference in San Francisco regarding all Pelosi's chapter. This is the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm Mo Kelly. KFI 8645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the KFI 24-hour news show and the news shows.
And of course, we will bring you that press conference live as it comes in. But now here's some other things that are happening in our area. Karen Bass has received support from Senator Bernie Sanders in her campaign to be the next mayor of LA. Sanders appeared with Bass at an event in Playa Vista yesterday. Bass echoed a familiar Sanders theme about the gap between the haves and the have-nots in America. She asked the crowd how many homes could have been built with the $90 million her opponent Rick Caruso had spent on his campaign. It is brought to you by my cousin, who's known as Plumber. A judge has reversed his decision to not allow a winter shelter in Santa Ana, but a new problem has come up.
The challenge is a location and an operator.
Elder law lawyer Brooke Whiteman says the county had a deal and location with Salvation Army, but Santa Ana has promised to sue, claiming the city should have to host all of the homeless shelters while South County does nothing.
While all cities agree that lives are at risk, no city wants to be the host.
She says it's been a decade since Orange County has no winter shelter.
We'll probably see more deaths than we have the past 2 winters, and we're already on track to have significantly more deaths than last year.
The county will now have to find another option, which could take weeks of location, contract, and board meeting approval. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
So people have traveled through LAX this year than last year. Has walked more than 40 million travelers this year in September. The airport's Victoria Silvani says that 33 million passengers passed through the airport this time last year. She says the airport welcomed more than 5.5 million passengers in September, up 4.4 million in September of 2021. And now we're going to go to San Francisco to get an update on the attack on Paul Pelosi.
Francisco Police Department. In just a few minutes, Chief William Scott, District Attorney Brooke Jenkins, will be providing an update on the incident in Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief William Scott and District Attorney Brooke Jenkins. You're listening to KFI News. Can we close that door so we don't get the noise? We're having some tech issues. Hey, good morning. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning, everybody. My name is Chief Bill Scott with the San Francisco Police Department. At approximately 2:27 this morning, San Francisco police officers were dispatched to the residence of Speaker Nancy Pelosi regarding an A-priority well-being check. When the officers arrived on scene, they encountered an adult male and Mr. Pelosi's husband, Paul. Our officers observed Mr. Pelosi and suspect both holding a hammer. The suspect pulled the hammer away from Mr. Pelosi and violently assaulted him with it. Our officers immediately tackled the suspect, disarmed him, took him into custody, requested emergency backup, and rendered medical aid. The suspect has been identified as 42-year-old David DePepe. Mr. Pelosi and Mr. DePepe were transported to a local hospital for treatment. This is an active investigation currently being led by the San Francisco Police Department Special Investigations Division. We are working closely with our partners from the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the U.S. Capitol Police, and our District Attorney here in San Francisco County, DA Brooke Jenkins and her team. The motive for this attack is still being determined. Mr. DePepe will be booked at San Francisco County Jail on the following charges: attempted homicide, assault with a deadly weapon, elder abuse, burglary, and several other additional felonies. Before I go any further, I'd like to thank the responding officers for their swift action this morning. Those San Francisco police officers are Officer Colby Williams, Officer Kyle Cadden, and Sergeant Edmund Horning. I'd also like to thank our emergency dispatcher, Heather Grimes, who's standing here to my left, for
the amazing job. For inquiries regarding Mr. Pelosi and his condition, we refer you to the statement issued by Speaker Pelosi's office this morning. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our district attorney, Brooke Jenkins, for a few brief comments. And when we say in advance, this is what we know at this time. We will update you further, but we will not be able to take any questions after the statement.
Thank you, Chief Scott, and I do want to commend the San Francisco Police Department for their immediate response to this call and for swiftly making sure that Mr. Pelosi was okay and that the suspect was apprehended. We are working closely with them right now with respect to the investigation and will proceed with the appropriate charges as things unfold, as well as work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and our federal partners. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all for being here. I know you may have, we'll update you when we get more. That's it for right now. We're not going to take any questions. Thank you. Our office will be issuing news release very soon.
Okay, we will continue to follow this. As you heard,
Well, for that,
not a lot of information there.
in more detail, but a very, very brief.
Not a lot of information there. More a statement than anything. But we did learn something. We did learn some very key information. First up, if you're just tuning in, was Chief Bill Scott. He said at 2:27 a.m. this morning, the call came in. It wasn't clear whether it was like an automated response from the Pelosi residence or someone called.
It was, didn't he say it was a welfare?
Yeah, which
It's odd.
it was odd, but there's a reason why it was worded that way, and I can only speculate. But the police didn't seemingly go there expecting an ongoing confrontation. When the police arrived, as Chief Bill Scott said, they witnessed Paul Pelosi and the eventual apprehended suspect, 42-year-old David Pecky, both holding on to a hammer. And then the Pecky wrestled the hammer away from Pelosi and then commenced the attack in front of law enforcement.
So it sounds like he hadn't been attacked before. Maybe they were arguing as a business speculation. But maybe they had been arguing after he got into the house or something. And then, like, whose hammer was it?
Right.
Was it Pelosi's hammer or was it the guy's hammer?
I don't know, but I'm just thinking, since the person entered through a sliding glass door, my belief is that the hammer was used to break the glass. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think that the door was just left open. Sometimes it is.
Look out.
Look out.
Yeah. But the other thing would be that if he got in, and again, this is speculation, just hashing stuff out because we don't have the information, is that Pelosi heard something and went down to check it out. And she went, hey, I'm going to grab a hammer.
Right.
In case somebody got in.
Right. Which is reasonable as well. Because if you hear glass shattering, I could foresee a scenario where he hits an alarm or panic button, which brings the police. And then he finds the would-be attacker in his house or right in the doorway, that glass doorway, and then that struggle ensues. Police arrive on scene, and then it escalates from there. But we do know, according to this press conference, Chief Bill Scott said that the attack happened in front of the police, in view of the police, and the police intervened as it was happening. They did not give any indication that there was a physical confrontation prior to their arrival. It may have been, but it wasn't suggested, it wasn't said. And then after that, they had the district attorney, Brooke Jenkins, who came up and gave a very terse statement. And as I said, even before the press conference, it wasn't likely that they were going to give us a lot of information because it's an ongoing investigation requiring the assistance of multiple departments such as Texas, though, PD, the Capitol Police, and also the FBI. Now, I'm just letting you know what CNN is reporting because we have both Fox and CNN on in the studio. According to CNN, I guess they've already started digging into this person's life, and this person allegedly posted a number of conspiracy theories which were political in nature. That has not been confirmed. I'm saying that is what CNN is reporting. That has not been reported on Fox News at this point. But But the 42-year-old male suspect of David DePepe is his name. I'm not sure of the spelling of his last name. I don't know if it's DePepe or DePepe. But he is in custody. There has been no direct link, at least expressed explicitly, between the Pelosi family and this individual. There was no indication given whether Paul Pelosi knew this individual on any level or had seen the individual. We were not told where DePepe was from, where he lived, whether he was in the area or traveled a great distance in San Francisco. We don't know anything about that. But we do know the suspect and Paul Pelosi were both taken to the hospital. I don't know the nature of the suspect's injuries or how he was injured, if it was just in that melee or fight over the hammer.
There's just so many questions and so many and play out scenarios that we're talking about. Like how did he get each other the back window? How did he get into this area at all? Because Nancy Pelosi has a pretty fortified home, right?
I would believe that, and also a part of that fortification would have been cameras and alarms and maybe just personal security. I mean, you can't just drive by the mayor's house, for example, and not see security there all the time. Again, it wouldn't be Secret Service, but I would expect local law enforcement to have a presence around Speaker Pelosi's house. One, because of Speaker Pelosi. Two, the environment in which we live today. It just seems, these are just questions that eventually will be answered, but I suspect that probably the suspect entrance into the house either tripped the alarm. We have to assume that there had to be some sort of alarm system, or Paul Pelosi set off the alarm himself. Because no one said that Paul Pelosi called police.
Right, they said that they were responding to I'm not sure if they called it a welfare check.
They said welfare something.
Right. So maybe he has a life alert on him.
Oh, no. I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing because a welfare check seems like someone could be in medical distress.
Exactly.
Not necessarily is under threat of attack or, that there's an intruder in the house, which would be different. Yeah, if you had something like a life alert where you could just push a button, that's a distinct possibility.
Or did a neighbor hear something? Can you go check and see if there's
Right, that could be it as well. And law enforcement, they were very particular in terms of withholding that information. I'm sure it was for a very specific reason relative to not in any way negatively impacting the investigation as to the individual, probably the individual's connections and motivations. Everyone is already calling his social media to come up with their own theories. We're just reporting that there is no official motive at this point. Law enforcement, specifically San Francisco PD, made it very clear that they have not made any decision on any motive, and it is still being investigated. All we can give you is what news agencies are reporting as to what was allegedly said in front of police. We also learned that the "We're Here for Nancy" statement, "Where is Nancy?" was made in front of law enforcement. So we can go with that with a degree of certainty that actually did happen, as well as the assault which took place in front of law enforcement.
Yeah, and again, how long were they together before police got there? And how did police get in?
And to your point,
no one went open the front door for them.
but not only that, it could be a welfare check of some sort, as opposed to a 911 call. There's a different degree of urgency. If you're just going to see if Mr. Pelosi, the 82-year-old man, is okay, as opposed to, I hear a confrontation, there might be a fight going on at the Pelosi residence. That's probably a different response. So we don't necessarily know what was the impetus for that welfare check, if they called it something like that. I'm pretty sure it was like a welfare check. And when we find that out, I think we'll have a greater sense of understanding as far as what police expected to find when they happened to storm the house. Because at no point, it wasn't suggested that police thought that they were approaching a confrontation. When they got there, they found the assailant and Paul Pelosi both holding on to a hammer at the same time. And the suspect, according to the chief of police, wrestled away from Pelosi, and that's when the attack began. And from there, they stopped the attack, and they arrested the suspects, and they had emergency services take Paul Pelosi to the hospital.
And while there's a lot that we don't know, we do know that the suspect is being booked on attempted homicide charges, burglary charges, several other charges, including elder abuse.
This is really, 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 as they say, just the beginning of the story. There's a lot which is going to be unveiled probably over the course of the next few days. I don't know how much more we'll get today. They didn't say what the next update would be, which says there may not be another official update today. And we'll just have to see what news sources can uncover between now and then. If there's another news update, of course, we'll have that for you. If there is another press conference, of course, we'll bring that to you. This is the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm Motel. Again, Gary and Shannon, KFI 8640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom in YouTube.
As you just heard Mo talking about San Francisco PD, there's when they arrived at Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home. Paul Pelosi and a man who got into the home were both holding a hammer. 42-year-old apparently then wrestled it away and started attacking Pelosi in front of police. They tackled him, took him into custody. Both he and Paul Pelosi have been taken to the hospital. A statement from Nancy Pelosi's office says that Paul Pelosi is expected to make a full recovery. The first, President Zelensky says Ukraine is not afraid of the dark after Russian attacks have triggered blackouts across Ukraine. The leader gave his daily address last night standing outside in the dark beside the wreckage of a military drone. He promised that Russian attacks on power plants will not break Ukrainian spirit. And a mountain lion been captured after running around a neighborhood in Brentwood. The Department of Fish and Wildlife tranquilized the cat yesterday afternoon. It was released to Kansas National Forest. We're going to have sunny skies this afternoon with highs in the 70s to near 80, warming into the mid-70s to mid-80s through the weekend. This report brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Let's go to Echo Park and check the crash on the 101.
Southbound after Alvarado Street, you've got that crash off to the right shoulder. Traffic is stopping to go from Normandy. Crash at Pico Rivera, 605 southbound at Washington Boulevard. That's off to the right shoulder as well. Things are slow from the 60 Pomona Freeway. Stall in Industry, 605 southbound before Peck Road. That blocks the left lane. Watch for slowing as you approach. And through Diamond Bar, CSP running a break on the 57 southbound before Pathfinder Road. The 3 in lanes. It's actually in the center divider now, but you stop and go from the 60. Take a 5 in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Boost your immunity. Everyone ages 5 and up can get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owens. Owen Patterson and Owens is your family's doctor. Over 40 years of experience helping thousands of accident victims. Our team won't rescue till you can rest after an accident. If you've been injured, call us at 888-OPO-WOMEN or OPO.com.
Hi, Tim Collins here with Collins Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. Silverados, Tahoes, and Suburbans are now arriving. Even the all-electric, affordable 23-volt EVs with incredible range are at CollinsChevrolet.com. Find new roads at Collins Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plan, you get more for your Medicare dollars, now including therapy for dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Learn the features and your devices vary by plan area. Limitations and exclusions apply. If you bought or leased a vehicle after 2015 and have gone back repeatedly for a car repair, your car may be a limit. So let me suggest you call the Night Law Group, the experts at Limit Law. They'll help you clear your limit, get your money back, and the possibility of substantial money on top of that, and you put nothing out of pocket. Call Night Law Group for a free consultation, 844-43-LEMON. That's 844-43-LEMON, or visit nightlaw.com. That's site with a K, nightlaw.com. Join Jerry and Shannon for News and Brews this Thursday at DJ's Restaurant and Food House in Burbank from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy DJ's Thursday's Slow Roasted Specials, $6 tall drinks, DJ
base is located off the 5 freeway in Burbank. I had a shirt on from the man, and she goes, I like that shirt. I said, oh, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. And she said, my 6-year-old has the same shirt. I said, Jim Conway Jr. Shop. Which man said that? It's not a comedy club. It's a fast food place. Right. On KFI. Okay, so now we're here. Now we're here. Now it's official. Now it's happening. KFI AFC Sports are live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Gary and Shannon Show will tell you the Gary and Shannon. Now it's official. Twitter. Well, let me put it this way. Elon Musk is now the Twitter king. It's official. It's his baby. He is the ruler of all he surveys when it comes to Twitter. And I thought originally that he didn't really want to buy Twitter. I think it was one of those things where you walk into the car dealership, but yeah, I can afford that. But you don't really want the car because you don't want the payments. You don't want necessarily the financial responsibility. As an outsider looking in, that is what I thought was going on in the mind of Elon Musk. And what reinforced that was the subsequent fight over the price of Twitter, whether Elon Musk would buy it for the originally agreed upon price of $44 billion, and how Elon Musk was seemingly searching for reasons to not buy it, the supposed number of bots and so forth, or there wasn't full disclosure by Twitter executives. And he took that fight very public in nature when that should have been done behind him. Now we can describe motive whether he wanted to drive down the price of Twitter and then make it more affordable or more attractive. Because let's be real, you don't really make money on the social media platform unless you can place ads everywhere, unless you can charge a subscription. And I have yet to meet anyone, either online or offline, who'd be willing to pay for Twitter. In terms of a subscription, no. Especially if you've been using it for free for quite some time. Is there some added benefit that they can offer to entice people to pay for Twitter? I don't think so. They would have to completely revamp the platform and make it something that it isn't today. Because right now, simply tweeting is not something that you or I, or basically anyone we know, will pay for. So the question then becomes, how does Elon Musk get his $44 billion back? When I say $44 billion, yes, maybe $13 billion of his own money. He has other investors that he's cobbled together to pay that. So there are a number of people, if you will, with interest in terms of getting their money back and also turning the profit with Twitter. I don't know how you do it. You have more ads on Twitter. Okay, let's go down that road. Let's see what that means. If you're going to have more ads on Twitter, not only does that diminish the user experience, because no one wants to see ads every third or fourth week. Nobody does. And not only does that push potential users, or what they call unique users, away, it makes it difficult to grow the unique user base. You need more people using Twitter, not fewer. And then you got to have the conversation about the supposed First Amendment and free speech. Elon Musk originally said, and I'm paraphrasing, he wanted Twitter to just be this town square, open space of ideas where no one is really limited in what they say. In theory, that may sound attractive to a lot of people, but in practicality, not at all. Not at all. Because Elon Musk is a businessman first and foremost. Every business person will tell you they want to limit their liability, limit their exposure. And if you have people who can say just about anything they want on any given platform, you are opening yourself up to potential litigation as a named party in the lawsuit. Because someone stalked someone else, or someone defamed someone else. Someone got loose on Twitter and said something which there could be criminal or civil consequences attached. That's why they have these long, extravagant terms of service with all this fine print to make sure that you can't in any way do something which could harm that social media platform. Now, Elon Musk because you have to balance having this open marketplace of ideas where people can say whatever they want and also remain attractive to advertisers. Because again, the name of the game is not having a place where people can say whatever they want. It has to be a place which can make money for Elon Musk and his investors. And making money to the tune of recouping the $44 billion and some. It's one thing when you're a startup and you have some angel investors and you can build Twitter from nothing and its valuation grows to billions of dollars, but you haven't sunken billions of dollars into it. Your initial investment is not $44 billion. Elon Musk is coming from a different starting point. And he has to monetize this quickly. And if Twitter becomes, if there's a correlation, I would say if you like the social media platform of Gab. And Gab is notorious, my words, notorious for having almost zero comment moderation. Where you can say anything you want. It could be racist, it could be vulgar, it could be sexist. You can say just about whatever you want on Gab. There's virtually no comment moderation. You can pay attention. Gab doesn't have the types of advertisers that can really make it any money. And Gab is definitely not worth 44 billion. So Elon Musk is caught between this rock and hard place of trying to balance the needs and desires of the people who want Twitter to be this open free-for-all, and also keeping it attractive to folks who may want to pay money and advertise on the site. Now we can say that we are super sensitive, we can say that there's cancel culture, we can say that we don't know how to tip a joke anymore, we can say that we're uptight, but at the end of the day, advertisers have to feel comfortable and confident in their future association with Elon Musk and Twitter, given the types of content which will no longer be moderated. And then there's also discussion of if and when Donald Trump comes back to Twitter. Now he probably will be reinstated by Elon Musk. Alex Jones will probably be reinstated by Elon Musk. But it doesn't mean that either of those individuals will come back. And if they do, whether that will not have a negative impact on the overall perception and publicity of Twitter as well. And here's something else. And Elon Musk just talked at length about how he felt the banning and suspension of Donald Trump was wrong on social media. If you're Donald Trump, do you have any real reason to come back to Twitter? Given that you have your own Truth Social, and you coming to Twitter takes the focus off your own Truth Social and its growth. So there's no real reason for Donald Trump, the former president, to come back to Twitter. But if you do open up that door, if you do open up that gap and start unbanning and unsuspending certain people, there will be a response from advertisers. And the question then becomes, and we'll know very soon, the question then becomes, does Twitter grow given the presence of Elon Musk, or does it further contract? I'm not talking about people going to be mad about, I can't believe Elon Musk is taking over Twitter, I'm just going to close my account. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about from a business standpoint, from an advertising standpoint. Is it more effective or less attractive given the vision of what Elon Musk has? Because Elon Musk does not have 5-10 years to turn a profit with Twitter. Elon Musk has to do it sooner than that. He has to do it now in an economic situation which is not really conducive to that. If we're on the precipice of a recession, and we are, if we're having 40 years of, I should say, the highest inflation in 40 years, and we are, it makes it more difficult to turn Twitter into a cash cow, not less difficult. Me personally, I'm curious to see how it turns out. I'm not going to like get off Twitter. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Elon Musk doesn't impact me one way or the other. Now, if Twitter turns into Gab and turns into a place with just hateful rhetoric and slurs everywhere, then I probably won't use it anymore because Twitter has to work for me and be of some benefit to me, like it wouldn't be for you. But whether Twitter survives long term is going to be wholly dependent upon whether they can turn it into a money-making machine. And social media platforms social media users. This is the Gary and Sam Show. I'm Hotel. KFI 8640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm still in the air. A feeling of dread and despair. Okay, this is gonna rhyme. My apologies. Prepare for a scare. Control your hair. KFI election night coverage coming November 8th.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Home invasion. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Nancy Pelosi's husband has been taken to a hospital following a home invasion at the family's home. San Francisco Police Chief William Scott says police were called out to do a welfare check around 2:30 this morning.
Officers observed Ms. Pelosi and Sunset both holding a hammer. The suspect swirled the hammer away from Ms. Pelosi and violently assaulted and hit her.
Scott says police then tackled the man and took him into custody. He's been arrested and is facing attempted homicide, assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, elder abuse, and other charges. One person has died and 3 others have been hurt in a traffic crash in Casper. The LAPD says circumstances of the crash are being investigated. LA City Fire paramedics pronounced one person dead on scene and took another person to the hospital in critical condition. 2 others have minor injuries. Critics in Yorba Linda say a ballot measure intended to meet state housing mandates would change the city's character with high-density communities.
We understand housing needs to be built.
Homeowner Russ Hines says Measure B allows the city to rezone 19 sites for 1,100 new homes, but several lawsuits challenge the state housing mandate.
If we rezone now, then there's no chance to ever bring those sites back and unrezone.
Yorba Linda planning manager Nate Farnsworth says there are penalties for non-compliance.
The state has the ability to take over more control of what we can and can't do.
He says the city can meet 75% of the state's housing mandates with Measure B. In Yorba Linda, Corbin Carson and my name.
The school in Simi Valley, founded by Kanye West this year, will reopen. Donda Academy principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes and the school would reopen in 2023. CMC is reporting an email from parents was sent out at midnight. It said the school will reopen with a vengeance. The school has been affected by its founder's recent anti-Semitic comments. The school's basketball team was recently charged with playing in the city of Palm Springs. News brought to you by veteran-owned CenterSolaris.com. The Veterans Affairs Department announced 3 grants to help veterans who are or could become homeless. The grants start next October. Officials say the Veterans Program provides services to quickly rehouse vets and their families who are homeless, prevent the loss of homes, or finding new housing options. Grants will be awarded in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. Police near Tulsa, Oklahoma say it does not look like a house fire that killed 8 people was an accident.
We have 6 juvenile victims, ranging in ages from 1 to 50 years old. We have 2 adult suspects deceased. Being investigated as a murder-suicide.
Police Chief Brandon Berryhill says 2 adults may have killed their children in the back room of the home in Broken Arrow before setting the house on fire. Officers say guns were inside the house and not clear if they were used before the fire. A measure of inflation that is closely watched by the Federal Reserve has remained high during the last month. A report from the Commerce Department shows prices rose 6.2% in September from a year ago. That's the same year-over-year rate as in August. Hawaii's Civil Defense Agency has held meetings across the Big Island telling people to prepare for a possible volcanic eruption. The world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, is sending more signals that it could erupt at any time. And Justo is a research geologist in Hawaii's volcano observatory.
We have to recognize wording that Operation Marvel belongs to arrive in the area, and then we should be preparing.
The Civil Defense Administrator says they're reminding people to register to get alert messages and review their plans in case of disaster. NFL quarterback Tom Brady has announced he and supermodel Gisele Bündchen have divorced. Chief Bernie Clark says the 2 posted on social media. Bündchen says they had grown apart.
The 7-time Super Bowl champion wrote on Instagram the couple arrived at this decision after much consideration and asked for privacy and respect.
Brady and Bündchen were married for 13 years and had 2 children together. Dentists say some Halloween candy is more scary for your teeth than other candy. With Halloween coming up Monday, our home with stacks of irresistible candy.
So anything that sticks to your teeth is going to be more difficult to remove, especially if the child is young and is not a great brusher.
Michaela Gibbs is Chief Dental Officer at UT Health San Antonio and says the worst candies are the sticky ones.
The contact and the amount of sugar that like stays around in your mouth would be longer because it's like for it to kind of penetrate.
Gibbs says the best candies are the ones that don't stay in your mouth for very long, like chocolate bars, which are chewed and swallowed. Jennifer Jones leads KFI News. Bring on the top. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny, highs in the mid-70s at the coast. Metro Illinois, medium to cities in the 80s to the valley and the empire. Focus this tonight, lows in the 50s with a sunny sky and a few degrees warmer for tomorrow and Sunday. Mid-70s at the beaches, right about 80 for Metro Illinois and the 15th. Low to mid-80s for the valleys and inland empire. It's 71 in Santa Clarita, 67 at Laguna Beach, 70 in Pasadena, 69 in Orange. KFI market report, the Dow had a good day, up 737, actually 735 points. The NASDAQ is at 247. S&P 500 is trading at 77. 11 cents for regular gas in California, 5.62 a gallon. Fashion Pico Rivera on 605. Looking on the 605 southbound right of Washington. Everything's still on the right shoulder, but you're still going to see some slowing. And then at Hackle Road, still going to crash. 4 cars and runs over on the right shoulder there. In Culver City, 405 southbound at the 90. Got an accident blocking the left lane to be on the brakes on Dennis Boulevard. Also, a 7 going to 101 southbound. Right side gets to that 405. Brand new wreck reported on the shoulder. And you see a lot of delays from Chistoto. In Brea, 57 north on Imperial Highway. Looks like we still have a stable truck that's blocking the right lane of that off-ramp. And if you're on that southbound 57, it is going to be a slow ride anyway, coming away from the 15. Also in Riverside, 215 north on University Avenue. Got a right clearing to the right shoulder and a Marietta. 16 north on Clinton Keith Road. Got a crash in the lane there as well. KFI and the side helps stay there faster. I'm Jimmy Harnett on Season 4 of the Psych and Massacre podcast. The investigation into one of Ohio's worst crimes continues. Join the JC Studio team as they examine the forensics and the ties that bind the victims and the accused. What will the trial mean for Pike County? Let's talk about the crime scene. Accused murderer Bill Wagner is the judge and jury.
This is legitimately the biggest murder trial in the state of Ohio's history.
Listen to the Pike and Massacre on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I'm second guessing at the phrase because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. Turns out an EPI, or endocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, picoftheday, an old prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful foreign burns. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only if used. Do not keep household as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, short throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's creoninfo.com. Your home solar solution is waiting for you at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. For stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 relies everywhere on the iHeartRadio app with the Gary and Shannon show. I'm going to tell again for Gary and Shannon on this Friday, some of the top stories that we have been following and will continue to follow, of course, the assault attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We're learning more information. There was a recent press conference where we learned the age and identity of the alleged attacker. And NT had some information. We were discussing both on air and off air how the police were notified and why they initially came to the house.
Right, so San Francisco police with Bill Scott told us that police officers were dispatched to the Pelosi home at about 2:27 Eastern.
At approximately 2:27 this morning, San Francisco police officers were dispatched to the residence of Speaker frantic Pelosi regarding an A priority well-being check. Well-being check. And Amy and I, we were realizing that yes, yes, this is not new. You are wondering because you have not received this information. That says to us that it was more like a life alert, our phrase, life alert. Someone pushed the button as opposed to someone calling 911 and saying, hey, there may be an intruder at the Pelosi residence, which speaks to what officers might have been expecting to find when they happened on scene, or didn't expect to find. We weren't exactly sure where the officers found Paul Pelosi and this attacker.
Yeah, were they inside? Were they outside? They say that they're saying that the guy got in through a back door, a sliding glass door. Came in and saying that apparently he was trying to tie Pelosi up, but then that he was saying an officer got there. This is what they thought.
Our officers observed Ms. Pelosi and suspect both holding a hammer. The suspect pulled the hammer away from Ms. Pelosi and violently assaulted and whipped her.
But whose hammer was it?
Yes. And that's completely unclear. Now, we can try to game this out, as they say, and say, well, if the assailant came in the back door and made a loud noise using the hammer to break the glass, that's one possible explanation. Or it could be the assailant got in the house and Paul Pelosi picked up the first thing which was available to him as a means of self-defense, which is another explanation. And Amy, you said something which is, I think, spot on. As far as when police came up, they saw that both of the men were holding on to the hands. It seems more likely that Paul Pelosi was holding on to the hammer first, as opposed to reaching and trying to grab the hammer away from the 40-year, much younger assailant.
But we don't know for
We
sure.
don't know. Just from the information, yes. Let me be clear. We are pontificating and we're speculating, but we're going off the information which has been made public by the San Francisco Police Department. Because we have not been told where they were in the house. Were they inside the house? Were they outside the house? Was it around back? Was it in front? What was the mechanism used to alert police? You know, what were they told they were expecting to find? Were they just doing a welfare check and then knock on the door and say, Mr. Pelosi, you're okay? Is there anything we can do for you?
I think we can speculate though that they didn't knock on the door because when they got there, the two guys were holding on to a hammer. So they probably didn't say, oh, hold on a second, I gotta get the door.
Right.
You know, and so did they come around the back door and maybe they looked in the sliding glass door, or maybe it was something, maybe it was just, you know, Jimmy open, we don't know. But is that where they saw them initially?
Yeah, we don't know if there were any sounds of a struggle. We don't know what precipitated the officers interacting with Paul Pelosi and this guy, David Detective, 42 years old. We don't know that. Those are the things which were not told to us, and I believe it was specifically withheld for a reason connected to the ongoing investigation. Now, if you watch CNN, they've started digging into the alleged assailant's social media history. I'm not going to comment on that. It hasn't been confirmed by other news sources, but I think that's where the story is going as people try to look for information and background on the alleged assailant. Again, 42 years old, David Petty, and also he was reportedly taken to the hospital as well. So we don't necessarily know whether Petty was injured in the struggle with Pelosi or injured just trying to get in the house, injured in the struggle with the officers who allegedly tackled him.
Right, so when the guy allegedly attacked Pelosi with the hammer, and that's when the officers jumped in and they tackled him and restrained him and took him into custody, and then both of them were taken to the hospital. The good news is that Pelosi's camp is saying that Mr. Pelosi is expected to go forward. That was because of pretty nice.
It's concerning to me because there's some news reports saying that he was taken into surgery. And no surgery is minor, given that we do know he was attacked and hit the head, blunt force trauma with a hammer. I don't know how directly, I don't know if it was a grazing blow, but anytime you talk about surgery, we talk about some of these 82 years old, we're talking about a violent attack. Again, we don't have all the details. I would just be very concerned as to his status, given what we do know. We will continue to follow this story, and as more information is made available, we will make sure that you have it. So that's why we want to stay right here and listen to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. This is the Gary and Jen Show. We'll tell again for Gary and Jen. KFI AM 640, your live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Steve Gregory will join us next, but right now, Dana Gibb.
And so we're just discussing the person who broke into Speaker Nancy Pelosi's house in San Francisco, apparently shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before attacking her husband this morning. Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer. She is expected to fully recover, according to a statement from Pelosi's office. One person was arrested. Speaker Pelosi was not home at the time. The average price for a gallon of self-serve regular gas in LA County dropped for the 23rd straight day to $5.70 a gallon. That's 43 cents lower than a month ago, but still $1.11 higher than a year ago. S&OC is averaging $5.55 for a gallon of regular gas. Former President Trump is celebrating Elon Musk taking over as the new owner of Twitter. In a post on Truth Social, Trump says the social media outlet is now in insane hands. Musk has been criticized for saying that he would unban Trump's Twitter account. At a crash in Riverside on the 215. 215 Northern Lights are coming up on East Coast City Avenue now. They do give it over to the right shoulder. That's still from about Cactus. Also on the 215 North on heading through Grand Terrace. Right around in Washington, I've got a report of a metal ladder that is lying into the right lane. In the 215 Southwest area as well, right anyway. Starting right on Glen Street, and moving a sleeper train that is causing a lot of slowing in that area. Also, 91 West Side before you get to Magnolia. We still got vehicle clearance in the shoulder. Then people are down 605 South in Washington, that wreck on the right shoulder, and also 605 South in Pep Road, that wreck on the right shoulder as well. Here you'll find the startup is that traffic. I'm Jenny Harmon. It's time to represent your neighborhood. It's time to be a voter. When you vote, you get to decide what is best for you, your neighborhood, and your family. Use your power. Don't give it away. You don't have to wait to make your voice heard. Make a plan to vote today. Visit plan.lavote.gov. That's plan.lavote.gov to learn how you can vote in the upcoming November election.
He's Ryan Seacrest here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. That's 833-422-4255. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Because career politicians in Washington and Sacramento have been recklessly spending our money. And what do they have to show for it? Grocery prices our families can't afford. Less money in our paychecks. And communities that are less safe. Usually someone's fighting for us in Congress. Will be Spider Pilot Mike Garcia.
The trillions in new spending that causes inflation, I oppose it. We have real problems facing our country, and the solution can't just be to tax you more so the government can spend more of your money. I'm Mike Garcia. My priorities are fighting for lower taxes, lower inflation, and safer communities. I'm fighting to guarantee Social Security and lower health care costs. And I was proud to sponsor the Violence Against Women Act. I'm Mike Garcia, and I approve this message because I spent my entire life fighting for you, and I'm just getting started. Paid for by Mike Garcia for Congress. For the Academy Award-winning writer Aaron Sorkin, A Few Good Men is the riveting Broadway hit about the trial of two Marines. Don't miss the play variety called Theatrical Fireworks, October 28th and November 20th. Tickets at LaMoradaTheater.com. The LA Times compared the homelessness plans of Karen Bass and Rick Caruso. What do they say about Bass's homelessness plan? They say it's far smaller than Caruso. In the Times, Steve Lopez called the Bass plan underwhelming. It's stuff we've heard before. Karen Bass says she will even solve the homelessness problem after 4 years. It's more of the same empty city hall talk. The Times says Rick Caruso's plan is bigger, with 30,000 beds in 300 days, hundreds of thousands of new affordable
our streets. I want to wake up every day and fight for you because the city is worth fighting for. Fix homelessness now. Rick Caruso for mayor. Paid for by Rick Caruso for mayor 2022 general. Additional information is available at epic.lacity.org. 13 days of Halloween, Devil's Night. Do not leave your house. Do not answer the door. If you hear a bump in the night, do not go investigating. Season 3 of the horror fiction podcast presented in immersive 3D audio. This was fun, God. It's like Rabbi. It's been a funny night out here, starring Carter Rockwell. Are you kidding me? You know what night it is? And Clancy Brown.
There are things in the night that would love to get their most hands on a boy like you.
Listen to 13 Days of Halloween on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
California has millions of homes that could be damaged from a strong earthquake, and earthquakes are inevitable in the Golden State. And older homes especially vulnerable to earthquake damage, so you may need to take steps to strengthen it and help reduce the chance of damage. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com to learn about better protecting your home from earthquake damage. The work may cost less than you think and can often be completed in a few days. You've worked hard to get a home. Now's the time to protect it. Get prepared today so you can worry less tomorrow. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com. Get an AC and heat tune-up and safety inspection for only $88. Or get a plumbing drain special for only $58. Just call NextGen at 833 NextGen. That's 833 NextGen. If you're involved in a mildly engaging activity, it does free up your mind for creative thinking. That's right, walks are really good, showers are good. You want just a little bit of stimulation.
What a water waster you are.
Sun and Ken, like Panda too. If being nude helps.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. On KFI. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you hear it, and Shannon show most of it in to Gary and Shannon on this Friday, and you know what time it is. It's time for you to win some money. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Credits, that's credit, CRET. Enter now at myam640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're looking at accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. And remember, you're not going to get a phone call. You got to go to KFI640.com/cash and insert the keywords. You have a chance to win $1,000 every hour, about 20 minutes after the hour. So listen between 9 and 5 p.m. each and every weekday for your next opportunity. He's joining us right now with KFI's own Steve Gregory. Steve, you've done it again. First it was Unsolved, and now we have Deadly Pill. Tell us about Deadly Pill and how you're going to do a deep dive into the opioid crisis.
Thank you very much, Paul. Good morning to you. Deadly Pill is our treatment, if you will, of the opioid crisis and the fentanyl crisis throughout Southern California. And we interview a number of experts from different disciplines having to do with the drug crisis. We talk with the DEA's Special Agent in Charge, Bill Faulkner, and one of the things that really struck me in talking about the opioid crisis, and especially fentanyl, is how fentanyl caught everyone by surprise, more specifically law enforcement. Honestly, I had thought fentanyl was something that was just created a few years ago as an illicit drug, but fentanyl has been used for many years in the medical profession as a go-to for pain management, and actually like propofol, which would be used as an anesthetic for surgeries and other procedures. So when I found out fentanyl was an illicit drug about 6 years ago, that's what Bill Faulkner said. It was kind of the drug of choice. It became easily accessible. It was cheaper. It was cheaper to manufacture. It was cheaper and easier to smuggle across the border. And it was obviously easier to make because you didn't have these big illegal grow operations like the marijuana that you could spot in the air. This is a simple drug, a pill that you can make in a garage in anyone's home. So it was undetectable in a lot of cases. And it didn't pull down a lot of power and water and utilities, which was another indicator that there was an illicit operation going on. So in this cut here, I want to play Bill Faulkner. This is an interview I did with him a few weeks ago, and he says one of the most disturbing things about fentanyl is how the makers of fentanyl are targeting young people.
The drug cartel, Sinaloa cartel, police the new generation cartel, they are now going to great lengths to make these powerful synthetic drugs look less threatening. the multicolored pills. We're calling it rainbow fentanyl. There's another, Skittles variant or Lucky Charms variant where it's different shapes, different colors. The whole premise of that is attracting a younger demographic, making the drug look less threatening, so people who are new to the drug scene, maybe they're just experimenting with drugs for the first time. Maybe they're people that are just they're going to go to a party and they're going to take a pill or use a drug recreationally. They're trying to attract that type of drug user to these pills.
So Wagner says that they've also had to rethink their strategy in terms of how to go after not only the makers, but the drug traffickers and the drug sellers. Did you know the degree of pervasiveness of that, prior to doing this podcast, starting your investigation? Did he shine a light on this for you? Yes, absolutely. And as I mentioned, I had no idea it was a drug of choice, and it was sort of percolating, if you will, in the fringes, and it was coming into the night scene, and it was coming into the club scene, and it was becoming an attractive thing for children, as you heard, I should say young people, as you heard Wagner say, and it was something I never saw coming. And then I remember going to this huge press conference a couple of years ago where they brought all these agencies together and said, hey, we have a problem here, and it's called fentanyl. And fentanyl is doing this, it's doing this, it's doing this. And I'm like, where did this come from? So learning along the way, it's just, again, how easily accessible. I mean, for God's sake, these kids are buying and selling fentanyl on social media platforms. It's very accessible, it's very effective for them, as you heard Wagner talk about, but it's also so simple to get a hold of that parents are having a tough time monitoring how their kids are getting it. And lo, you go back with these teenagers that have been dying from overdoses in these last few weeks in local high schools, and that's because they're getting this drug easier, and in some cases, it seems sent to them through the U.S. mail. So if I understand you correctly, it's cheaper, it's easier to make, it's deadlier, it's more accessible thanks to social media. Is there any upside to at least the trajectory as far as this fentanyl process? No upside whatsoever. The only thing is, and this is the sad part about it, talking to the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner, Jonathan Lucas, it's going to take more bodies to pile up. Remember, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, GAD, came about because of the high number of DUI deaths of young people. And it took a long time and a lot of years and a lot of legislation before someone finally said, blood alcohol content legislation has got to be a part of our everyday life. And that's what they say. The only thing that they can see coming from this, from all the dead bodies, is that maybe we'll get some legislation, put some teeth into the enforcement part of this to where they can go after the people who make it, sell it, and deal it. At this point, since we've made the connection, I should say the comparison to Mothers Against Drunk Driving, I can look at that and say there's specific legislation to make driving under the influence more legal, let's say more legal, in other words, there's more of a penalty involved. What can we do? And you're not a legislator, but I don't see a way in which we can increase the penalties for fentanyl to somehow change this scenario. Sure. I would go to Jason Anderson, the district attorney for the county of San Bernardino, in the interview about that, and he was able to successfully prosecute people who are selling fentanyl to people who have overdosed and died from it, because those individuals knew the dangers, knew the drug was deadly, and he was able to take legislation and put that into some sort of a category where he could file murder charges against people who provide these pills. That's why the legislation here in LA County is going to be very important with these young people who have recently passed away, because we don't know if the district attorney of Los Angeles County is going to treat it the same as the district attorneys both in Riverside and San Bernardino. Hey, can I get you to hang around for a moment, because I also want to hear about what's going on with Unsolved. Yes, absolutely. All right, this is the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm going to tell you it's for Gary and Shannon. KFI 864. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now from KFI 24-hour newsroom and BBC.
Police officers with riot gear have lined up at the front door of LA City Council, actually LA City Hall, as protesters demand to be let in.
Protesters say they were told seating inside the chamber was at capacity. This woman says it's angering her group can't be at the meeting.
We know that this is just another tactic to dismiss the public from looking at what occurred. We're not going to let that stop us.
Comanches decided to favor have been largely filled with people who work for LATWT, working on an employment contract renewal. Protesters were outfilling Wednesday's city council meeting. Council President Walter Corrigan has stated that the city won't let protesters derail the council from doing its work. At City Hall, Blake Stroll, KFI News.
News brought to you by WD's Kitchen and Bath Center. A notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has been filed with the city clerk's office. The notice was signed by 5 people who live in the 14th district, including Pauline Atkins, who made 2 prior recall attempts against De Leon. Pete Brown, De Leon's communications director, said Atkins also previously filed but later dropped the clearance of intent to recall. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department has submitted its findings in the death of a cinematographer killed on set of Alex Baldwin movie. The Sheriff's Department said 2 binders of information were turned over to the Santa Fe DA's office. The report does not include recommendations about possible criminal charges. A woman and man have been stabbed to death in a cold store parking lot in Palmdale. The attack happened around noon yesterday. A woman was seen running back and forth screaming that she had been stabbed. After she collapsed, the attackers came back and stabbed her again. The man had been stabbed in another area of the parking lot, died in a hospital. Deputies have taken 1 person into custody. Long Beach will soon accept applications for a guaranteed income program that pays 250 single parents $500 a month per year. Mayor Robert Garcia says the pilot program could be a model for a new way to provide services to low-income families around the U.S.
Actually, we're also doing the study with the university to track the progress of these participants. And it may be that these kind of direct income projects have a bigger impact on folks and actually cause them to like poverty.
The city put up $2 million from its COVID-19 relief fund to families from 1 low-income district and a 5. State matching funding will allow the program to accept another 350 families. Frontier Airlines has gotten great to keep flyers happy. ABC's Michelle Franson says the airline has made an all-you-can-fly pass. Frontier Airlines announced it will offer a year-long travel pass called Go Wild. Passengers can buy the pass and take as many flights as they want within a 12-month period. Frontier says the pass will be available in 2023. We'll check some travel on the 73 next.
Do you know which?
If you're injured in an accident, you're trying to decide which attorney to hire.
Fine, every personal injury attorney is going to try to save us the same thing. So how do you know which one to choose?
Well, they're not all the same. Here's what makes Sweet James accident attorneys different.
First, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, actually victims of accidents being taken advantage of. He switched sides. He has been an advocate for the injured ever since. He understands what needs to be done to win.
Secondly, Sweet James accident attorneys put their own money and time into strengthening your case to maximize your compensation. Not every firm is able or willing to do that.
And here's the third case. Sweet James accident attorneys care. They will treat you the way you deserve to be treated.
They've also been voted best attorneys in America and have settled 5 of the top 50 settlements in the state of California.
Listen, if you are ever injured in an accident, one of your first calls should be to Sweet James accident attorneys. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. And visit sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny with highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid-70s for Metro LA and Window East. Near 80 for the valleys and Inland Empire. Blue skies smack close to the 50s. Sunny tomorrow and Sunday and Monday with highs in the 70s. Beaches around 80 for Metro LA and Window East. Low to mid-80s for the valleys and Inland Empire. Street that fashion Newport Beach. It's on 73. 73 south on right on. We've got that crash over on the right shoulder. It looks like we went off the freeway into the ditch over on the shoulder. In Anaheim, 91 westbound, 52nd disabled vehicle trying to clear it to the shoulder. A little bit of flow there. Feel like 57 southbound, you're on off the brakes on Imperial Highway down through the 91. In Hollywood, 101 southbound right now. I got a stall in the second lane from your left. And you're on the brakes, but down to the 110. When you turn around, 101 southbound right, 405, still with the 1 to the right on the right shoulder. You're just see some delays from December. To find the guy who's getting there faster, I'm Jim Harmon. On season 4 of the Psychic Massacre podcast, the investigation into one of Ohio's worst crimes continues. Join the KC Studio team that plays Foreman of Forensics and the ties that bind the victims and the accused. What will the trial mean for Pike County? Let's talk about the claims that accused murderers were black is the judge and jury.
This is legitimately the biggest murder trial in the state of Ohio's history.
Listen to the Tyson Massacre on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
With food prices going up, it's hard to decide on what to buy and where to buy. If you're looking for a way to stretch your food dollars, look no further than your neighborhood grocery outlet. Stop by for deals you won't believe on name brands you love.
Check out Flow Green Money Clean with a $58 grain special for next step. Call 8233 next step.
The podcast, The Bible in a Year with Jack Ray, is a moving and inspiring biblical audio experience that will help you master wisdom from the world's greatest book. In each episode, you'll learn to apply biblical principles to everyday life. Each cinematic episode is a journey through the Bible's most profound stories that will strengthen your appreciation of the Word and inspire you to keep learning. Listen to The Bible in a Year with Jack Ray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's one thing to maintain your business and another to grow it, especially these days. If you're listening to me wondering what else you can try, you're not alone. The conversation that we're having right now, you and me, that's the kind of trusted conversation we at iHeart want to help you have with your future customers. And as America's #1 audio company across radio, podcasting, digital radio, and social, your next customers are listening to us. See how we can help you grow your business at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
It's Halloween. Want to play a game?
AM 640. More stimulating talk.
KMI AM 640 in Spaghetti and Shannon will tell you Spaghetti and Shannon will live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and in the studios with KMI's own Steve Gregory. He's doing such great work. In the last segment, we were talking about Debbie Hill, and now let's talk about Unsolved, the award-winning series. What do you have contact for Unsolved?
Tomorrow night we're going to feature a case of a 27-year-old Hispanic female who lived in the Little Rock area of Palmdale. Her name was Gloria Huerta, and she got connected with some pretty bad dudes up there that were running an illegal pot operation. And we were able to actually hear, we were interviewing the lead detective on the case, and he played for us a jailhouse phone conversation, and it ended up being her last conversation and her final words ever spoken. And we're going to be playing a part of that phone call tomorrow night. It was between her and a guy inside a jail, and she tells this man in jail that she's feared for her life, basically, and that somebody's after her. Well, we're not really sure the motive behind her death, or her presumed death, disappearance. They've not found a body yet, but they did find some pieces of evidence they believe were tied to who she was, where she was, and she was only 27 years old. She was living on private property in a small travel trailer with her dog, and she was paying rent to the person who owned this property. But there was a party one night, and then 2 days after the party, she goes disappearing, and then a few days after that, her trailer disappears, and then a few days after that, the trailer was found completely obliterated about 5 miles away in another piece of property out in the desert. So it's a very strange case, a lot of twists and turns, a lot of tentacles to this one, but it's a mystery, and we'll attempt to unravel that mystery tomorrow.
You say a very strange case, and I know you talked about this to a certain degree, but I'm still very curious if it's changed over these different seasons of Unsolved. How do you know that you have a case or a story which can be told in a way which will either help highlight it, bring good, let's say, bring sunlight to it and maybe get it solved, or move it forward in an investigative sense?
Well, the goal of the program was never to help solve the crime. That's the weird thing. I was just doing it because I thought the stories were interesting, and I never thought people would be focused on the cases so intently that it would repel them to call it. But I was proven wrong. I mean, in fact, quite the opposite now. I know going into this that somebody out there listening knows what happened in almost every one of our cases. And it's proven by the fact that we get emails. We get feedback on our podcast feature on the iHeartRadio app. We get pound 250. We get letters. We get, it's amazing now the feedback we get from the listening audience, which tells us they are engaged, they are committed, and they are providing us tips that we pass along to law enforcement. And in some cases, those tips have proven
cell phone back. It was stolen, and she didn't want to have her cell phone stolen. She chases it down, and she jumps on the vehicle of the car, driving away with her cell phone, and she gets thrown from the car. She dies from a brain trauma injury a couple days later. Or the 16-year-old girl sitting in the back seat of her mother's car, sitting at a red light, and a car chase comes up from behind, and they're opening fire on each other, and she gets hit by a stray bullet and dies. Yeah, they all get to you, and especially the ones with young people and children, these absolute innocent victims, and their families who are sitting there left with this gaping wound of when and where will my case, my daughter, my son's case ever be solved.
Now, I know that you have to sift through a lot of cases and a lot of stories and then decide on how that story is going to be told. But to your point, I'm sure you get a lot of suggestions and requests.
Well, we have been getting a lot of requests for stories. In fact, the beginning of our season 3 was as a result of so many requests to listen to This Pizza story, the college student who went missing, who lived in Orange County but was going to school in Northern California. And that was as a direct result of so much interest. So when we get a number of different people giving us the same request, then we look into it. Then we have to reach out to the agency and say, hey, do you have an investigator still on this story? If so, is that investigator willing to talk with us? So it's not a very easy thing to do in some cases. In others, I'm getting calls from detectives saying, hey, how can we get our case on your show? So it's been it's a difficult task at times, but by and large, we get full cooperation from agencies. We were just talking this morning with a member of a representative from the Morongo tribe about talking with the tribal police department about some unsolved cases out there. So we're exploring all different types of cases. We've got some very interesting ones coming up.
I wonder if there isn't an element of concern for your own personal safety. I'm not trying to exaggerate. Sometimes when you start turning over these, just uncovering some unpleasant facts, some history could be putting people in danger, and whether you are ever worried about your own personal safety.
Nah, I'm more worried about driving on the 405 than I am uncovering any of these cases.
It's not funny, but the way you said it was funny.
Yeah, no, I'm seriously, between the support of law enforcement for one, and for two, I'm just bringing attention to the case. It's what people do with it after that. If you have to take someone to come forward with evidence or something like that, I'm just a conduit. I'm not solving the case. I'm just an instrument to help solve the case.
He is Steve Gregory, unsolved, and also Deadly Kill here on KF5. Steve, you do great work. I love listening to you. I'm not saying that just to say that. I'm saying it because it's true. Do not stop doing what you're doing, because I know not only are you helping people, you are actually changing the way that we listen to radio and podcasts. No exaggeration.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mom. I appreciate it. Right back at you.
Appreciate you, my friend.
Take care.
This is the Getting and Shem Show. We'll tell you in the Getting and Shem. We'll have possibly more information on the attack on Paul Pelosi as a I'm sure you have that. And so much more. When we come back, we have to get into the divorce of Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen. There's some thoughts on that. And I'm going to stick up for a guy who I could not stand as a player, Tom Brady. But this is one time I think we're going to come to his defense. That's coming up now. Now, to get our 24-hour newsroom in 80 days.
The person who broke into Speaker Nancy Pelosi's house in San Francisco apparently shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before attacking her husband this morning. Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer.
That's probably what I would say, because I don't want to fuck that old bitch. She's hot as fuck. Vintage Nancy Pelosi.
To wrap up a week of rowdy meetings interrupted by protesters who promised to keep showing up until Councilman Kevin De Leon and Del Cedillo resigns after being caught in a racially charged conversation with former President Hillary Clinton. The LA Police Department has renamed its Northeast Area Community Police Station in honor of Peggy York, the department's first female deputy chief. LAPD called for the name of the station in Lockhart Park a true testament to her steadfast tenacity and spirit. York retired from the LAPD in 2002. She died last year at the age of 80. We'll check some problems on 710 now.
If you have a business and that business has 5 or more employees, you are eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is going to be getting your hands on it. So getrefunds.com can cut through the red tape and get you that money. They have tax attorneys who are specialists in this little-known payroll tax refund program. Getrefunds.com will do all the work, no upfront cost. Tax refund is only available for a limited time, so go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, answer a few questions, see if you're eligible. That's getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
Sunny with highs in the 70s to near 80, warming into the mid-70s to mid-80s through the weekend. This report brought to you by Southern California Edison. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Cash in Long Beach on the 605. On the 605 southbound, we had an earlier wrap there. It's going to be right around the Peck Road. They've got that over to the right shoulder. Still going to be a slow lane. On the 710 north end of Willow Street, got that crash blocking the center lane. There are no delays on Anaheim Street. Redondo Beach, 405 Northland and Inglewood Avenue. That's some trash debris in the carpool lane. And I do see some delays from Redondo Beach Boulevard. Also in the Terminal area, 101 southbound and 405 south transition. Had that rapid rollover accident, about 4 cars involved in it. It's all on the right shoulder, but it is causing a backup on that 101 southbound. Looks like it's going to be a slow ride from Bishopville. Here to find the sky helps get there faster. I'm Jenny Harner.
Southern California Edison, the big trimming trees and other vegetation. It's important to always keep yourself and tools at least 10 feet from power lines to avoid injuries and outages. Learn more at SCE.com/stay safe.
This report is sponsored by Personal Injury Firm Owen Patterson and Owen. Owen Patterson and Owen is your family sponsor. Over 40 years of experience helping thousands of accident victims. Our team won't rest until you can rest after an accident. If you've been injured, call us at 888-OPO-WIN or OPOLive.com.
Could be damaged in a strong earthquake, and earthquakes are inevitable in the Golden State. And older homes especially vulnerable to earthquake damage, so you may need to take steps to strengthen it and help reduce the chance of damage. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com to learn about better protecting your home from earthquake damage. The work may cost less than you think and can often be completed in a few days. You've worked hard to get a home. Now's the time to protect it. Get prepared today so you can worry less tomorrow. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com. Join Gary and Kevin for news and brews this Thursday at DJ's Restaurant and Brewhouse in Burbank from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy DJ's Thursday Slow Roasted Specials. $6 call drinks. DJ's is located off the 5 freeway in Burbank. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
It's going to win. Not the best day to follow that meteorite to find out where it landed.
More simulating off.
Yeah, no,
This is not a sports story. Hear me? This is not a sports story. Motel Inc. Gary and Shannon pay about 8640 were live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. By now, you've probably heard the news. There's Tom Brady. I call him the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Tom Brady and his wife Giselle Bundchen are divorcing after 13 years of marriage. And it is not a divorce.
oh baby, no good time. Don't worry about it.
This is about expectation. And this may be a little crazy word to say, but all guys know what I mean when I say you know what I mean when I say don't marry the stripper. Why? Because if you met her, she was a stripper. And if you thought that the stripper was going to change just because you married her, then you were the fool. Here's the correlation. When Giselle Bundchen met Tom Brady, he was then the stripper. And now, even now, 13 years later in their marriage, now the GOAT. When he met Tom Brady, he was a superstar in the NFL. I don't even know when they met, but whenever they met, he was a superstar in the NFL. I can't speak to what may have been said, what may have been promised, what may have been discussed as far as how often Tom would come home and take care of him. I don't know. I don't know if he wants to be a heavy recital. I don't know if he pledged his undying love and said, yes, I will retire and of last week's thing. He may have said none of that. He may have said all of that. But what I do know for sure is that Giselle Bundchen met Tom Brady while he was still a football player, and arguably even then, the greatest football player of all time. Now, what is more realistic? That Tom Brady is going to see the end of his career however he wants to see it. In other words, if he's going to play 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 2 years, it's going to be his decision, or is it going to be Giselle's decision? And I'm not saying it's fair. I am saying it's a fact. When Giselle met Tom Brady, he was a professional football player, and still is. So let me go back to the beginning. This is not about sports. This is about expectations. And the reasonable expectation was that Tom Brady was going to finish his career on his terms. I understand. I understand. You only have so many years to watch your children grow up. I get that. But just know, any person who is singularly focused on his or her career, this applies to that person. If they are singularly focused on their career, that does not change just because we got married. Now, we can use sports as an analog, as a corollary to show what I mean by this. If we got into the life of Kobe Bryant when he was alive, or Michael Jordan, it probably was the same. Nothing came before their professional career. They were singularly focused on being the greatest of all time. We see it in sports, but it doesn't only apply to sports. Now, if Tom Brady were just Thomas Bradenton, the stockbroker, and Giselle Bundchen was still at the height of her modeling career, and in reverse, I would say the same thing to Thomas Bradenton. You knew she was a supermodel when you met her, and you also knew that a supermodel has a finite amount of time to be a supermodel, just like a quarterback has a finite amount of time to be a quarterback. True, Tom Brady has had an exceptionally long career, but it's still finite in nature. It's not like Tom Brady could retire now and come back in 3 years. Is Tom Brady most likely being selfish? Probably. Probably. Did he most likely make some sort of overture or promise or say something which would have led Giselle Bundchen to believe that his retirement was imminent years ago as opposed to still playing well into his 40s? Probably. But remember when I said don't marry the stripper? Because at the end of the day, that person was a stripper when you met him. Look, Tom Brady was probably the most obsessed quarterback in arguably the last 40 years of professional football. From his diet to his training regimen to his watching film. Talking about expectations. When you met Tom Brady, that's who he was. And that's still who he is. This is not about blame. It's not about fault. I'm saying it's about knowing who you are dealing with. And if there's anything that we could take away from the Tom Brady Giselle Bundchen divorce discussion, because for me, it's not about their celebrity. It's not about their individual careers. It's not even about how they have more financial means to make their marriage work than most people. Because let's be honest, Giselle Bundchen is not at home making lunches for the team. She probably has a man. She probably has a number of people who work in their house, and Giselle was not relegated to doing those typical functions that we would associate with, let's say, a middle class family. Giselle doesn't have to do any of that. So it's not about Giselle having to struggle by herself, handling all the kids, where there's not enough time, and she needs help taking them to school, and needs help taking them to the doctor, and needs help with them doing their homework. No, Giselle doesn't have any problem with that, I promise you. Just as Giselle have a right to be angry or disappointed or disillusioned or tired of having to deal with someone who is away for the season at least 5 months of the year and in training a month prior to, probably emotionally absent that whole time. If you know anything about professional football, and if you've been paying attention to how it's
Like
professionals, they're looking at film, they're going over game plans, and they're memorizing playbooks and selections all week long before the actual game is played. And don't forget, I have to admit it was kind of ironic and almost, it was almost kind of funny, my word, that they announced their divorce the day after Tom Brady lost again a Thursday night football. I gotta believe that there's some connection there. I gotta believe there's some connection between how poorly Tom Brady has played this particular season and how his personal life is in disarray, is in shambles. Well, I wouldn't say shambles, but going through a divorce can be traumatic for anybody is included. So this is a story about people. It's really not a story about sports. If you've ever been through a divorce, if you've ever, let's say, been married to someone over the course of years, and you realize that you're a different person now than when you met that person, and that person is a different person now than when you met that person, you realize how couples can grow apart. And even though Tom and Giselle don't live in a world that you and I live in most likely, there is something which is very common to all couples, and it's that expectation when you first get married of how you're supposed to grow as a couple. And clearly there was an expectation here that Tom Brady, at a certain point, probably in his early 40s, not mid 40s, not late 40s, would be available most of the time for her and their children. And Tom Brady said, no, I'm not there yet. I still got more gas in the tank. I have 7 Super Bowl rings, but I would like one more, maybe 2 more. I'm still playing at a high level. Is that selfish? Absolutely. Is that a reasonable deal breaker to end a marriage? Quite possibly, but it's not for me to say. But the takeaway and the message and what we can learn from this is in relationships, we all have expectations. And we got to know who we're looking at when you first decide to marry that person. Because I know good and well, if you ask a guy, for a guy's perspective about the marriage and ultimate divorce of Tom and Giselle, probably to a person they will say, Tom Brady. You expect that he's going to retire early? He's always been singularly focused on football, going back to his days at Michigan, trying to prove the world wrong for being drafted in the 6th round. He will always have something to prove in his mind, in the way that Kobe Bryant did, in the way that Michael Jordan did. It seems like the only person who doesn't understand how Tom Brady is wired, ironically enough, is Giselle. Because the first and likely response from just about every dude I know is and has been, well, he's a football player when he never. And that's never going to change. Not about right or wrong. Tom Brady is probably wrong. Probably wrong in this because he probably made promises that he did not keep or had no intention of keeping. But at the end of the day, nobody should be surprised because he was Tom Brady when you met him. This is the Gary Shannon Show. I'm Mosin, KFI 8640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Everyone's ready for the team. Making yourself in the horizon. But KFI will protect you. For the very least, keep your phone. KFI election night coverage coming November 8th.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
No room inside. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Protesters have been given the stop sign at the front door to LA City Hall.
From the camp outside to the sounds of drums that can be heard inside where police have lined up with riot gear. The front door of City Hall has become the stopping point for protesters, including this man.
There's supposed to be a public meeting, and this is the council is supposed to be holding it, and this is what people. But they're just afraid. They just don't want people to come in.
Protesters say they were told seating at today's meeting was at capacity. Many people who work for LADWP have felt ashamed to watch an employment contract renewal at City Hall.
expected to make a full recovery. That's according to the speaker's spokesman.
The speaker was not home at the time. The suspect is now in custody.
The motivation for the attack is being investigated. The AP says the attacker specifically targeted the home and shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before attacking Paul Pelosi. A real estate developer in Beverly Hills who pleaded guilty to federal charges from the nationwide college admissions scandal has died by suicide in his home in Malibu. The LA County Coroner's Office says the man was found dead last Thursday. He pleaded guilty 3 years ago to federal counts of conspiracy to commit mail fraud and honest services mail fraud. Long Beach will give 250 families $500 a month for a year as part of a guaranteed income pilot program spread around the U.S.
These are single parents who really need support. Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia says single parents from the 90813 zip code should start applying next month. They'll also be given additional support like access to child care and access to broadband in their office. So there's an independent research team will track the families to determine if the program should spread nationwide. I think these programs are going to have to be part of the future as safety and equality becomes a larger challenge.
This Congress to match the $2 million that this put up from a COVID relief fund will allow another 250 families in the program.
More big car things by news.
The gross domestic product has increased 2.6% for the third quarter after the economy shrunk in two previous quarters. EY Personal Chief Economist Gregory Dacco says the third quarter was a rebound, even if the nation's top bank is still raising interest rates to slow inflation.
For next week, we should be on the lookout for a 75 basis point rate hike, but I think there will be some increased signal that the Fed is intent on tapering the pace of its tightening of monetary policy.
President Biden celebrated the news yesterday, saying the report is proof that an economic recovery is looking good. Elon Musk has taken over Twitter. Musk finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Musk walked into the headquarters in San Francisco Wednesday carrying a porcelain snake. He then changed his Twitter profile to Chief Twig and tweeted, "Entering Twitter HQ," like that, thank you. Musk says no banned Twitter accounts will be restored for a review by the new Content Moderation Council. The people who love the days of desktop computers that were the size of desktops,
A company in Orange County is still supplying floppy disks. Tom Persky runs the original sounding floppydisk.com out of Lake Forest. He says business is still booming for the 3.5-inch plastic floppy disks, which were ubiquitous 40, 30, and even 20 years ago. CD-ROMs, DVDs, and USB flash drives have since replaced the floppy disk for most uses, but they're still vital for the embroidery, tool and die, and airline industries, which use floppies for the maintenance. Persky says he's not expecting floppy disks to survive another 20 years, but they'll be around as long as people need them. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
kids are soon going to be out trick-or-treating. Jonathan Kane with foodallergy.org says treats can be a problem for the 1 in 13 children who have food allergies.
The Kit Kat bars, Hershey bars, there's milk, and there's nuts, and there's wheat, and there's flour. In most Halloween candy,
Kane suggests putting a teal-colored pumpkin outside filled with non-food treats like toys next to an orange one filled with candy.
put one outside, it indicates to your neighbors you have your treats that are safe.
You can go to foodallergy.org to add their house to the Teal Pumpkin Project map. Southside weather from KFI, mostly sunny, high humid 70 to the coast, Metro LA, Asian window seats, near 80 to the valley, to Inland Empire. And keep clear skies tonight with lows at 15 to the sunny, a couple degrees warmer tomorrow and Sunday. Mid-70s at the beaches, right around 80 for Metro LA and window seats. Low to mid-80s for the valley tonight, and then cooling down Tuesday and Wednesday with a 30% chance of showers and highs around 70. It's 74 in Diamond Bar, 70 in Newport Beach, 62 in Palmdale, 72 in Calabasas. KFI market report the Dow having a heck of a day, trading up 842 points. The Nasdaq up 301, S&P 500 up 95. The average price for regular gas in California, $5.62 to a gallon. Crashing in Santa Ana on the 5. Business car southbound cars before it gets to 55. It is clear to the right shoulder, but it's still going to see some delays from the 22. In Corona, 15 southbound for Magnolia, brand new left here. This is blocking a 2-wide lane. Because it's still coming up. If you're on the 90 bound at the 4-line into the Corona, you have seen some delays on and off the brakes on the 241 over the 15. Riverside, roadwork on the 215 south. From Iowa down to 115 Boulevard, the carpool lane will be blocked until 12:30. And it's going to back up on the 15.
I also think like ladies are dressed up like this right now.
Heads up in East now. South Carolina, I've got a mattress reported in the lane. Then on radio 605. I'm here to pass that pass over on his shoulder, but it's still going to be on and off the brakes I take on the last line. Hey, if I'm a fan, I'll stay there faster. I'm Jimmy Hornet.
Squirters,
The
chill.
Gary and Shannon Show is brought to you by Solemax Technology.
Get solar for $49.93 a month.
Women with masculine faces and jobs don't want to hire.
Visit SolemaxTech.com.
Everyone's always told me really gifty, really out of it.
I can read between lines. I not realize it. And so I'm like, wait, did I read this?
Are you wondering why everyday tasks are such a struggle? It might be a sign of a learning or fixing defect like ADHD or dyslexia. Some of us are wired differently, but all of us can thrive with the right support. At understood.org, we're here to help. Visit understood.org/iHeart. Take our signs and symptoms quiz to find answers and explore solutions.
He's right, he says here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. That's 833-422-4255. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You plan it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like your team thing. Then when you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make your family communications less. Protecting your family is the best plan you can. Get started at ready.gov/flash.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Get a full 20 to 20 to the feature on the safety inspection for only $88. No free next step.
KSI.
More stimulating talk.
Radio station.
KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Gary and Shannon Show. I'm filling in for Gary on this Friday, and as a matter of fact, I'll be in for Gary and Shannon Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. And that was crazy. But some of the big stories that we're following right now and continuing to follow, of course, we're following the attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, in their San Francisco home early this morning. We have some information I'll give you on that in just a moment. Also, the death of Jerry Lee Lewis, Great Balls of Fire singer, died at the age of 87 today. And Elon Musk is officially the king of Twitter and will raise in one. He's consummated that deal, and now he's in office inspiring people left and right. Tom Brady is getting a divorce. It was announced by Gisele Bundchen, his estranged wife. Maybe some thoughts about that. Some people were thinking like, well, wait a minute. In your analogy, who is the stripper? Gisele or Tom? What's the stripper? That wasn't clear. Tom Brady is the stripper in the analogy. If you're talking about Gisele, but again, you should have known that Tom Brady was a stripper in that analogy. And also, Kanye West back on Twitter. They definitely will have thoughts about that. But right now, let's find out what is true. Time for what's happening. Here is some more tangible information regarding that attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. ABC and I were discussing as far as how it was originally.
This guy had a hell of a year. Gets a DUI,
but also Speaker Pelosi
gets attacked with a hammer. I think he's got to be like Nancy.
The official information that Paul Pelosi had undergone brain surgery. And we don't know
brain surgery?
How extensive or how severe that surgery was, but I think it's fair to say any unanticipated brain surgery on an 82-year-old man
pretty much
after a
probably
violent
finished by the
attack
fucking
with a hammer
more
is probably perilous in nature. I think that's fair to say. Now, I wish Paul Pelosi a full recovery, but no brain surgery on an 82-year-old man after a violent attack with a hammer is minor. So maybe it's something where they're speaking it into existence as far as remaining positive, but that's something I found very concerning. And we'll continue to follow that story as far as more information is slowly coming out on the alleged attacker, any supposed motivations he had, and whether the attack was connected to explicitly political motives. We do know that the house was targeted. In other words, that Dave Patty, the alleged assailant, knew that he was in the Pelosi house specifically and allegedly asked where's Nancy in front of law enforcement as the attack was getting ready to begin. So as more information comes in on that, we will definitely get it to you. And also, LA City Council wrapped up a week of what was termed as disruptive meetings at City Hall. And honestly, I don't know if you can fix that situation in City Hall. Jill Cedillo, he's not going to step down. Why? Because his term comes to an end in December. He has no reason to step down. He's just going to keep getting his paycheck until the end of the year. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. He gains nothing by actually resigning. Kevin De Leon, that is something altogether different. Kevin De Leon ostensibly still has political ambitions. He's going to run for this office, for that office. He's going for governor, run for mayor. Who knows what else he's going to run for? But Kevin De Leon at least believes that he's not fitting as a politician in Los Angeles. I think the people believe otherwise, but that remains to be seen. But he's not stepping down. And on one hand, you could argue that's the thing to do given where our politics are today in 2022. You don't apologize, you don't admit, you don't resign. That is increasingly the standard as far as how you deal with crises. That's PR crisis. Admit nothing, go on the attack, deny, do not resign. And Kevin De Leon, that's what he's going to do. Now, if he has another 2 years on his term, I don't know how he effectively serves as a city councilman for the next 2 years, given that he's been stripped of his committee, and pretty much he's just a doormat. He can't do anything, and the residents of his council district are effectively without representation because Kevin De Leon can't do anything in official capacity at this point on the city council. He's been frozen out. So I think it's harmful to the residents of this district the longer he stays in office. But I've always said politicians are some of the most selfish people on the face of the earth, so he's not going to resign. Even though he arguably has no political future, he's still not going to resign. And of course, one of the biggest trending stories that's actually increasing now, Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen, they've announced their divorce after 13 years, and honestly, I'm surprised it lasted that long, if only because, as I was saying in the last segment, Tom Brady has always been Tom Brady, and just because you think that you can change Tom Brady, no, it's just like any other relationship. Don't try to marry someone expecting to change them. That person is not going to change. That goes for women and for men. I tell my wife all the time, I am who I am, and that's all who I'm going to be. And I hope you like everything you see and who I am right about now, because it's not going to get any better in 10 years. I'm going to be that same guy. And if it annoys you right now, I promise you it will annoy you in year 13, just like Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen. And that's what I would say last segment. It's not a sports story. It's a story about expectations of how we want to grow together with our partners and whether those expectations are really unrealistic. And it was unrealistic from where I sit. It was unrealistic to believe that Giselle would have the say or the final say, and Tom Brady would end his career
Part 2, perspective, given dating in America in 2022. That's fair?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, and then we'll tell you why you're wrong. You're done. This is the Gary and Shannon Show. KFI 8640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The check to $1,000 when we come back. Right now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and the news.
Two people have been stabbed to death in a parking lot of a Kohl's in Palmdale. Police say the woman who was stabbed was screaming as she was stabbed several times. The guy apparently walked away, went back and stabbed her again, then kicked her and stabbed her again. One person has been taken into custody. A notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has been filed. The city clerk's office is determined. De Leon has refused to resign, as you just heard Flo talking about, after taking part in a racially fueled conversation about redistricting and another councilman's son. Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen have officially filed for divorce. They posted about it on Instagram, saying they arrived at the decision amicably and with gratitude for the time they spent together. They've been married 13 years. Had a crash in Corona on 15. This is 15 southbound Rasmus Way to Magnolia. It is blocking a two-line lane. So you will speak to all lanes. Coming away from 91 was drawn at 91 eastbound. Heading into Corona, you're going to be on off the brakes on the 241 over the 15. In Paramount on 105 eastbound at Lakewood Boulevard. Next up, there's some tires in the lanes, and you'll see delays from Central Avenue. In Willowbrook on the westbound north side of Rosecrans, all lanes are stopped right now. As they try to clear some debris from the lanes, and it's going to be slow from the 91. KFI and the Sky must stay there fastest. I'm Jim Harnett.
History Morse is sponsored by Justin Power Services. Tired of the trade of power shutoffs due to wildfires and severe weather? Higher summer temperatures, longer fire seasons, and aging infrastructure make a backup generator essential. Justin Power has been LA's generator expert for nearly 60 years. Go to justinpower.com. That's THIDpower.com. Los Angeles business owners, stop overpaying for internet and phone. Switch to Spectrum Business and get our best deal for small businesses in Los Angeles. Get blazing fast internet speeds of just 600 megabits per second for just $49.99 a month. And phone for just $19.99 a month. Taxes and fees included. That's faster internet at an incredible price. Other providers don't even come close. Make the switch to Spectrum Business. Visit business.spectrum.com/ultra. Restrictions apply.
Sail with American Cruise Voyages, where history comes alive and discovery runs deep. Enriching adventures awaits in North America's mighty rivers, Great Lakes, oceans, and expeditions to the wilds of Alaska. Visit American Cruise Voyages at agvoyages.com, cruising North America now. Call 844-744-0794 or contact your travel professional. American Cruise Voyages, discovery runs. Boost your immunity. Everyone ages 5 and up can get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
When your home has savings guardrails today, Ghetto will send out a bottle with a 30-foot drain table to open your stopped up drains at no charge. Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. If you run a business, you might feel that advertising is more confusing than ever, but it doesn't have to be. At iHeart, we're built to help your business. With 9 out of 10 Americans listening to us, just like you are now, we can give you access to your next customers and the tools, strategies, data, and creative to reach them. We're America's #1 audio company, and it all starts from a conversation. So let us help you adjust your plans to improve your business and costs. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Join Gary and Truman for News and Brews this Thursday at BJ's Restaurant and Brewhouse in Burbank from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy BJ's Thursday Slow Roasted Specials, $6 call drinks. BJ's is located on the 5 freeway in Burbank. Hey y'all, it's Team Sharp. Let's talk about your windows. I know a couple of things about your sad, sorry windows. I know there's a whole slew of reasons why you want new ones. Lower energy bills, quiet, better curb appeal, and how about just windows that actually open and close? I also know we can talk all we want, but if they're not affordable, it's just not going to happen. I hear you. I have an answer for you. Call Gene and Karen at Window World. I love Window World exactly because they specialize in windows perfectly positioned at that intersection of quality, beauty, and affordability. And Window World offers 0 down, interest-free financing for up to 16 months.
Well,
Windows and install
there's
for
rum
as
and
little
coke.
as $86 a month. 5 windows and a patio door for as little as
Call Jim.
$119 a month. Your dream of new windows is a reality. Window World makes or just dial 877-75-WORLD, 877-75-WORLD, or go to ViralRabbi.com. Is there sitting down on the plane to India yet? He's one of the biggest fakes I have ever seen in my life. He is a phony and a liar. He gives these lengthy, bloated non-answers. You know he is worked up to the hilt about getting this ambassadorship because if he leaves office in December and there's nothing done again, we pay the two, and he's dead with the dead on KFI. KFI AM 640, Gary Shitty Show, Motel for Gary Sharon. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some big stories that we are following. Of course, the attack on Paul Pelosi, as information comes in as far as his status. Last week, we reported that underwent brain surgery. We don't necessarily know the scope or the actual time it was conducted, but it was earlier this morning, we were told. And we will follow up with that when we know more about his physical status, even though there has been a statement from Speaker Pelosi's office that they expect him to return to full health. That remains to be seen. We've been talking about Giselle and Tom and how I think it should have been obvious to everyone as far as how that situation happened and why. We're going to get a woman's perspective in just a moment, but right now, here's your chance to win $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Dollar. That's dollar, D-O-L-L-A-R. Enter now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're looking at accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. And who couldn't use $1,000 right now? But you're not going to receive a phone call. You have to go to KFIAM640.com/cash and then insert the keyword from which